Chapter 1. A quiet day in the mountains. The sun rose high above Mount Paozu, casting warm golden light over the river that wound through the valley. The air was fresh, the sky was clear, and a massive splash echoed through the trees. "Ha! That makes 5. Goku grinned as he yanked a fish the size of a cow out of the river with a single powerful tug. Water sprayed everywhere as the creature thrashed in the air. Already beside him were 4 others, each just as massive, neatly stacked like logs at a lumberyard. "That should cover dinner for me and Grandpa," Goku said cheerfully, wiping water from his brow. He hoisted the 5th fish over his shoulder, muscles barely straining under the weight, and looked up at the blue sky. Nice day. Not in the mood for flying. Might as well walk. With 5 monstrous fish draped over his back like trophies, Goku set off down the forest path, tail swaying behind him. His boots crunched over leaves as he moved with ease despite his cargo. His expression, though calm, shifted slightly, thoughtful. "It's been 11 years now," he murmured to himself. His mind drifted, back to that day. He remembered the red skies of planet Vegeta, the urgency in his father's voice, Bardock, scarred and fierce, shoving him into the pod. His mother, Jine, gently placing a hand on his cheek. "You're not weak, Kakarot," Bardock had said. "You're elite, but you're not ready for Frieza. Not yet." He clenched his jaw slightly. The name Kakarot still echoed in his head, but Grandpa Gohan had given him a new one, Goku. And after learning its meaning, Sword of Light, he kept it. For 11 years he'd trained, honed his strength, learned to suppress and sense ki, thanks to Grandpa Gohan's teachings. He didn't need a scouter to know his power level was over 2000 by now. He'd grown stronger than any Earthling, maybe stronger than even most Scions back home, if they were still alive. Kakarot, Goku, doesn't matter. I'll carry both names. He was so lost in thought that he barely noticed the sound of tires skidding. A loud honk blared. "Hey, move out of the way." Goku blinked, looking up just in time to see a sleek, blue capsule car barreling toward him on the dirt road. The car raced forward, engine whining as it barreled down the dirt path. Goku's eyes narrowed. Too close. He sighed. "Guess I gotta stop it." Without moving from his spot, he calmly raised a fist and drove it forward. Crash. His knuckles struck the car's hood, and it shattered like brittle ice. Metal crumpled. The entire vehicle jolted violently and skidded to a stop, steam rising from its ruined front. Goku winced and rubbed the back of his head. "Oops, got a little carried away. Sorry, buddy." The driver's door flew open, and out popped a young woman. She wore a pink outfit and stylish boots, her long blue hair pulled back with a bow. Her hands were shaking, and she was pointing a pistol straight at him. "Don't move," she shouted, voice trembling. "You just wrecked my car with a punch." Goku blinked. "Hey, I said I was." Bang. The bullet hit him square in the forehead. Ting. It bounced off harmlessly. Goku winced. "Aff, that stung. What's the big idea?" "I said I was sorry, girlie." The girl's jaw dropped. She stared at her pistol, then at the completely unharmed teenage boy in front of her. Did that really just happen?" she whispered. "Did a live round bounce off his forehead?" Goku raised an eyebrow. "Hey, stop daydreaming and get off this mountain if you're gonna start shooting at people." The girl looked up, and only then did she really see him. Spiky hair like a flame, golden black eyes like a beast. He was tall, maybe her age, and his body looked carved from marble. This guy's not human, she thought. Her face turned red. Her breath caught. But then she saw the sharpness in his eyes, the sheer power radiating from him. "Oh crap," she whispered. "I'm in so much trouble." She dropped the gun and threw up her hands. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. I'm just a poor, defenseless girl. Please don't hurt me." Goku's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward. His voice turned cold, flat and commanding. "Last chance, girlie." Bulma froze. Her heart pounded as he loomed closer, still holding 5 massive fish like they were nothing. You're obviously from the city, he continued. So why are you here? This mountain is thousands of miles from the nearest town. Most people don't come here unless they're lost or up to something. He raised his hand and pointed behind her, to the edge of a steep cliff just a few meters away. So answer me, Goku said, tail flicking once, or I'll throw you, and your pile of scrap, right over that cliff. Bulma gasped, turning to see the drop. Her knees wobbled. Wait. No, please don't, she cried, eyes welling with tears. I'm sorry. I'm not here to hurt anyone. She dropped to her knees, trembling. And my name is Bulma. I'm just on an adventure. I swear. I'm looking for the Dragon Balls so I can wish for a lifetime supply of strawberries. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything. Money, tech, capsules. Just don't hurt me. She looked up and saw Goku laughing. Not chuckling. Laughing. He dropped the fish with a heavy thud and wiped a tear from his eye. Ha ha ha. Man, you city girls really are dramatic. He grinned wide. Relax. My grandpa told me to always be nice to girls. But I just had to make sure you weren't some thief or assassin. Bulma's jaw dropped. You jerk. I'm a poor innocent girl. And you threatened to throw me off a cliff. Goku shrugged. Hey, you shot me in the face. Fair. Bulma stood up, brushing herself off, still red in the face. Then Goku tilted his head. What are Dragon Balls, anyway? She blinked. You've never heard of them? Goku crossed his arms. Nope. Sound important. Bulma sniffled, still flustered, but quickly pulled herself together. She reached into her bag and pulled out 2 gleaming orange spheres, each with red stars inside. One had 3 stars, the other had 5. Goku blinked, intrigued. Huh. Those look like the ball Grandpa found years ago. Bulma's eyes lit up. Wait, what? You have a Dragon Ball? She practically leapt forward, suddenly all smiles and sweet charm. Wow, you're so strong and smart. You're such a good grandson. I bet your grandpa raised you right. We should totally team up. You and me on an adventure. What do you say, handsome? Goku blinked once, then looked her up and down with a straight face. Sorry, you're not my type. Bulma's eye twitched. Not his type. Her smile cracked. Her ego screamed in the background. Goku stretched casually and turned toward the trees. But since I wrecked your car, I guess it'd be fair to let you meet my grandpa. If he says it's okay, you can have the ball. Bulma tried to recover. Wait. Really? He nodded. Yeah, but honestly, I think you're wasting your time. He glanced over his shoulder at her. Magic wish-granting orbs? Come on, give me a break. Bulma's jaw dropped. You think I'm lying? No, Goku said simply. I think you believe it, but I'll believe it when I see it. The forest path led to a cozy, humble house nestled at the edge of a cliff. Smoke curled from the chimney, and the air smelled faintly of grilled fish. Goku led the way, still carrying his massive haul of fresh catches, while Bulma walked behind, muttering to herself and glancing around at the wild surroundings. As they reached the porch, an old man with a long white beard and warm eyes stepped out of the house. Goku, he called, you're back early, and you brought enough fish to feed a village. Goku grinned. Hey, Grandpa. Grandpa Gohan's eyes then drifted to Bulma. His expression shifted slightly, curious, but kind. Bulma, remembering her manners, gave a small bow. Hello, sir. My name's Bulma Briefs. Sorry to show up uninvited. I kind of crashed. She shot at me, Goku added casually, setting the fish down. You threatened to throw me off a cliff, Bulma snapped. Gohan chuckled. Now, let's go inside. A short while later, Bulma sat across from Gohan at the table, sipping tea. Goku leaned on the wall, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed by the whole ordeal. So let me get this straight, Gohan said. These Dragon Balls grant any wish? Bulma nodded. Yep, you gather all 7 and… boom! A dragon pops out and grants a wish. I was hoping for a lifetime supply of strawberries, but now, I dunno, I might shoot higher. To Goku's surprise, Gohan leaned back thoughtfully. You know, I've heard the legend. I thought it was just an old fairy tale. Never imagined there was truth to it. Goku's brow furrowed. Wait, really? Old martial arts stories long before your time, Goku. But nothing concrete. Just whispers of 7 orbs and a wish-granting dragon. That got Goku's curiosity burning. He turned to Bulma. If they're scattered all over the world, how do you know where to look? Bulma smirked like she'd been waiting for that question all day. She pulled out a compact handheld device with a blinking screen and several dots. This is my dragon radar. I designed and built it myself. It homes in on the unique energy signature of each Dragon Ball. Goku blinked. You made that? Duh. Gohan raised a brow, clearly impressed. You're a smart one. Thanks. But then Bulma's smile shifted into a wicked smirk. Of course, your brilliant grandson here tried to throw me off a cliff the moment we met. Gohan immediately turned toward Goku, frowning. You what? Goku looked away. I was just testing her. Testing her? Goku, how many times have I told you not to treat guests like bandits? She shot me. She's a city girl. They panic easily. Bulma puffed her cheeks, furious. I'm not helpless, you know? Gohan raised his hand calmly. Enough. Here's the deal. He turned to a nearby shelf, pulled down a dusty 4-star ball, and placed it on the table. You can have our Dragon Ball, he told Bulma. On one condition. Bulma raised a brow. Name it. Goku goes with you. What? Both teens shouted in unison. Goku protested immediately. Grandpa, I don't have time for this. I've got training to do. Missions to prepare for. Gohan gave him a stern look. Goku, this girl may be ambitious, but you and I both know she wouldn't survive half a day out there alone. She's brave, but green. Hey, Bulma yelled. I can take care of myself. I'm sure you can, Gohan said kindly. But the world is dangerous. So here's the deal. He goes with you as your protector. And in return, if these Dragon Balls really work, you come back and tell me everything. Goku crossed his arms, clearly unhappy. But under Gohan's gaze, he sighed. Fine, but I'm not babysitting. If she slows me down, I'm gone. Bulma rolled her eyes. TCH? Likewise, Marble Man. Bulma stepped outside the house, now holding a small capsule in her hand. With a dramatic flair, she tossed it to the ground. Pop! A sleek, high-tech motorcycle appeared in a puff of smoke. Tada! Capsule Corp Travel Tech, she said with pride. Pretty handy, huh? Hop on. She turned to look at Goku, only to realize he was no longer standing beside her. Instead, he was hovering about 20 feet above the ground. Bulma's mouth dropped open. Why you can fly? Goku looked down at her, completely unfazed. Yeah, been able to since I was 5. I just don't always bother. He turned in midair. I'll go slow. Try to keep up. Then he paused, eyes narrowing slightly. Wait a second. Briefs? As in Capsule Corporation. Bulma puffed out her chest proudly. That's right. I'm Bulma Briefs, the genius behind the Dragon Radar, the heir to Capsule Corp. Goku cut her off with a groan. Great, so you're a spoiled rich city girl. Just my luck. Before she could respond, he blasted off, leaving wind and dust swirling behind him. Bulma screamed, kicking her bike into gear. I am not spoiled. She raced after him, riding fast over the dirt trail. Goku wasn't flying at full speed. He made sure to stay just ahead of her. Okay, princess, he called down teasingly. No need to cry about it. You jerk. They flew and rode through forests and across canyons, the landscape blurring around them. But then suddenly, a shrill screech tore through the sky. A shadow passed over Bulma. She looked up, a pterodactyl, massive and screeching, dove from the clouds with claws outstretched, aiming straight for her. Wah! Bulma swerved, panicking. Before the beast could reach her. Crack! Goku shot down like a missile, his foot slamming into the creature's spine with a thunderous impact. Bones snapped. The pterodactyl dropped like a stone, hitting the ground in a heap, instantly dead. Bulma skidded to a stop, stunned. Her mouth moved, but no words came out. How did you? Goku landed lightly beside her, brushing dust from his pants. What? That? That's nothing. He looked at the giant corpse and grinned. Well, at least we've got dinner. Bulma, pale and wide-eyed, just muttered, He's a monster. Goku tilted his head. You say something? And nope, let's keep going. The sun had long since set, and the first stars began to twinkle above the darkened forest. Goku hovered down into a clearing, still effortlessly carrying the massive, dead pterodactyl slung over his shoulder. We should probably make camp, Bulma said, stepping off her bike and stretching. It's getting late. Sure, Goku replied casually. I'll cook this guy up. Should be enough meat for both of us. But Bulma grinned, pulling out a capsule. Yeah, about that. Click, toss, boom. With a burst of smoke and a mechanical thwomp, a full-sized capsule house popped into existence right in the clearing. Goku blinked. When you said make camp, I didn't think you'd actually pull out a house, princess. Bulma whipped around, face scrunching. Stop calling me that. He smirked. Whatever you say, princess. Bulma stormed inside first, but as Goku stepped in with the giant dino slab in tow, she suddenly recoiled. What is that smell? Goku sniffed himself. Probably me. You think. You reek. Into the shower. Now. Okay. He grumbled. Bossy. Later that evening, Bulma sat on the couch with a glass of soda, flipping through her tablet. The scent of roasted meat wafted in from the kitchen. Goku had clearly made good on his promise. Then she heard the bathroom door open. Her eyes flicked up and widened. Goku stepped out, towel wrapped around his waist, steam trailing behind him. Water dripped from his spiky black hair, and his bare torso gleamed under the soft lights. His muscles looked like they were carved from granite, lean, chiseled, and utterly defined. He walked like someone who didn't even know how intimidating he looked. Bulma's entire face turned crimson. Would you put something on already? She shrieked, spinning around and covering her eyes. Where are your clothes? You put M in the washer, remember? Goku said calmly. They're not done yet. Bulma peeked once, just to confirm he wasn't lying, then turned away again, heart hammering. Ugh, unbelievable. But then she noticed something else. His tail. It flicked once, lazily swaying behind him as he walked over to grab a plate of meat. Her jaw dropped. Okay, what the hell? That's real. I thought it was fake. Goku glanced back at her, amused. Of course it's real. She stood up, throwing her arms in the air. You can fly, your body's built like a statue. You're stronger than anyone I've ever met. And now you have a tail. What the hell are you? Goku looked at her for a moment, then smirked. You really want to know? Bulma crossed her arms, still blushing furiously. Yes, I want answers. Goku stepped closer, his voice suddenly serious. Then you tell me something first. The real reason you want the Dragon Balls. Bulma hesitated. I told you, a lifetime supply of strawberries. He gave her a flat stare. Come on, you're loaded. You could buy strawberries by the truckload. So why go on a dangerous, world-spanning quest? You didn't come all this way just for dessert. Goku sat down across from Bulma, a plate of sizzling pterodactyl meat in hand. His tail flicked lazily behind him, but his eyes were calm, focused. Bulma, still flushed and rattled from his near-naked appearance and the reveal of his tail, glanced nervously at him. Then, without much warning, he said, Believe it or not, I'm not human. Bulma blinked. Excuse me. I'm something called a scion. He said it plainly, like it was no big deal. But to Bulma, it felt like the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Goku looked out the window, his voice growing distant. I was born on a planet called Vegeta. It was the home of my people, the Scions. Warriors. Every one of us trained to fight from birth. Wait, Bulma said slowly. You're saying you're an alien? He nodded. When I was 6, my father Bardock and my mother Jine sent me here. Planet Vegeta was under the control of someone dangerous. They feared for my life. Said I had potential, maybe more than anyone else. He looked down at his plate. I was born an elite. I could already use ki attacks at 5. But the gravity here made training harder. Gravity? Bulma echoed. Goku looked at her. Planet Vegeta's gravity was 10 times stronger than Earth's. Bulma's jaw dropped. T10 times? Even now, this planet feels light. Bulma sat stiffly. That's insane. But it only got worse. Goku's eyes darkened. Scions weren't good people, Bulma. We were conquerors. We took planets by force, sometimes for profit, sometimes for power. I was part of that. She stared at him, horrified. You've killed people? He didn't answer right away. I was 6. I went on a couple of missions with other elites. Smaller worlds. Easier targets. But yeah, we fought. We killed. Bulma's throat went dry. He looked her straight in the eyes. It was either them or us. The silence between them felt like a thunderstorm waiting to break. And there's more, Goku added almost grimly. Scions transform under the full moon. It's called the Oozuru transformation. We become giant apes, 10 times stronger. Bulma flinched. Goku continued. Most Scions lose control, but elites, we can master it. I can even create an artificial moon if I need to. Now she was shaking. Her heart pounded in her ears. The boy in front of her wasn't just a warrior. He was a born killer, bred for war, and he could turn into a monster if the moon came out. And yet here he was, calmly sipping tea, cooking dinner, and cracking jokes. Do you regret it? She asked, her voice quiet, fragile. Goku didn't hesitate. No. She recoiled slightly. I regret why we did it. But back then, we didn't have a choice. We served Frisia. Disobedience meant death. It was war, Bulma. Either them or us. Bulma sat there, staring at him, unsure if she was more terrified of him or heartbroken by what he'd lived through. And for the first time, she didn't see a brute or a musclehead. She saw a soldier, a survivor, a boy who had never been given a childhood. Chapter 2. The Desert Bandit and the Old Pervert Master. Goku leaned back slightly, his gaze softening. When I first landed on Earth, Grandpa Gohan found me in the woods. First, I didn't want anything to do with him. I almost killed him. Bulma's breath caught. You what? He nodded. I was angry, alone. I didn't know kindness. I was ready to fight anything that moved. But instead of fighting me, he gave me food, taught me martial arts, and gave me a name. Bulma tilted her head. What was your real name then? Kakarot. She blinked, then snorted. That sounds like a vegetable. Goku raised an eyebrow. Says the girl named after a piece of clothing. Bulma flushed red. Touché. Goku smirked, then looked her dead in the eye. Now, your turn. What are you really after with the Dragon Balls? Bulma's smugness instantly vanished. She looked away, cheeks reddening. Boyfriend. What was that? Goku asked, leaning forward. Perfect boyfriend, she mumbled, barely louder. Still didn't catch that. Bulma suddenly shouted, the perfect boyfriend. Okay? The entire room went silent. Bulma froze, slapped her hands over her mouth, and stared at Goku like she just declared war. Goku blinked. Seriously? You're after ancient magical artifacts just to get a boyfriend? She gritted her teeth. So what? Don't judge me, Mr. Monkey Boy. Goku's eyes narrowed. First of all, don't call me a monkey. Scions hate that. The air went cold for a second. Then he continued, calmer. Second, if you must know, my wish would be two things. First, bring back my parents and big brother. Bulma's face shifted. Wait, you can do that? If the Dragon Balls really work, then yeah. Goku paused. Second, maybe immortality. What? Bulma gawked. Are you serious? Goku shrugged. It's up for debate. But if I can't get strong enough to beat Frieza, and these things do what you say they do, immortality's a fallback plan. I don't want to rely on it. Feels like cheating. Bulma looked like she was still stuck on the immortality part. Goku continued, you see, Scions have something called a Zenkai boost. It means every time we recover from a near-death injury, our power spikes. The closer we are to dying, the stronger we become afterward. Bulma stared. That's like a cheat code. Goku smirked. It's how I've survived so long. But even with that, Frieza's on another level. He destroyed planet Vegeta and our people. I need every advantage I can get. Bulma sat back, processing everything. Boyfriend wish versus resurrection and revenge. And across from her sat the last elite of a warrior race, casually talking about revenge, death, battle boosts, and how immortality might be a backup plan. She finally muttered, okay, maybe my wish was kinda shallow. Goku gave a rare smile. Maybe, but hey, at least you're honest. The night was quiet, too quiet. Goku, seated near the window, suddenly paused mid-bite. His eyes narrowed. He stood slowly, muscles tightening. Bulma, still sitting on the couch, blinked. What is it? Goku's lips curled into a small smirk. We've got company. Bulma nearly dropped her soda. What? Who? Not sure, Goku said calmly. But I can sense them. Two of them, sneaking around, trying to be quiet. Bulma's mouth fell open. How can you sense people? Goku shrugged. Long story. Grandpa taught me how. He's sensing. Everyone gives off energy. You just gotta know how to feel it. Then his expression shifted, and he frowned. Crap, I'm still in a towel. Bulma's eyes went wide as she realized it too. Right? Your clothes. Her face turned beet red, and she scrambled to the washing machine, flinging it open and yanking out a pair of pants. Still warm and a little damp, but wearable. She handed them over without looking. Thanks, princess, Goku said with a grin, tugging them on quickly and stepping toward the door. He opened it and stepped outside into the moonlight, crossing his arms. All right, stupid. I know you're out there. Come out. There was a rustle from the bushes. Then a voice grumbled, Ah, man. You ruined my grand entrance. Out popped a guy with long, shaggy black hair, wearing a desert cloak and brandishing a sword. He looked confident, smug. His arms were crossed like he was about to monologue. I am the great desert bandit, Yamcha, and I've come to steal all your capsule goods. Now hand them over. Before Bulma could scream, Goku raised a hand. Oh, come on. I've seen babies stronger than you. Yamcha blinked. Wait, what? From behind a rock, a tiny cat-like creature, Puar, floated up, waving frantically. Hey, don't insult Yamcha. He's super strong. Goku sighed, rubbing his forehead. I hate bandits, especially stupid ones who interrupt my dinner. He cracked his knuckles. I swear, I could knock all his teeth out in 1 second. Yamcha's confidence wavered. Bulma peeked from behind the doorway. Be careful, Goku. He's got a sword. Goku just rolled his neck lazily. Good. I've been craving a workout. Yamcha puffed out his chest, ready to unleash his intimidating bandit speech, until he saw Bulma step out of the capsule house. His jaw dropped. A girl? His face went red instantly. All of his confidence evaporated like steam. Bulma blinked. What the? Yamcha stumbled back. I can't fight a girl here. No one said there'd be girls. He turned, trying to retreat in full panic mode. But he didn't get far. Goku appeared in front of him in a blink. Not so fast, desert wimp. Yamcha barely had time to react before Goku's fist moved. Smooth, subtle, not even at full power. Crack. To Goku, it was a tap. To Yamcha, it was like getting hit with a sledgehammer. His body went flying through the air, teeth flying with him. He slammed into the ground hard, dust exploding around him as he landed in a small crater. Arms and legs sprawled awkwardly, unconscious. Puar shrieked from behind a rock. Yamcha! The small creature zipped to his side, panic in her voice. Goku stood over the scene for a second, arms crossed. Good riddance to trash. He turned and walked back toward the house like nothing happened. Bulma stared at the crater, wide-eyed. Did you just? Knocked him out, Goku said casually. That's all. He yawned. Now come on, let's get some sleep. Bulma hesitated, then slowly followed, her brain still rebooting from the sheer casual dominance of it all. Sure, sleep sounds good. The morning sun broke over the trees as birds chirped in the distance. Goku stretched outside the capsule house, tail swaying lazily, while Bulma packed her capsule bike and yawned. Just as Goku was about to suggest breakfast, something caught his eye near the edge of the clearing. It was a turtle, slowly plodding its way through the forest. Ha! Goku tilted his head. That's weird. He approached the creature. Hey, you lost or something? The turtle looked up, panting slightly. Yes, young man. I'm very far from home. I've been trying to get back to the sea, but it's taken me over a year. Bulma came over, curious. A talking turtle? Okay. Not the weirdest thing I've seen this week. The turtle coughed. Could I trouble you for some seawater? Just a sip. Bulma, softening, pulled a water bottle from her pack. It's filtered, but I think I have some salt packets. She mixed a small amount and handed it over. The turtle gratefully drank. Thank you. That helps a great deal. But I don't suppose you two could take me to the sea. Goku grinned. Sure thing. Before the turtle could blink, Goku scooped him up under one arm and wrapped the other around Bulma's waist. Wait. Wait. Goku. What are you? Whoosh. The wind howled around them as Goku lifted off the ground and soared into the sky, flying fast and smooth above the forest canopy. Bulma clung to him, red in the face. You could have warned me. Goku smirked. Nah, it's more fun this way. Within minutes, the smell of salt water hit their noses. The forest gave way to rocky cliffs and wide sandy beaches. And just beyond, the sea! The turtle cried. Oh, thank the tides. Goku landed gently, placing the turtle in the shallow surf. Waves rolled in, and the turtle practically melted into the water with relief. I can't thank you enough, he said sincerely. Please wait here. I'd like to give you something in return. I'll be right back. I just need to go get someone. Goku crossed his arms. All right, we'll wait. Bulma sighed, brushing her wind-blown hair. Well, that happened. Goku looked toward the waves. Wonder what kind of gift a turtle brings. 2 hours later, Bulma sat on a rock near the beach, arms crossed, visibly irritated. We've been waiting forever, she grumbled. Goku, meanwhile, was content. He sat on the sand beside the remains of a giant tiger, bones picked clean. Blood still stained his hands and shirt. Bulma gagged. You killed and ate a tiger? Goku casually wiped his mouth. What? I was hungry. How much did you eat? He burped. That was nothing. You should see me really hungry. Bulma covered her mouth, green in the face. Suddenly, beep, beep, beep. Her dragon radar lit up. Bulma straightened. A Dragon Ball. It's close, and heading right for us. Goku stood, his expression sharpening. Yeah, I can feel something too. From across the waves, a small figure appeared, riding on the turtle's back. As it got closer, they could make out a tiny old man in sunglasses, a white beard, and a bright orange Hawaiian shirt. Yo ho ho, the old man laughed. So you're the ones who helped my dear turtle. He stepped off and bowed deeply. I am the great Master Rashi, and I thank you. Bulma blinked. Master who? Goku's brow furrowed. Wait, Rashi. The old man grinned. Yes. Goku's expression hardened. You wouldn't happen to know a man named Gohan, would you? Rashi raised a bushy eyebrow. Son Gohan? Of course I do. That old rascal was my student. He was my grandpa, Goku said. Rashi blinked. Wait, you're Gohan's adopted grandson? He laughed heartily. Well, I'll be. Gohan wrote to me before he passed. Said he found a boy with a tail who was stronger than any kid he'd ever seen. He wasn't kidding. The old man stepped forward, peering at Goku, then suddenly stiffened. He felt the immense pressure radiating from the boy's body. Raw power, strength unlike anything he'd sensed in decades. But beneath it, rage. Rashi's smile faded a bit. You're strong, boy. Maybe too strong. Goku crossed his arms. I'm strong because I have to be. Rashi nodded slowly, sensing the buried pain behind those words. Well, as thanks, I'd like to give you a gift. He raised his hand. Flying Nimbus. A golden cloud zipped down from the sky, floating beside Goku. Only those pure of heart can ride it, Rashi said proudly. Goku reached out and fell right through it. Rashi frowned. TCH. You're not pure of heart, boy. No kidding, Goku muttered. And you might want to rethink what you consider pure of heart. Rashi blinked. Excuse me? Goku glared. Grandpa warned me about you. Said you're a total perv. Wah! That's slander. Bulma, meanwhile, squinted at something hanging from Rashi's neck. Her eyes widened. The Dragon Ball. Rashi followed her gaze and grinned. Ah yes, this little gem. Number 3, I believe. Can we have it? Bulma asked, perking up. Rashi scratched his beard. I might be willing to part with it. In exchange for a peek at your panties. There was a beat of silence. Then, oh no you don't. You creepy old pervert. Goku roared. Rashi jumped back. Goku jabbed a finger at him. You try anything and I'm launching you into orbit. Grandpa wasn't kidding. Rashi laughed nervously, backing away with his hands up, but the glare from Goku could have melted steel. Are you serious? Goku yelled, his voice booming across the beach. You're supposed to be a martial arts master, and you're asking a girl young enough to be your great-great-granddaughter to show you her underwear? Bulma stood behind him, arms crossed, smugly satisfied. Even Turtle shook his head in disappointment. Yeah, bad master. Very bad. Rashi stammered, waving his hands. Hey, I've got my priorities. Your priorities? Goku snapped. You're lucky my grandpa Gohan had any respect for you at all. I don't even know how he and Ox King stayed normal training under a walking pervert like you. Rashi tried to laugh it off, but Goku took a step forward, aura flaring around him. Listen carefully, Goku said, voice low and dangerous. You will give us that Dragon Ball in exchange for helping Turtle. Otherwise, I'll personally break every bone in your frail little body. Rashi gulped. You should count yourself lucky Gohan spoke so highly of you, Goku finished. There was a tense silence. Then Rashi sighed and slowly pulled the necklace from around his neck, handing the Dragon Ball to Bulma. Fine. Here, for helping Turtle. Bulma blinked in surprise. Wait, just like that? Goku crossed his arms. You earned it. She looked at him, genuinely touched. Thanks for sticking up for me, Goku. He shrugged. Hey, Grandpa told me to take care of you. I guess that includes protecting you from ancient creeps too. Turtle nodded. You're a good kid. Rashi muttered something under his breath. What was that? Goku asked sharply. Nothing at all, Rashi squeaked. As Bulma examined the newly acquired Dragon Ball, Rashi turned to Goku, still rubbing his beard thoughtfully. You know, kid, if you're interested, I could train you. Pass on my martial arts techniques. Goku raised an eyebrow. I'll think about it. Rashi nodded, then tilted his head. By the way, has Gohan ever shown you the Kamehameha? Goku looked completely unfazed. Yeah, he taught it to me. Rashi froze. He what? It took me about 30 minutes to get it right. Rashi's pipe dropped from his mouth. His eyes bulged. 30 minutes? He looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That technique took me 50 years to develop. Gohan took 40 years to learn it. And you just 30 minutes. Goku shrugged. Well, he said I had a knack for it. Rashi stood there, wide-eyed, jaw slack. His sunglasses nearly fell off. Even Turtle looked impressed. Master, you okay? No, I am not okay. Meanwhile, Goku turned to Bulma. That makes 4 Dragon Balls, right? Bulma nodded, pulling out the radar and clicking it on. Yeah. Looks like the next one's actually close. Good. We're behind schedule today, Goku said, crouching down. Hop on. Bulma climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Okay, ready? She said, trying not to blush. Hold tight, Goku replied, his voice calm. Just before they took off, Rashi raised a hand. One last piece of advice, kid. Goku paused. Don't let revenge consume you. You may be strong, but that path leads to darkness. Goku glanced over his shoulder. I get it, old perv. And with a whoosh of wind, they shot into the sky, Bulma clinging tightly as the landscape blurred beneath them. Rashi stood on the beach, wind whipping through his beard, watching them vanish into the clouds. Humph, he muttered. Those two seem to like each other more than they admit. Then he shivered. But damn, that Goku kid is scary. Chapter 3. The Accidental Wish. The wind roared in Bulma's ears as she clung to Goku's back for dear life. His speed was insane. She could feel the air tearing past them as the landscape blurred into streaks of green and brown. Goku glanced over his shoulder. So, where's the next Dragon Ball? Still holding on with one arm, Bulma fumbled in her pocket, pulled out the dragon radar, and popped it open. The screen blinked with 2 glowing dots. One is very close, about 10 miles that way, she said, pointing off to the left. And another, in that direction. She turned her arm. About 40 miles. Goku followed her gesture, and his face went deadpan. Please tell me it's not exactly 40 miles that way. Bulma looked back at the screen. Yep, 40 miles exactly. Why? Goku sighed deeply. Great, just my luck. Bulma tilted her head. What's the matter? Oh, nothing much, Goku said dryly. That's just the direction of the Ox King's palace. Me and Grandpa visited him a couple years ago. He's fine, but his daughter, he shook his head. She's around 12 and swears she's gonna marry me someday. Bulma snorted and immediately burst into laughter, gripping his shoulder. Oh, that is hilarious. You have a little fangirl. It's not hilarious, Goku muttered. I wish that brat would find someone her own age. Bulma chuckled, still grinning. What's wrong? Scared of commitment. Goku gave her a side-eye. Scared of babysitting. Bulma laughed again, and Goku refocused on the horizon. We'll get the closer one first, all right? Fine by me, she said, still smirking. By midday, Goku and Bulma touched down in a quiet village nestled between rolling green hills. The streets were lined with worried faces, and before long the village chief, a hunched man with a cane, came forward to greet them. Welcome, travelers, the chief said gravely. We don't get many visitors these days. Bulma stepped forward. We're looking for something important, an orange orb with stars inside. Do you have one? The old man's eyes widened. You mean the sacred treasure? Yes, we do, but I cannot give it away. Bulma crossed her arms. Why not? The elder sighed heavily. Because a monster named Oolong has been terrorizing our village, stealing our daughters. My own child is next. Goku and Bulma both turned to look at the young girl standing just behind the elder. She clutched her father's robe, eyes wide with fear. She couldn't have been more than a teenager. Goku stepped forward. How about a deal? I beat up this oolong, bring back all the girls he's taken, and in return, you give us that orb. The elder's eyes widened. You would do that? Sure, Goku said with a grin. But you must understand, this is no ordinary bandit, the elder warned. He is a monster, a terrible demon. Goku smirked. Bet I can take him down in 10 seconds. The whole village gasped. Several of the women put their hands over their mouths. Bulma leaned closer. Are you sure you'll be okay? Goku nodded and bent down, whispering to her. I'm sensing a very weak power coming this way. Even you could mop the floor with him. Bulma blinked. Seriously? 20 minutes later, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed down the street. The villagers scattered, peering from behind doors and windows. Oolong arrived, strutting down the road in a crisp white tuxedo, a red bow tie at his throat. He was tall, round, and unmistakably a pig demon waddling proudly, his little snout raised. He towered over no one except maybe a small dog, but the villagers still trembled. Goku took one look at him and burst out laughing. Oh boy, this is what you guys were scared of? Oolong strolled up, puffing out his chest. So you're the one they sent to stop me? Big mistake, kid. You're looking at. Cut the crap, Goku interrupted flatly. Oolong blinked. What? I can tell that's not your real form, Goku said, staring him down. Drop the act. The so-called demon broke into a sweat. You don't know what you're. Goku didn't even let him finish. He casually raised one finger, a small spark of energy flaring at the tip. FZZZT zing. A thin beam of ki shot past Oolong's cheek, grazing it just enough to make the air sizzle. The shock sent him sprawling onto the dirt, squealing in fear. In a puff of smoke, poof! The towering demon vanished, replaced by a tiny, round pig in pants and a vest. The entire village gasped. Goku smirked. See? Harmless. This guy's been taking you all for a ride. The villagers' fear turned instantly to anger. They began shouting, some even grabbing pitchforks. Oolong scrambled forward, clutching at Goku's leg. Please don't let them hurt me. I'm sorry. I'll change. Just please. Okay. Goku said, shaking his leg. And stop crying on my boots. Bulma stepped closer. Goku, what was that? That beam thing? Oh, that? Ki blast, Goku said casually. Bulma's brow furrowed. How do you? Tell you later, he cut in. He turned to Oolong. Take us to the girls you kidnapped. Oolong led them to a well-kept house just outside the village. But instead of a scene of misery, the captives were lounging around in stylish city clothes, wearing makeup, sipping tea, and gossiping like socialites. They don't look kidnapped, Bulma muttered. One of the girls waved dismissively. Go back to the village? No thanks. We've got better food here. And clothes. Oolong chuckled nervously. See? I treat 'em well. The village elder still kept his word, handing over the orange orb with 6 stars inside. A deal's a deal. As Bulma tucked it into her case, Goku looked at Oolong thoughtfully. You know, we should take him with us. Bulma blinked. What? Why? Goku grinned. Well, we can use him as a pack mule, and his shape-shifting might actually be useful. Oolong's ears drooped. Do I get a say in this? Nope, Goku said cheerfully. Bulma and Oolong rattled along in a capsule car, the hot air shimmering across the horizon. Far ahead, Goku flew effortlessly above the ground, tail swaying behind him. When he reached the base of Fire Mountain, he dropped from the sky and landed softly on the scorched earth. The ground radiated heat, and far above, the entire mountainside blazed with thick, roaring flames. Before Goku could take in the view, a massive shadow moved. Wham! A giant battle axe swung toward his head. Without even flinching, Goku raised 2 fingers and caught the axe mid-swing. His grin widened. "Hey, Ox. Long time no see." The towering figure blinked, lowering his weapon. "Goku, I'll be sorry about that. Thought you were some bandit." "No problem," Goku said, releasing the axe. He glanced at the blazing inferno behind Ox King. "What's going on here?" Ox King shook his head. "I don't know. One day it just started burning, and now I can't get into my own palace." The flames roared higher, the air warping with heat. Before Goku could respond, a smaller figure stepped out from behind Ox King. A girl, maybe 12 years old, wearing bikini-style armor, a winged helmet, and carrying a small blade. Her cheeks went red the second her eyes landed on Goku. "Goku, you came back," she said shyly. Then, with a hopeful smile, "Are you here to marry me?" "No, Squirt," Goku said flatly. "I'm not here to marry you." The words hit her like a hammer. Her smile faltered instantly. At that moment, Bulma and Oolong pulled up in the capsule car. Bulma stepped out, brushing dust from her clothes. The second Chi-Chi saw her, her eyes narrowed, and her face flushed with jealousy. "Goku, who is she?" Chi-Chi asked sharply. Goku smirked to himself. Maybe he could use this to avoid that awkward marriage promise once and for all. He casually draped an arm around Bulma's shoulders, leaning in to whisper, "Play along, please." Then louder, he said, "Oh, this is Bulma. She and I are adventuring together." Chi-Chi's eyes narrowed further. "Alone?" Bulma froze, cheeks turning red as Goku's arms settled snugly around her waist. She glanced up at him, but before she could say anything, Chi-Chi's face went from pink to crimson. "You!" Chi-Chi screamed, hand shooting up to grab the blade on her helmet. "Chi-Chi, stop this now." Ox King's booming voice cut through the heat. The girl froze mid-motion, glaring. Ox King's expression hardened. "I already told you Goku is too old for you, and I did not raise you to be a spoiled, jealous little brat." Chi-Chi's jaw clenched, her eyes darting between Goku and Bulma, but she didn't say another word. Goku cleared his throat, deciding to move on. "We're actually here looking for something. Ox, do you still have that orb with stars inside?" Ox King nodded. "Yeah, I have one of those, but it's inside the palace." He gestured to the towering structure completely engulfed in flames. Goku looked up at the blazing inferno. His smirk slowly spread. "Well, guess I'll just put the fire out." He dropped into a wide stance, cupping his hands at his side. Haim ha! A brilliant blue beam roared forward, maybe a little too strong. The wave of energy ripped through the base of the mountain, blowing the entire palace and the fire into oblivion. When the smoke cleared, there was nothing but scorched earth and drifting embers. Goku scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that." Ox King laughed heartily. "Don't worry, at least the fire's out. I can build another palace." Using the dragon radar, Bulma quickly located the Dragon Ball in the rubble. With Ox King's blessing, they now had 6 of the 7 orbs. As they prepared to leave, Goku waved. "See you around, Ox." Ox King waved back, but Chi-Chi stood with her arms crossed, refusing to look at him. As they lifted into the sky, Goku glanced back once and thought, "Sorry, Squirt, but at least I've got my piece now. Hope you find someone who's as nuts about marriage as you are." Later that night, the fire crackled softly in the quiet night. Above them, the stars shimmered in the vast, open sky. Oolong was sprawled on his back in his sleeping bag, snoring lightly. Bulma sat across from Goku, idly poking at the fire with a stick. "So, Saiyan traits, huh? Tell me more." Goku shrugged. "There's not much to it. Our strength's natural. Our tails make us stronger under the moon, and our hair never changes." Bulma tilted her head. "Never." "Nope," Goku said with certainty. "A Saiyan's hair is the same as when they're born. Can't be cut, can't grow. It's always the same length." Bulma stared at him in amazement. "Wow, I can't imagine having the same hairstyle my whole life. That's wild. She poked the fire again, then glanced up at him. Goku, I want you to have the Dragon Balls. Goku blinked. What? Why? Bulma took a breath. Well, my wish is selfish. I just wanted the perfect boyfriend. But you want to bring your parents back. I guess your wish should take priority. Goku studied her face. Why the sudden change of heart? Bulma's cheeks turned pink. I. Goku leaned in. What is it? Before he could get an answer, Bulma leaned forward and pressed her lips to his. It wasn't long, just enough to make both of them freeze, but when she pulled back, she smiled softly. I think I found the perfect boy. Goku stared at her, caught off guard. His tail twitched slightly behind him. What's going on? Oolong mumbled, rubbing his eyes as he sat up groggily. Both Goku and Bulma jerked their heads away from each other, their faces bright red. Nothing, they said in perfect unison. Oolong raised an eyebrow. Weird, he muttered before flopping back down to sleep. The next morning, Bulma flicked open the dragon radar. Got it. The last Dragon Balls showing up here, middle of the desert. Goku nodded. All right, grab my neck from behind. Bulma wrapped her arms around his shoulders, pressing close. And you, Goku said, turning to Oolong. Come here. Wait, hey, Oolong protested, but Goku hoisted him up like a sack of potatoes under one arm. With a burst of ki, they shot into the sky. The desert stretched endlessly below them until, after several minutes, a structure appeared. A strange, dome-shaped palace rising from the sand. Looks like that's it, Bulma said. They landed near the entrance, and that's when it happened. Before Goku could react, a trapdoor opened in the sand. In a blur, ropes lashed out, yanking Bulma and Oolong off their feet. 3 figures emerged: short, blue-skinned Emperor Pilaf, the dog ninja Shu, and the deadly quiet Mai. Ha! Pilaf cackled. We've got your friends. Throw us the backpack with the Dragon Balls, or they'll regret it. Goku's eyes narrowed, a cold fury building. You're threatening them? Yes, Pilaf grinned. Now hand it over. Goku slowly held up the pack. Fine, catch. He tossed it toward them. Pilaf snatched it greedily, cackling as he opened it to see the glowing orange orbs inside. But then Goku smiled, a smile that made all 3 freeze. You know, you really should watch out for monsters. Pilaf blinked. Monsters? What are you? Too late. Goku raised his hand to the sky, ki surging around him. A glowing sphere of energy formed in his palm. With a sharp throw, he launched it upward, where it floated high above, radiating light. Burst open and mix, Goku roared. The Pilaf gang, Bulma, and Oolong stared in shock as Goku's body began to change. His muscles swelled. His shirt seemed snapping one by one. His boots dug deep into the sand as his frame expanded, bones creaking and shifting. What's happening to him? Bulma gasped. Oolong's jaw dropped. Oh no, oh no. The transformation accelerated. Fur sprouting across his skin, a tail whipping behind him like a steel whip, his face elongated, teeth sharpening, eyes glowing crimson. Within seconds, a massive shadow loomed over the desert. Where Goku had stood, a towering Oozuru, easily several stories tall, now glared down at them. His roar shook the sand, sending waves of heat and sound across the dunes. The Pilaf gang froze in place, eyes wide, legs trembling. Shu's ears flattened. Mai stepped back with her hand hovering near her gun, and Pilaf went pale. The giant ape leaned forward, his massive face lowering to their level. His voice rumbled, deep and resonant. Now, get lost. Pilaf's knees knocked together. I said. The Oozuru boomed. Drop the Dragon Balls, release Oolong, and especially Bulma. Then run before I stomp you into paste. Is that clear? Pilaf nodded so fast his head blurred, then fumbled with the rope holding Bulma and Oolong. Both dropped free, Bulma scrambling to her feet. The Dragon Balls hit the sand, rolling toward Goku's massive clawed hand. Then, the smell hit them. Pilaf's eyes went wide as he realized. He'd just wet himself. Run! The three scrambled away, kicking up a huge dust cloud behind them as they vanished into the dunes. Ozuru Goku grunted in satisfaction, then looked up at the glowing orb in the sky. With a single powerful swipe, he destroyed the fake moon, the light shattering into sparks. In moments, the towering form shrank, fur receding, bones cracking back into place until Goku stood there, back to normal and completely naked. Oolong immediately slapped his ears over his eyes. Nope, not seeing that. Bulma turned bright pink, whirling around and covering her face with both hands. Gee Goku, go to the palace and get some pants right now. A few minutes later, Goku strolled back from the palace, now wearing a pair of loose tan pants. Bulma glanced at him. Did you actually find your size? Goku smirked. Oh, these? No. You remember that desert loser and that talking cat? Turns out they were following us. He pointed behind him. A short distance away, Por lay unconscious with a lump on his head, while Yamcha lay face down in the sand, beaten and muttering incoherently. Bulma shook her head. You really don't waste time. With the final Dragon Ball in hand, she stepped forward and set all 7 in a circle on the sand. Oolong and Bulma both stared in awe as the orbs began to glow, golden light rising into the sky. A deep, thunderous voice echoed as the eternal dragon's massive form coiled above them. I am Shenron. State your wish. Bulma's mouth hung open. Wow, he's even bigger than I imagined. Oolong whispered, I can't believe this is real. Meanwhile, Goku rubbed his stomach. Man, I'm starving. Bulma gave him a look. You're always hungry. Hey, the Oozuru transformation takes a lot out of me, Goku said defensively. Bulma sighed, crossing her arms. I swear, I wish I could understand you science better. I wonder what it would be like to be like you. The dragon's eyes flared. Your wish shall be granted. Goku, Bulma, and Oolong shouted in unison, No, wait! But it was too late. Shenron's magic descended like a golden storm, swirling around Bulma's body. She gasped as her blue hair darkened to jet black, muscles tightening and growing more defined beneath her clothes. Her eyes shifted to deep, sharp black, and from just above her hips, a brown furred tail unfurled and swayed behind her. Bulma stumbled forward, looking at her hands, then at her tail. I'm a scion? Goku stared, eyes wide. Well, this just got interesting. Bulma stood frozen, her black hair swaying in the breeze, tail flicking behind her. She could feel it, power surging through her body like a raging current. Her muscles were tighter, stronger, and for the first time in her life, she wanted to fight. This is incredible, she whispered, clenching her fists. I feel different, stronger. Oolong's jaw was on the ground. She's jacked, and she's got a tail. Goku, on the other hand, was watching her with an intrigued grin. She kissed me once. Now she's a scion. This could be fun. Before he could say anything, Bulma lunged forward. Wham! Her fist shot straight at Goku's face, only for him to casually catch it in one hand. She glared at him, eyes blazing. Fight me! I want you to fight me, Goku! I feel like I've got so much energy I'll explode if I don't use it. Goku's smirk widened. Not just energy, your powers shot through the roof. You're probably over 10 times stronger than before. And with that, the two launched into a flurry of blows. Bulma's punches were faster, heavier than she'd ever imagined possible. Goku ducked, blocked, and countered, both of them grinning between strikes. For Goku, this was pure joy, sparring with someone who was both a friend and a challenge. For Bulma, it was like discovering a side of herself she never knew existed. Then, in the middle of the exchange, Goku blocked one of her punches, pulled her in close, and kissed her. Bulma froze at first, eyes wide, but then her hands gripped the front of his shirt, pulling him closer. The two scions kissed fiercely, their tails swaying wildly behind them. From a few feet away, Oolong groaned and covered his eyes with both hands. "Oh boy, young love, spare me." As their kiss broke, Bulma stayed close, a warm smile tugging at her lips. "Guess I got my wish after all." Goku grinned back. "Guess you did." Then something seemed to click in his head. "Oh, looks like I'm going to have to train you now." Bulma tilted her head. "Train me? Why?" "Well," Goku said, "now that you're a Saiyan, you're going to want to fight. Plus, you're way stronger now, probably somewhere around that old geezer Rashi's level already. And you're going to need to learn how to fly, shoot ki blasts." He smirked. "Not to mention you've got a real weakness." Bulma frowned. "Weakness? What?" Before she could finish, Goku reached behind her and grabbed her tail. Bulma's knees buckled instantly, her strength draining away. She collapsed onto the sand with a gasp. What the hell was that?" she yelled, clutching her tail. Goku shrugged, letting her go. "Tail weakness. Paralyzes most Saiyans if you grab it." Scowling, Bulma lunged forward and grabbed his tail, squeezing hard, only for Goku to stand there, completely unaffected. "Not gonna work, Bulma," he said with a smug grin. "I trained mine." "Not fair," she huffed. But then her eyes widened. "Oh crap. I have to tell my parents and my sister what happened to me." Goku chuckled. "Ha! Boy, this is gonna be something." Bulma turned to him with a glare. "And you are coming with me." Goku pointed at himself. "Me? Yes, you," Bulma said firmly. "You're my boyfriend now, and you're going to meet my parents." Goku sighed. Okay, sheesh." Chapter 4. Meeting the in-laws and training starts. The flight back to Mount Paozu was quieter than usual. Bulma's arms were wrapped tightly around Goku's shoulders, her new black hair whipping in the wind, her brown tail swaying behind her like it hadn't quite decided what to do yet. Every time she looked at it, she still couldn't believe it was real. She was a Saiyan now. When Goku touched down in front of Grandpa Gohan's house, the old man was outside tending the garden. He straightened the moment he saw them. Well, Gohan said, eyes twinkling. "The lovebirds are back already." Bulma flushed crimson. Lovebirds." Goku chuckled, setting her down. "Yeah, Grandpa about that. Something happened." Gohan's smile faded as he noticed the tail swishing behind Bulma. His jaw nearly dropped. "Good heavens, girl, what did you do?" Bulma shifted awkwardly, tugging at her capsule jacket. I may have made a teeny tiny mistake with the Dragon Balls." She wished to understand science, Goku said bluntly, crossing his arms. Shinran took it literally. Bulma's cheeks puffed out. "Hey, don't make it sound like I'm an idiot. I didn't know he'd actually turn me into one." Gohan rubbed his forehead. "Well, that's certainly a first." His gaze softened, though. "But how do you feel?" Bulma hesitated. Then a smile crept across her face. "Stronger, faster, smarter even. I feel incredible." Goku nodded firmly. "Exactly why I told her she needs training." "Training," Bulma repeated, blinking at him. "Yup," Goku said. "Flying, ki control, combat instincts. And you need to learn how to keep your tail from being a weakness. Otherwise, you're just begging to get knocked out." Bulma groaned. "Ugh, fine." She glanced at Gohan. "So, this isn't a total disaster, right?" Gohan chuckled. "Child, considering you're still breathing after making a wish on something you didn't understand, I call that a blessing. Besides," he winked, "I always wanted another grandchild." Bulma's heart warmed a little, even as her face burned red. "Gee, grandchild. Geez, you people move fast." Goku smirked. "Told you he'd call us lovebirds." Bulma jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow, but she was smiling. The next morning, the pair set off toward West City. Bulma clung tightly as Goku soared through the clouds, Capsule Corp looming in the distance like a silver and blue fortress. As they descended, Bulma's stomach knotted. Her parents, and her sister. How was she supposed to explain that she'd gone from brilliant scientist to black-haired alien girl with a monkey tail overnight? She took a deep breath as they landed on the lawn. Her father was tinkering with a hovercar nearby, while her mother waved cheerfully from the veranda. Bulma dragged Goku inside, her tail curling and twitching as she prepared herself for the lecture of a lifetime. The lavish Capsule Corp foyer was exactly as she remembered. Spotless floors, polished chrome, and the faint smell of her father's experiments lingering in the air. Her mother rushed over first, her blonde curls bouncing. "Bulma, darling, you've dyed your hair black? And, oh my, is that a tail? How very trendy." Bulma groaned. "Mom, this isn't a fashion choice." She lifted her tail for emphasis. "This is real." Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses as he stepped in from the side, eyes locking on the tail immediately. Fascinating, muscular density, fur growth, prehensile motion. My word, this is extraordinary. Bulma raised a finger. "Yeah, about that, I accidentally made a wish on the Dragon Balls. Shenron turned me into a scion." Mrs. Briefs blinked once, then twice. "What's a scion, dear?" Before Bulma could answer, her stomach growled so loud it echoed off the walls. She clutched her belly, eyes wide. "Okay, wow, I'm starving." "Me too," Goku admitted casually, rubbing his own stomach. "Oh, you poor things." Mrs. Briefs clasped her hands together and darted toward the kitchen. "Don't you worry, Mama will fix enough food for an army." 5 minutes later, the dining room table sagged under the weight of steaming dishes. Roasted meats, mountains of rice, towers of noodles, soups, breads, even entire platters of desserts. An obscene feast fit for a banquet hall. Bulma and Goku sat down. For one brief, polite second, Bulma tried to pick at her food delicately. Then the hunger hit. She dropped all pretense and tore in like a beast unleashed, shoveling down bowl after bowl with frightening speed. Goku was no better, both of them devouring the spread like it was nothing more than appetizers. Forks clinked, plates scraped, food vanished. Within minutes, half the table was bare. Dr. Briefs and Tights stood frozen in place, jaws slack. "Unbelievable," Dr. Briefs whispered. "The caloric intake alone, the digestive efficiency, where does it all go?" Tights raised an eyebrow, smirking. "So, little sis, you turn into a sexy alien warrior and suddenly eat like a starving wolf. What's next? Growing fangs?" Bulma glared between bites, cheek stuffed. "Shut up," she mumbled around her food. Goku leaned back, licking his fingers. "Don't be too shocked. She's scion now. Means she can eat like crazy, never gain a pound, and doesn't even really need to digest all of it. Our bodies burn fuel different than humans. It all just turns into energy." Dr. Briefs nearly dropped his notepad. "Impossible. That defies every known biological principle." Goku shrugged. "Scion biology doesn't care about human rules." Bulma finally sat back with a satisfied sigh, patting her stomach, though somehow it looked as flat and trim as ever. "Okay. That was amazing. I could eat twice that." Mrs. Briefs beamed, clapping her hands. "Oh, darling, I'll make dessert." Dr. Briefs muttered into his notes. "If she keeps eating like this, I'll need to expand the kitchen." Tights just laughed, shaking her head. "Well, welcome to the family, monkey girl." Bulma groaned, throwing her napkin at her sister. "Don't you start with that." Goku only smirked, tail flicking lazily behind him. "Told you training starts tomorrow. Better get used to it, girlfriend." Bulma flushed red and buried her face in her hands. The last plates were being cleared away when Tights leaned against the wall, arms folded, and smirked at her younger sister. "Well, Bulma, now that you're super strong and all." Bulma perked up proudly, until Goku cut her off, his tone matter-of-fact. "Don't get ahead of yourself. If you were born on planet Vegeta, you'd probably be at the bottom of the litter. Maybe a grunt, if that. The only thing that might have saved you is your brain. You'd get stuck in the Technician Corps." Bulma's jaw dropped. Her tail lashed irritably behind her as her cheeks puffed out. "Excuse me, did you just call me a grunt?" Goku smirked, clearly enjoying her reaction. "Just being honest." Bulma huffed, crossing her arms. But deep down, she was a little surprised at how much the insult stung. Tights, amused, slid right back into the conversation. Anyway, as I was saying, the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai is coming up soon. How about you and your boyfriend enter? Both Bulma and Goku turned bright red. Grandpa told me about that tournament, Goku said quickly, scratching the back of his head. Not really interested. But, his eyes flicked to Bulma. You should join. Me? Bulma blinked. Think of it as your first real test, Goku said, his tone turning serious. I'll train you, and if you can win while showing restraint, you pass. Bulma's eyes narrowed, a spark of challenge lighting in them. All right, you're on. But if I win without breaking a sweat, you have to take me out on a romantic dinner. Got it. The entire room froze. Dr. Briefs nearly choked on his tea. Mrs. Briefs gasped behind her hand. Tights raised her eyebrows so high they nearly disappeared into her hairline. And Goku just sat there, wide-eyed and pink-cheeked, like someone had slapped him. Why yeah, he muttered at last. Deal. Tights leaned over to whisper in Goku's ear, her grin wicked. Are all Scion girls this scary? Goku didn't even hesitate, his face dead serious. You should see them during their time of the month. Bulma's fork snapped clean in half. What was that? Everyone in the room burst out laughing, except Goku, who realized too late he just declared war with his new girlfriend. The laughter finally died down, though Bulma was still glaring daggers at Goku for his time of the month comment. Tights, however, suddenly froze as something clicked in her memory. Wait a second, she muttered, her smile fading. Scion, I've heard that word before. Everyone turned to her. She snapped her fingers. That little alien that showed up here a decade ago. What was his name? Jocko? Dr. Briefs perked up, stroking his mustache. Oh right, strange little fellow. Wore a spacesuit, had a funny accent. Called himself a galactic patrolman, I think. The instant the words left his mouth, Goku's tail bristled. His body stiffened, eyes flicking dangerously. The Galactic Patrol? He said, almost in a panic. When was he here? Tights tilted her head. So you do know him. That makes sense. He told me he was hunting for someone. A Scion. Said he was supposed to bring him back to Galactic Patrol headquarters to face judgment. Goku's eyes went wide, the blood draining from his face. Bulma quickly reached out and grabbed his hand under the table. Goku, she whispered, her voice steady. He exhaled slowly, then looked at the Briefs family, his voice low but firm. They're after me, because of what Science used to be. The room fell silent. What do you mean, son? Dr. Briefs asked carefully. Goku's jaw tightened. Science weren't heroes. We were killers, conquerors. Our people were sent to other worlds to wipe them out and sell them off. That was our purpose. That's what the Galactic Patrol knows us for. Bulma's mother gasped, covering her mouth. Goku looked down, his voice darkening. But we weren't free. We served someone far worse. A tyrant who controlled the entire galaxy. His name is Frieza. Tight's eyes went wide. Frieza? Jocko mentioned that name. Said he was one of the most dangerous beings alive. Goku nodded grimly. He's the one who destroyed my planet. Killed my people. The Galactic Patrol isn't wrong to fear us. Science did terrible things under him. That's why they want me brought in. To answer for it. The silence grew heavy. Dr. Briefs leaned back, absorbing the weight of Goku's words. Bulma squeezed his hand tighter, her expression fierce. You're not that person anymore, Goku. And if those space cops come for you, they'll have to get through me too. Goku blinked at her, surprised, but the faintest smile tugged at his lips. Tights crossed her arms, still pale. Well, this just got a lot bigger than a tournament. The room stayed heavy with silence after Goku's explanation of the Galactic Patrol. Finally, he turned toward Dr. Briefs, his expression thoughtful. Actually, Dr. Briefs, I want to ask you for a favor. The scientist blinked, lowering his notepad. A favor? Yeah, Goku said, leaning forward. Can you build a training room, one that can change gravity? I want it to mimic planet Vegeta's environment. Dr. Briefs rubbed his chin. Gravity, eh? How much stronger was your homeworld compared to Earth? Twice? 3 times? 10 times? Goku answered without hesitation. The air went dead. Bulma, Tights, and Mrs. Briefs all went wide-eyed. 10 times? Dr. Briefs finally exclaimed. That would crush a normal human flat. No wonder your race was so absurdly strong. He trailed off, muttering numbers to himself, sketching on his notepad furiously. After a moment, he looked up, his expression firm. I can do it, but it will take me at least 3 to 4 months. And I'll need something from you in return. Goku raised an eyebrow. What's that? You must have come to Earth in some kind of ship, Dr. Brief said. If you can give it to me, I can reverse engineer the technology. Maybe even push Capsule Corp far beyond its competitors. His cheeks reddened slightly. Not that I'm supposed to admit to thinking like that. Goku smirked. Heh, you got it. I'll dig it up and bring it to you. That way you can stay ahead of your rivals. Dr. Briefs coughed, embarrassed, but nodded gratefully. In the meantime, Goku continued, Bulma and I will train with Grandpa on Mount Pozu, but there's one more thing. He looked at Bulma seriously. I need my Scion armor remade. Bulma tilted her head. Why? That old stuff doesn't even fit you anymore. Goku leaned close, lowering his voice so only she could hear. Because when I train you in the Great Ape form, you don't want to lose all your clothes. Scion armor stretches. Bulma's face turned beet red in an instant. What? Mrs. Briefs giggled innocently. Oh my little girl, turning into a giant monkey and losing her clothes? How embarrassing. Tights snorted. Sounds about right for Bulma. Shut up, all of you, Bulma squeaked, covering her face with both hands. Goku just grinned, tail flicking behind him. The next morning, the sun rose over West City as Goku and Bulma prepared to leave. Bulma climbed onto his back, her arms wrapped snugly around his shoulders, her new Scion tail swishing restlessly. From the Capsule Corp runway, Dr. Briefs and Tights watched their figures launch skyward, boarding a small capsule plane to follow them to Mount Paozu. As the plane hummed through the clouds, Tights leaned against her seat with a mischievous smirk. Dad, why is Bulma riding piggyback instead of using her own capsule tech? Dr. Briefs chuckled, eyes still on the horizon. Because, sweetheart, it looks to me like your sister really did find her soulmate. Tights' smirk widened. Heh, thought so. By midday, they touched down at the familiar mountainside. Grandpa Gohan was already outside, sweeping the porch. His eyes lit up as Goku landed with Bulma on his back, her black hair gleaming in the sunlight, tail curling nervously. Goku, Bulma, he called warmly. Then his eyes landed on the plane descending nearby. And guests. Dr. Briefs and Tights landed and disembarked. Introductions came quickly, Gohan bowing politely, Dr. Briefs eagerly shaking his hand, Tights scanning the humble home with curious eyes. When it was time for Dr. Briefs and Tights to return to West City, Tights stood on the porch with a sly grin plastered across her face. Well, she said, dusting off her jacket, Dad and I will get started on that gravity chamber and the ship study. But, she paused, eyes darting between Goku and Bulma. Her grin turned wicked. Don't make me an ant just yet. The words echoed across the yard. Bulma froze like a deer in headlights, her face exploding crimson. Goku nearly dropped the training pack he was carrying, his own cheeks burning as his tail whipped nervously behind him. What? Bulma screeched. Tights laughed, waving as she climbed into the plane. Later, lovebirds. Dr. Briefs gave an awkward cough, muttering something about siblings and their jokes before the capsule plane lifted off into the sky. On the ground, Goku rubbed the back of his neck, still red as a tomato. Bulma buried her face in her hands, groaning. Grandpa Gohan chuckled softly. Heh, looks like this training is going to be even more interesting than I thought. Grandpa Gohan led them out to a quiet clearing, the morning mist still clinging to the trees. He sat cross-legged on a flat stone, his eyes closed. "The first step," he said calmly, "is focus. A warrior who cannot control their mind will never control their body. Bulma, sit here." Bulma plopped down reluctantly, folding her legs. Her tail twitched behind her as she tried to mimic Gohan's calm breathing. "Close your eyes," Goku said. "Picture your ki as a flame inside you. Feed it with air, let it burn hotter, but don't let it explode. Control it." Bulma frowned. "That sounds easy enough." 10 seconds later, she cracked one eye open. "Is anything supposed to happen?" Goku smirked. "Patience, Bulma. If you can't meditate, you'll never get ki control. But don't worry, I've got a different method to burn off that extra energy." He clapped his hands. "Push-ups. Now." Bulma blinked. "Wait, what? You're serious?" "Of course," Goku said, dropping to the ground and effortlessly rattling off 50 in 10 seconds. "We'll start simple. You keep up with me." Bulma rolled her eyes, but followed. At first it wasn't so bad. Her new Scion strength made the movements feel light. She smirked. "Ha! This is easy." But Goku didn't stop. 100, 200, 300. By the time she hit 300, Bulma's arms trembled like jelly. Sweat rolled down her forehead. "Gee Goku, I think I'm dying." "Wrong," Goku said flatly. "You're just warming up. Next, sit-ups." "What?" "400, he said with a grin. Bulma groaned but flopped onto her back, pulling herself up again and again until she thought her abs would tear apart. By the time she collapsed at 400, her face was beet red, her tail limp on the grass. "This is insane," she gasped. "I'm your girlfriend. How can you torture me like this?" Goku crouched over her, smirking. "Exactly because you're my girlfriend. And one more thing, if you complain again, no dinner tonight." Bulma froze. Her eyes went wide. "You wouldn't." "Try me," he said. Her jaw clenched. Then, with a furious cry, she jumped back to her feet and charged into the next set like a madwoman, training harder than ever before. Grandpa Gohan chuckled from his rock, stroking his beard. "Heh, works every time. A Scion's stomach is the greatest motivator." 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. By now Bulma had fallen into her training routine, morning meditation, push-ups, sit-ups, sparring with Goku, and ki control exercises until her body ached. She still couldn't fully fly, but she could lift off the ground for a few seconds at a time, and she was beginning to sense faint traces of ki around her. To Goku's surprise, she soaked it up like a sponge. Every day she pushed herself harder. Every day, she impressed him a little more. That night, the three of them sat around Grandpa Gohan's low table, steam rising from a dinner that smelled heavenly. Bulma moaned happily after her first bite. This is so good, Grandpa. Honestly, your cooking is better than some 5-star restaurants I've visited." The old man chuckled, his cheeks wrinkling. "Heh, you flatter me, girl." But as the meal went on, Goku's sharp eyes narrowed. He noticed the spread was different tonight. Extra rich, extra carefully prepared. Even the side dishes had a warmth to them. He set his chopsticks down and frowned. "All right, Grandpa, spill it. Why are you trying so hard to butter us up tonight?" Gohan waved his hands innocently. "Me? Nothing at all." Goku's stare didn't budge. His tail flicked once in irritation. "Grandpa!" The old man sighed in defeat. He reached behind a pot and sheepishly pulled out a folded letter. "Fine, you got me. I received this a few days ago." He cleared his throat. "It's from Rashi. He's training 3 new students, and he wants you 2 to test them." Both Goku and Bulma froze, chopsticks slipping from their hands. "OHH hell and oh," they shouted together. Now, Gohan said quickly, holding his palms up. "I know Rashi's eccentric, but he was my master. Please just do this for me. Consider it a favor for an old man." He leaned forward, giving them his best wide-eyed puppy dog look. Bulma groaned and covered her face with her hands. You're playing dirty. Goku scowled, then sighed in defeat. Fine. But if he tries anything near Bulma. Bulma cut him off sharply, slamming her fist onto the table. Don't worry, Goku. I can take care of myself. One pervy remark, and I'll break every bone in his wrinkled old body. The air grew quiet for a moment. Grandpa Gohan could only pray silently. Please behave yourself this time, Rashi. Goku leaned forward, still frowning. All right, Grandpa. Who exactly are these 3 students of Rashi's? Gohan rubbed the back of his neck. Well, you won't believe this, but one of them is Chi-Chi. There was a beat of silence. Bulma's lips curved into a sharp smile. She cracked her knuckles loudly. Oh, that jealous little brat. I call dibs. Goku's eyes widened. Hey, come on, Bulma. I know she's annoying, but you don't have to kill her. Gohan raised both hands quickly. Now, no killing. Bulma, remember Ox King is like a brother to me. Chi-Chi is his daughter. Bulma smirked, tail flicking behind her. Don't worry, old man. I don't need to kill her. Just give her a little reminder of who really won. Then she leaned over and planted a quick kiss on Goku's cheek. His entire face turned scarlet, tail stiffening like a board. Bulma. Bulma just grinned, smug as ever. Goku coughed and tried to steer the conversation back on track. Anyway, who are the other 2? Gohan stroked his beard. One's a monk named Krillin. The other, well, a former desert bandit by the name of Yamcha. The moment the name left his lips, both Goku and Bulma burst into laughter so hard they nearly fell over. Ha 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 ha. Bulma gasped, clutching her stomach. That guy. Goku was red in the face from laughing. Grandpa, you don't understand. Last time we met, I punched him so hard he made a crater the size of a house. And when he saw me, Bulma added, wiping a tear from her eye, he practically wet himself. And don't forget at Pilaf's palace, Goku said, still wheezing with laughter. He thought we didn't notice him and his talking cat sneaking around. I knocked him out cold and… Goku snorted, struggling to breathe through his laughter. And I stole his pants. Bulma completely lost it, falling backward onto the tatami mat as tears streamed down her face. Grandpa Gohan, meanwhile, just stared at them with wide eyes, completely bewildered. What in the world did you 2 get into out there? Next morning. The trip across the ocean was long, but Goku carried Bulma piggyback without complaint. She clung tight, her hair whipping in the wind, eyes narrowed in concentration. Remember, Goku said, this is part of your test. Use your ki sensing. Find Rashi's island. Bulma closed her eyes, trying to feel the faint sparks of energy in the distance. At first, it was like grasping smoke, slipping through her mental fingers. But slowly, steadily, 3 distinct signatures shimmered into focus, like candle flames on the horizon. One was bright and steady, 2 others weaker but noticeable. Her eyes snapped open. There, to the east. I can feel them. Goku grinned. Good job. You're learning fast. Moments later, they descended on a tiny island with a single house and a beach full of students. Rashi stood outside, sunglasses gleaming, flanked by 3 figures. Chi-Chi, a bald monk, and a familiar bandit. Beside them was a girl with blue hair Bulma didn't recognize. Bulma leaned closer, whispering, "Who's the girl?" Goku shrugged. "Don't know." As they touched down, Rashi stepped forward, stroking his beard. His eyes darted to Bulma's black hair, and a lecherous grin spread across his face. Well, what have we?" But then he froze. His grin died the moment he felt her ki. His jaw tightened, sweat forming on his brow. Her power, massive. That's higher than my students combined. Before Rashi could speak, Chi-Chi's eyes landed on Goku. Her face lit up, then instantly darkened when she saw Bulma still clinging to his back. "What is she still doing with you, Goku?" Chi-Chi snapped, fists clenched. Bulma smirked, slid off Goku's back, and without a word kissed him on the cheek. Then, with a flourish, She untied the sash at her wrist and unfurled her brown tail, letting it sway freely. Chi-Chi's eyes nearly popped out of her head. And no way! Bulma's smirk widened. That's right. I'm a scion now. Goku trained me himself. Shenron's magic may have started it, but I'm here to stay. Rashi and the others stared in shock, unable to process it. Even Yamcha stumbled back, muttering, "No way! No way!" Chi-Chi, however, screamed at the top of her lungs. "No, you did this on purpose. You just wanted to steal my Goku." Bulma's smile turned sharp as a knife. "How about a little wager, then? Winner keeps him." The air went dead silent. Goku's tail bristled and his face turned bright red. "Hey, I'm not some carnival trophy you can win at a booth." But Chi-Chi was already fuming, fire in her eyes. "Fine, if that's what it takes. I'll prove I'm the only one worthy of him." Bulma cracked her knuckles, her tail swishing like a predator preparing to strike. "Bring it on, brat." Rashi swallowed hard, suddenly wishing he'd never written that letter to Gohan. Chi-Chi wasted no time. With a fierce battle cry, she charged across the sand and swung a full-force punch straight at Bulma's face. Wham! The blow connected cleanly against Bulma's cheek. And nothing happened. Bulma didn't flinch. She didn't even blink. She just stood there, a calm smile spreading across her face. That tickled. Chi-Chi's jaw dropped. Before she could react, Bulma's tail lashed out like a whip, smacking Chi-Chi across the torso and sending her tumbling across the sand like a rag doll. The younger girl scrambled back to her feet, face burning with humiliation and fury. "You!" She rushed again, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, each one faster and harder than the last. Bulma, completely unfazed, raised only her right hand, casually blocking every strike like she was swatting away bugs. Bam, 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 bam. The island shook with the rapid exchange, though only one of them was actually working up a sweat. Then ring ring. Bulma's pocket buzzed. "Oh, hold on," she said casually, slipping her phone out with her free hand. She pressed it to her ear while still blocking Chi-Chi's furious assault. "Hello? Oh, hey Tights. What's up?" Across from her, Chi-Chi's kicks and punches grew wilder, her face red with exertion. Bulma's smile widened as she listened. "The armor's ready? You'll bring it over in 2 days? Perfect. Thanks, sis." She hung up, slipped the phone back into her pocket, and finally turned her eyes back on her opponent. "Sorry about that," she said cheerfully. "Phone call." Chi-Chi's face twisted with rage. "I'll kill yo." Wham! Bulma's fist shot forward, landing square against Chi-Chi's forehead. She didn't even put her full strength into it, barely 20%. But it was enough to send Chi-Chi flying backward and collapsing into the sand, unconscious in a heap. The island went silent. Bulma dusted off her hands, flicked her tail once, and sighed. Well, that wasn't even a warm-up. Rashi's sunglasses nearly slid off his face. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged terrified looks, and Goku could only pinch the bridge of his nose, trying not to laugh. Chi-Chi was dragged inside by Rashi to sleep off her humiliation. Krillin and Yamcha still looked pale, sweat dripping down their brows. "All right, you two," Rashi said firmly, his voice suddenly serious. "Let this be a lesson. No matter how strong you think you are, there's always someone stronger out there. Always." He adjusted his sunglasses toward Bulma and Goku. "And today, these two reminded you of that. Be grateful." Both young men bowed respectfully. "Yes, Master Rashi." Once the tension eased, formal introductions were made. Krillin shuffled forward with a polite bow. "Nice to meet you. Name's Krillin." "Goku," Goku replied, shaking his hand. He then turned to Yamcha with a sly grin. "Hey Yamcha, did you manage to get a new pair of pants yet?" Yamcha's face burned crimson. He opened his mouth to protest, but quickly closed it again, remembering what happened last time. He looked away with a groan while Poir floated nearby, trying not to giggle. Rashi cleared his throat. Now, enough teasing. Since you've come all this way, why don't you join us for dinner?" The word dinner lit up Goku's and Bulma's faces instantly. "We're in," they said together. Inside the house, the aroma of rice, fish, and stew filled the air. As everyone gathered around the low table, a woman with blue hair and a gentle smile set down a platter. Master, who's this?" Bulma asked curiously. "Oh, this is lunch," Rashi said casually. Krillin leaned closer, whispering so only Goku and Bulma could hear. "Honestly, Rashi said he wouldn't train us unless we brought him a pretty girl. So we found her." Both Scions deadpanned in perfect unison, slowly turning their eyes on Rashi. The old master coughed nervously into his tea. "Hey, training is all about motivation, you know?" Dinner went smoothly enough, though the table quickly learned that Bulma could now rival Goku in appetite, something that horrified Krillin and Yamcha in equal measure. Midway through, Bulma set down her bowl and looked squarely at Rashi. "So, your students are going to compete in the upcoming Tenkaichi Budokai, right?" Rashi nodded. "That's right. It'll be their first chance to test their strength." "Good," Bulma said with a smirk, "because I'm entering too." The table froze. Rashi raised an eyebrow. "You? A rookie?" "She's no rookie anymore." Goku cut in, grinning. "But I already told her. She's only allowed to use 10% of her strength. If she can still win like that." He scratched his cheek, blushing faintly. "Then I owe her a romantic dinner." Chi-Chi, sitting at the far end of the table with her head still bandaged, almost flipped the entire table in rage. Romantic dinner? With Goku? Her fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. But then, a devious thought crossed her mind. "Fine. If I can beat her at the tournament, I'll humiliate her in front of everyone. Then Goku will see who really belongs at his side." Across the table, Bulma smirked knowingly, tail flicking lazily behind her. Chapter 5. The bloom of a scion rose. The sky above Mount Paozu shimmered orange in the late afternoon, the sun dipping low as two figures cut across the horizon. Goku soared easily, his tail whipping behind him in the breeze, while behind him Bulma wobbled through the air, arms flailing slightly, sweat dripping down her brow. "Come on, Bulma. Keep your focus," Goku called back, laughing. "You're almost there." Bulma gritted her teeth, fighting to keep her ki steady. "Easy for you to say. You've been flying since you were, what, in diapers? Some of us just learned this last week." Still, she pushed herself forward, the muscles in her arms trembling as if she were swimming through air. She nearly dropped once, but the thought of Goku laughing at her spurred her on. Finally, the treetops of Mount Paozu appeared below, the familiar cabin nestled at the clearing. With a loud gasp, Bulma touched down, stumbling onto her knees. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. "I made it. I actually made it." She looked up, her face flushed red from the effort, hair sticking out at odd angles. "See? I told you, you're getting the hang of it," Goku said proudly, patting her shoulder. "You didn't even crash this time." "Ha, ha. Very funny," Bulma muttered, rolling her eyes, but a small smile tugged at her lips anyway. Waiting for them near the porch was Tights, her arms folded, a sly grin plastered across her face. Well, look who finally dragged themselves home. Took you long enough, Bulma." "What did he do? Make you fly the whole way back?" Bulma shot her sister a glare. "Yes, and I survived. Thank you very much." Tights chuckled. "Guess Scion training really does toughen you up. Though, her eyes flicked to Bulma's hair, still frizzed from the wind. "Maybe not your looks." Before Bulma could snap back, a warm, savory smell drifted out from inside the cabin. Her stomach growled loudly, and Goku perked up. "Smells like Grandpa cooked," he said, racing inside. Bulma followed, and sure enough, Grandpa Gohan stood by the stove, ladling steaming noodles into bowls. The scent of miso and pork filled the air, the broth bubbling perfectly. "I figured you two would be starving after all that training," Gohan said kindly, setting the bowls on the table. "So I made ramen, extra pork for Goku, and a little spice for Bulma." Bulma's eyes lit up instantly. "You made ramen? For me?" She sat down and dug in, twirling the noodles with her chopsticks and slurping greedily. The rich, savory flavor hit her tongue, and she let out a little moan of delight. Oh my God! This is amazing. You're wasted as just a grandpa. You could open a restaurant. Gohan chuckled. I'll take that as a compliment. Meanwhile, Goku was already halfway through his third bowl, broth dripping down his chin. See, Bulma? Flying all the way back was worth it. You get ramen as a reward. Bulma shot him a glare but kept eating, unable to hide the bliss on her face. Between the warmth of the food, the comfort of the cabin, and Goku's goofy grin, she felt, just for a moment, like this really was home. Dinner wound down with empty bowls stacked high and Goku leaning back, patting his stomach with a satisfied grin. Bulma, for once, was too full to argue about his messy eating. Tights stretched her arms and stood, carrying a capsule case to the center of the room. Well, she said with a teasing smirk, I didn't just come here to laugh at my sister struggling to fly. I brought something special. With a click, she popped open the capsule. Poof! A sleek pair of Scion armors appeared, complete with form-fitting spandex undersuits. Bulma's eyes widened. Oh, this looks amazing. Spandex. Huh? I love the material. She pressed the fabric between her fingers, smirking at how smooth and light it was. Tights laughed. You would. Don't get any weird ideas. Sis, this is battle gear, not a fashion line. Goku was already slipping his on. His version had long pants, no sleeves, and protective plates across the chest and shoulders. He twisted his arms and legs, nodding in approval. Wow, this feels good. Not heavy at all. Bulma's armor was cut different, short sleeves and short legs to allow more flexibility. She admired herself in the mirror, spinning once and grinning. Okay, I look incredible. Forget battle gear. This is the best outfit I've ever had. Of course you'd say that, Tights muttered, rolling her eyes, though she was smiling. Later that night, the four of them sat around the small table, the lamp casting a soft golden glow across the cabin. Gohan sipped tea, Tights scribbled notes in her journal, and Bulma leaned against Goku, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Goku, she asked suddenly, you mentioned before that you were in a squad as a kid. Was that true? He nodded casually. Correct. I was 6. I got assigned to a group with the Prince of all Science. He was about a year older than me. There were some other elites too. And my brother, Raditz. Bulma perked up. Wait. You were on a team with a prince? Tights leaned forward with a sly grin. And what was this prince like? Strong? Brave? Cute? Goku blinked, scratching his cheek. Cute? Well, let's just say there were people who thought little of him. Grandpa Gohan chuckled into his cup. Now, Goku, you shouldn't sell him short. You told me once. You believe he'll rise to his task one day. Both sisters tilted their heads, confused. Task? Bulma asked. Goku smiled faintly, remembering. The prince, he's a strong warrior. But back then, I was a year younger than him and already a head taller. So, in short, our future king would have to stand on a box if he wanted to look me in the eyes. There was a long pause. Then Bulma snorted. Tights broke into a giggle. Within seconds, both sisters were doubled over, laughing so hard they nearly fell off their seats. Why your king? On a box. Bulma wheezed, tears at the corners of her eyes. Tights clutched her stomach. That is the least intimidating image I've ever heard. Even Gohan chuckled warmly, though he shook his head. 2 months passed on Mount Paozu in a blur of sweat, sore muscles, and long nights under the stars. Goku trained Bulma relentlessly, sparring, ki control, flight drills, meditation. By the end of the 2nd month, her power level had climbed to 500, impressive even by Scion standards. Goku, of course, had risen higher still, breaking past 2,500, but what really grew in that time wasn't just their strength. Between ramen dinners with Grandpa Gohan and quiet moments after training, Goku and Bulma had gotten closer. When they laughed, it was natural. When they argued, it ended in smiles. And when they looked at each other, something more than training sparked between them. But one challenge still loomed. the Oozuru form. The first 4 attempts had ended in disaster. Goku would create a power ball, his fake moon, and Bulma's body would twist and expand, first sprouting, eyes glowing red. Each time she lost control within moments, roaring and thrashing. Each time, Goku had to knock her out before she tore the mountainside apart. Now, on attempt number 5, the air was tense. Gohan stood with his staff ready, just in case. Goku raised his hand to the sky, a glowing white orb forming. "All right, Bulma, you're ready this time. Just remember, don't fight it. Breathe. Control it." The orb shot upward, flooding the clearing with silvery white light. Bulma's head snapped up. Her pupils shrank. Her body trembled as her muscles bulged, fur ripping across her arms and legs, her form shooting skyward as her shadow swallowed the trees. With a thunderous roar, she became Oozuru. The ground shook under her massive feet. Her tail whipped like a giant whip. Gohan tensed, ready for the worst. But then, "Goku!" The booming voice echoed strangely, deep and guttural. I can talk." Goku's eyes widened, a grin breaking across his face. "You did it. Bulma, you're in control." The giant ape form trembled, Bulma clutching her head. It's so much power. Hard to keep steady." Her massive hands clenched into fists, the trees around her swaying from the sheer force of her breathing. "Feels like I'm about to break apart." "Don't fight the power," Goku called up to her, flying up near her face. "Use it. Flow with it, not against it. You're stronger than you think." Bulma's glowing red eyes flicked toward him. For a moment, her face twisted, the beast inside fighting to take control. Then she sucked in a breath, steadying herself. Slowly, her shaking eased. She stood taller, her breathing steadier. I think I've got it." The clearing was silent. Gohan lowered his staff, staring in awe. For the first time, Bulma Briefs, the girl who once relied on gadgets and wit, stood tall as a controlled Oozuru, her voice booming but her words her own. And down below, Goku's smile couldn't have been prouder. The ground still trembled faintly as Bulma shrank back down from her Oozuru form, fur fading and her normal body returning. She collapsed to her knees, panting hard but with a triumphant grin. "I did it finally." Goku swooped down and offered her a hand, his grin wide and proud. "Told you could do it. You're amazing, Bulma." Before she could respond, the sound of an engine hummed overhead. A Capsule Corp hovercar descended, sleek and silver, and out stepped Tights, her long hair fluttering in the breeze. She adjusted her sunglasses and waved casually. "Hey lovebirds, miss me?" Bulma groaned, still catching her breath. "Oh great, the peanut gallery's back." Tights smirked but wasted no time, hauling a capsule case out of the trunk. "Well, maybe you'll forgive me when you hear the news. The gravity room's finished. Dad finished calibrating it this morning. It can safely simulate up to 10 times Earth's gravity." Both Goku and Bulma froze. Their tired expressions melted into wide smiles. 10 times? Goku's eyes lit up, fists tightening with excitement. "That's perfect. Training like that'll make us way stronger." Bulma's grin spread to match his. "Finally, I was getting bored of just blowing up mountains. This is gonna push us to the next level." Grandpa Gohan, leaning on his staff, chuckled softly. "You two never stop, do you?" His tone was gentle, but there was pride in his eyes. Bulma stood, brushing herself off, and stepped over to hug him tightly. "Thank you, Gohan, for everything. I don't think I'd be standing here if it weren't for you." The old man chuckled, patting her back. "Nonsense, child. You had the fire in you already. I just helped stoke it a little." Goku stepped up too, grinning sheepishly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. We'll come visit soon. Promise." "Make sure you do," Gohan said, his voice warm but a little wistful. Minutes later, Bulma and Goku boarded Tight's hovercar, the Capsule Corp logo gleaming in the sunlight. As the vehicle rose and turned toward West City, Bulma looked out the window at Mount Paozu shrinking in the distance. Her heart felt heavy leaving behind the quiet little home that had become so important, but when she glanced at Goku, already excitedly talking about how they'd train under crushing gravity. She felt a surge of determination. 2 more months? She whispered, clenching her fist. Then, at the Tenkaichi Budokai, everyone's going to see just how far we've come. Tights smirked in the driver's seat, sunglasses catching the afternoon light. Oh, they'll see all right, especially when you two start breaking floors just by walking. The hovercar streaked off toward West City, carrying the young Scion duo into the next stage of their growth. Gravity training that would change everything. The hum of machinery filled the Capsule Corp gravity chamber, the walls glowing with faint blue lines. Goku twisted the dial with a casual grin. All right, let's start simple. 5 times Earth's gravity. The room shuddered, and the weight hit instantly. Goku bent his knees slightly, then relaxed, rolling his shoulders with ease. Heh, feels kinda nice, like carrying a backpack. Bulma, on the other hand, staggered the moment the pressure hit. Her legs shook as if she were trudging through quicksand, sweat dripping down her brow almost instantly. Backpack? This feels like I'm walking with cement blocks on my feet. Goku scratched his head. Sheepish. You'll get used to it. 2 weeks later, she had. Both of them were sparring comfortably at 8 times gravity, blows shaking the reinforced walls. Bulma's strikes were sharper, faster, her power climbing higher every day. But no matter how serious training was, they weren't machines. One evening, after an especially brutal spar, the two collapsed side by side on the training floor, drenched in sweat and panting. Bulma turned her head toward him, hair sticking to her face. Goku, I've got an idea. How about just once we do something normal? Go to a movie. Or dinner. Goku blinked. Dinner? Sure, why not? He grinned. As long as they've got meat. Bulma smirked, satisfied. Good answer. Then it's a date. The next morning, however, a problem emerged. When she tried to pull on one of her usual capsule outfits, the seams split around her biceps with a loud rip. What the? She tried another. This time, the shirt tore across her shoulders the moment she flexed. Bulma groaned, staring at the pile of ruined clothes. Great. Training turned me into Miss Universe, and now nothing fits. With an exasperated sigh, she crossed her arms. Well, looks like we're going shopping, and you're coming with me. Goku's eyes went wide. Wait, shopping? A few hours later, he found himself slumped in a chair inside West City's biggest boutique, his chin resting in his palm as Bulma paraded outfit after outfit out of the changing room. Dresses, skirts, jumpsuits. Each one either clung too tightly to her new muscles or was tossed aside with a dramatic, ugh. No, this one's awful. Goku groaned, staring at the ceiling. Man, what kind of training is this? I thought gravity was tough, but this is hell. From inside the changing room, Bulma's voice rang out. Oh, quit whining. You agreed to come because I'm taking you to the best restaurant in the city. All you can eat. Instantly, Goku sat upright, eyes sparkling. All you can eat? Okay, fine. Keep trying stuff on. Take your time. Bulma smirked as she stepped out in a sleek blue dress that hugged her new figure. That's what I thought. The restaurant was packed when they arrived, but within minutes the atmosphere shifted. Goku and Bulma tore through plate after plate, the sound of forks clattering, bowls emptying, and Goku's laughter echoing like a battle cry. By the time dessert arrived, the staff was in shambles. For waiters had already stormed off mid-shift, muttering about monsters in human skin. The manager clutched his head behind the counter, calculating how many profits this one table was going to destroy. Goku leaned back, spoon in hand, smirking over the mountain of empty plates. I've gotta admit, this was worth the shopping spree. Bulma was halfway through a sundae the size of his head. Heh, told ya it was a good idea. Best date ever. Then, her tone softened as she tapped her spoon against the bowl. Hey Goku, after the tournament, how about we go Dragon Ball hunting again? Goku tilted his head, swallowing a bite of cake. Huh? What for? Planning to turn Tights into a Scion. Bulma laughed, shaking her head. Very funny. No, silly. I was thinking, Why don't we revive your parents? And your brother, too. The spoon slipped from Goku's fingers, clattering against the table. His wide eyes locked on her, shock written all over his face. Revive my parents? And Raditz? Bulma nodded firmly. Yeah, you talk about them sometimes, and I can tell you miss them, even Raditz, annoying as he probably is. I want to meet them, to introduce myself, and maybe give you a chance to have your family back. For a long moment, Goku just sat there, silent, emotions swirling behind his eyes. He scratched the back of his head slowly. My mom. She wasn't that strong. My brother, Raditz, he was a weakling compared to most elites. But, my dad. He paused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. My dad was on a whole other level, a real warrior. And yet, I'd love to see him again. Bulma reached across the table, placing her hand over his. Then it's settled. After the tournament, we'll find the Dragon Balls. Goku's grin returned, brighter than ever. And when we do, I'll get to introduce them to my girlfriend. Bulma blinked, then smirked, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Girlfriend, huh? Took you long enough to say it out loud. Goku chuckled, already imagining the reunion. Raditz is gonna die of jealousy when he sees you. Bulma laughed, spooning the last of her ice cream with a mischievous grin. Then I can't wait to meet him. 3 weeks of hellish training later, the gravity chamber finally powered down with a hiss. Goku and Bulma collapsed onto the reinforced floor, both drenched in sweat, their chests heaving. The digital readout on the control panel still glowed. 10x gravity sustained, complete. Bulma wiped her forehead and smirked through her exhaustion. 3 weeks straight at 10 times gravity, not bad. But you know what? Once the tournament's done, I'm personally upgrading this thing. 20 times at least. Goku sat up, grinning ear to ear despite the bruises across his arms. Heh, I can't wait. With that kind of training, nobody'll be able to keep up with us. The scouter readout from Capsule Corp confirmed their leaps in strength. Goku power level, 3,500. Bulma power level, 980. It was time. The Capsule Corp jet touched down outside the Tenkaichi Budokai grounds, and the two stepped out to a roar of the waiting crowd. Goku wore his blue Scion armor proudly, the chest plate gleaming under the sun. Beside him, Bulma strutted in her black capsule spandex, her physique leaner, harder, more defined than ever. She couldn't wear armor in the tournament, but she didn't need it. They were greeted at the gates by familiar faces. Master Roshi, cane in hand and sunglasses gleaming, Yamcha with his confident grin, and Krillin bouncing on his heels. Goku! Chi-Chi's voice rang out, full of excitement. She rushed up and greeted him warmly, only for her smile to falter the instant her eyes fell on Bulma. The spandex hugged every curve of Bulma's more muscular body, her biceps flexing as she adjusted her gloves. Chi-Chi paled, jaw tightening in disbelief. Wait, she's competing? Rashi, of course, had his usual reaction. He whistled, his nose twitching as he ogled Bulma. Well now, what a fine young. He froze mid-sentence. Because in that moment, Bulma released her full power. The air trembled around her as her ki surged outward, dust whipping across the courtyard. Rashi's glasses nearly slipped off his nose as his old warrior instincts screamed at him. D-damn. He muttered, his voice low with awe. You're almost 10 times stronger than before. Bulma smirked and crossed her arms. Don't worry, old man. Goku and I talked it over. I'll only use 10% of my power in the matches. That should keep things fair. The courtyard went silent. Rashi, Krillin, Yamcha, and even Chi-Chi stood frozen, mouths agape. 10%? Yamcha swallowed hard. If that's 10%, what the hell's her 100 look like? Goku just chuckled, folding his arms proudly beside her. Guess we're about to find out. The crowd roared again as the announcer called the fighters to line up. The strongest Tenkaichi Budokai in history was about to begin. The tournament hall buzzed with excitement as the preliminaries began. Dozens of hopeful fighters lined up, some stretching, others glaring at the competition. The announcer rattled off the rules, but Bulma barely paid attention. She cracked her knuckles, her capsule spandex flexing with the motion, and smirked. "Piece of cake," she muttered. Meanwhile, Goku had waved cheerfully to the others and disappeared the second the announcer said spectators were allowed to leave during prelims. By the time Bulma stepped into her first fight, Goku was already 3 streets down at a restaurant, a mountain of plates building up in front of him as chefs frantically cooked to keep pace. Back at the arena, the results were predictable. Bulma entered the ring, faced her opponent, and with one clean punch, bam, down they went. Another round, another fighter flat on the floor. Some were launched clear across the room, others just crumpled in place. Not once did she break a sweat. Within an hour, the names of the finalists were called: Bulma Briefs, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chi-Chi. Krillin was practically bouncing with excitement when he ran into the restaurant to grab Goku. "You should have seen her, Goku. She knocked everyone out with one punch. People didn't even see it coming. Bam! Lights out." Goku looked up from his 12th bowl of ramen, slurping the last noodle. He grinned like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Heh, that's my girl." Without hesitation, he leaned over and planted a kiss right on Bulma's lips as she slid into the booth beside him. Yamcha froze mid-step. Krillin nearly dropped his plate of dumplings. Chi-Chi, who had followed them in, went white as a sheet before her face burned red. You idiot!" she screeched, stomping her foot so hard the floor cracked. "I've had enough. Goku is mine, and that's that." The entire restaurant went silent. Goku blinked, confused, still chewing. Bulma, however, slowly set her chopsticks down, eyes narrowing with a calm smirk. "All right, girlie," she said sweetly, standing up and dusting off her spandex. "Tell you what, if you beat me in the tournament, you can have him." Chi-Chi's jaw dropped. Then she clenched her fists, teeth grinding. Fine. You'll regret underestimating me." Krillin leaned toward Yamcha, whispering nervously, Is anyone else worried that Chi-Chi just signed her own death warrant?" Yamcha nodded quickly. "Yep, totally dead." Goku just grinned, scratching his cheek. "Heh, this is gonna be fun." The crowd roared as the quarterfinals were announced. The very first match drew the loudest cheers. Bulma Briefs versus Chi-Chi. Goku leaned forward in his seat, excited, while Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances. The tension between the two women had been obvious since the restaurant incident. Now it was about to explode in front of everyone. The gong rang. Chi-Chi rushed forward, fists flying in a flurry of punches and kicks. Each one was sharp, practiced, and precise, but Bulma barely moved. She raised her arms lazily, blocking every strike with minimal effort. Her expression never changed from a cool, faint smirk. The crowd gasped. "She's not even trying," someone whispered. Chi-Chi snarled, sweat dripping down her brow as she unleashed another combination. Still, Bulma blocked them as if she were swatting flies. Finally, Chi-Chi's temper snapped. "You think you're so tough? You're nothing but an ugly, muscle-headed, dumb, fat freak." The arena went dead silent. From the stands, Goku's face drained of color. He shot to his feet and yelled, "Chi-Chi, shut up now, or it's already too late." But it was too late. Bulma froze mid-block. Slowly, she lowered her guard and tilted her head, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Her voice came out calm, too calm. "What? Did you just call me shrimp?" Chi-Chi opened her mouth to snap back, but she never got the chance. Bulma's aura flared violently, the ground beneath her feet cracking. In the next instant, she lunged, catching Chi-Chi's punch in her palm and twisting it aside with brutal ease. The smirk vanished, replaced by raw fury. What followed wasn't a fight. It was a beating. Bulma hammered Chi-Chi with a storm of strikes. Punches to the gut, knees to the ribs, and elbow across the jaw. The crowd winced with each impact, the sound of fists slamming against flesh echoing across the arena. Chi-Chi stumbled, tried to counter, but Bulma's blows rained down like a thunderstorm. Finally, Bulma grabbed her by the collar, hoisted her up, and slammed her into the tiles hard enough to crater the floor. "Ugly? Dumb? Fat?" Bulma growled, towering over her opponent, her muscles trembling with fury. Say that again, and you'll be eating through a straw for the rest of your life. Chi-Chi coughed, unable to rise. The referee, pale as a ghost, called it W winner, Bulma briefs. The crowd erupted into stunned cheers. Back in the stands, Krillin leaned toward Goku nervously. What the hell was that? She looked ready to kill Chi-Chi. Goku sighed heavily, rubbing his forehead. Thanks to her Saiyan genes, Bulma's a lot more sensitive about insults to her body now. Saiyan women, in particular, they get really pissed when somebody body shames them. Chi-Chi couldn't have picked a worse insult. Krillin gulped. Remind me never to call her buff. Good idea, Goku muttered, watching Bulma walk off the stage, her eyes still burning with fury. Back in the waiting room, Bulma was still pacing, arms crossed and scowl etched deep on her face. Her aura had finally calmed, but she was still radiating frustration. Goku stepped up beside her, tilting his head. Bulma, you overdid it out there. She turned to snap back, but stopped when she saw the serious look in his eyes. Bulma sighed and rubbed her temples. Yeah, I know. I lost it. Guess I let her get under my skin. On a stretcher nearby, Chi-Chi winced as the medical team patched her bruises and swollen jaw. Bulma walked over, crouched down, and muttered just loud enough for her to hear. Look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gone that far. But you need to understand something. You lost Goku a long time ago. You're not getting him back. Chi-Chi stared at her, eyes watery but resigned. For the first time, she said nothing. She finally understood. The tournament pressed on. Krillin's match was quick. His opponent underestimated his size and paid for it, flat on his back in seconds. Krillin grinned and waved to the crowd. Bulma smirked from the sidelines, arms crossed. Ha! Looks like he's my opponent next. The following bout was Yamcha's, and he swept the stage with his Wolf Fang fist, earning himself a spot in the semifinals. Then came the final quarterfinal match. The announcer's voice rang out. And now, please welcome, Jackie Chun. Goku leaned toward Bulma, whispering, Don't be fooled. That key, I'd know it anywhere. It's Master Roshi. Bulma nodded slightly, her stomach nodding. She could feel it too, that calm, crushing presence. Even holding back, Roshi's energy was like standing next to a storm. Her fists clenched tighter. If I went all out, I'd ragdoll him. But at 10%, for the first time since the tournament began, nerves flickered in her gut. Goku caught the look on her face. Nervous? He asked. Bulma's lips curved into a sharp grin, her eyes gleaming with fire. Nope. In fact, my blood is boiling. Goku chuckled, folding his arms. Heh, like a true Saiyan. The crowd roared as Jackie Chun bowed to his opponent. For Bulma, this wasn't just another fight. This was her chance to prove herself. Not just to Roshi, but to everyone. Chapter 6. Tenkaichi Showdown. The crowd was on their feet as the announcer shouted into his mic. Next match, Bulma briefs versus Krillin. The little monk bounced onto the stage, fists up, a confident grin plastered on his face. Bulma stretched casually in her spandex suit, tail flicking lazily behind her. Don't think I'll go easy just 'cause you're a girl, Krillin said with a smirk. Bulma smirked right back. And don't think I'll need to go serious just 'cause you're a monk. The gong rang. Krillin launched forward like a bullet, fists flying in rapid strikes. Bulma leaned, twisted, and blocked each one effortlessly, her face calm, even amused. He threw a flurry of kicks, sweeping low. Bulma hopped lightly, avoiding every blow with a dancer's grace. From the sidelines, Goku chuckled. She's just toying with him. Even Roshi, still in disguise as Jackie Chun, narrowed his eyes. Her control. It's incredible. Finally, Krillin managed to land a grazing strike against her arm. Bulma blinked, impressed. She gave him a respectful nod. Not bad. You're fast. Krillin's chest swelled. Heh, thanks. But I'm just getting started. He charged again, only for Bulma to suddenly leap high into the air. The crowd gasped as she hovered easily above the ring. Hey, that's not fair. Krillin shouted up at her, shielding his eyes. I can't fly. Bulma only smiled. That's the difference between us. She clasped her hands together, energy swirling between her palms. From the stands, Jackie Chun's voice roared in alarm. No, don't. He knew exactly what was coming. But Goku crossed his arms calmly. Relax, old man. She's in total control. Bulma's voice rang out over the arena, clear and confident. Haim ha! A brilliant blue wave burst from her palms, roaring straight toward Krillin. The crowd screamed. Rashi's jaw dropped. At the very last second, Bulma tilted her aim, the wave crashing into the arena floor just inches from Krillin. The explosion of dust and force blasted him off his feet, sending him spinning into the air before he crashed outside the ring in a dazed heap. The announcer scrambled to his feet, almost dropping his mic. Krillin is out of bounds. The winner is Bulma briefs. Bulma landed gracefully, brushing a speck of dust from her shoulder. She smirked down at Krillin, who was still groaning on the ground. Good effort, kid. But I had to end it. Krillin sat up slowly, eyes wide with both defeat and awe. Why you? You're incredible. Bulma gave him a playful wink. I know. From the sidelines, Goku grinned proudly while Rashi muttered under his breath. Unbelievable. She mastered my technique. Bulma flicked her tail and headed back to the waiting area, already thinking about the finals. The dust was still settling as Bulma stepped off the ring. Krillin groaned, rubbing the back of his bald head as he sat up. Bulma crouched beside him, offering her hand with a faint smile. Come on, champ. You fought well. Krillin blinked at her, surprised, then smiled sheepishly as he took her hand. Thanks. I gave it everything I had, but you're on a whole other level. Bulma helped him to his feet with ease, steadying him. You've got heart, Krillin. Keep training. You'll surprise people one day. The little monk blushed slightly at the unexpected praise, bowing his head before heading off the stage. The crowd clapped for both fighters, their excitement buzzing through the arena. The announcer's voice boomed again. Next match, Yamcha versus Jackie Chun. Yamcha strutted toward the stage with forced confidence, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of nerves. Jackie Chun walked calmly, his sandals tapping against the tiles. Before the fight began, however, Goku strode right up to the disguised master. His black eyes gleamed knowingly. Why the silly disguise, Rashi? Goku asked bluntly, his tail swishing behind him. Jackie Chun stiffened. Rashi? I don't know what you're. I can sense your ki. Goku interrupted, his tone calm but sharp. I know your energy. It was you on the beach and it's you here. Don't bother denying it. For a long moment, Chun's lips pressed into a thin line. Then he sighed, lowering his voice. Very perceptive, boy. Fine. You're right. It's me. Bulma, watching from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow. Knew it. Rashi leaned closer to Goku, his tone serious. Listen, the reason I'm here like this is for my students. Krillin, Yamcha, even Chi-Chi. They need to understand that no matter how strong they think they are, there's always someone stronger. It's the only way they'll keep growing. Goku's expression softened, then a grin tugged at his lips. Not a bad idea, old man. Pretty smart, actually. Rashi's brows rose in surprise. Oh? You approve? Yeah, Goku said, stepping back with a smirk. Then he jabbed his thumb toward Bulma, who stood with her arms crossed, tail flicking smugly behind her. But disguise or not, my girlfriend's still gonna kick your ass, old man. Rashi's face paled. Oh dear. The crowd roared as the gong rang, Yamcha charging in with all his might, while Jackie Chun prepared himself. Though in the back of his mind, he was already dreading the final match. The gong rang, and Yamcha sprang forward with a fierce roar. His fists blurred as he unleashed a storm of punches, each one aimed straight at the old master's chest. Jackie Chun didn't even move his feet. He weaved left and right, hands tucked calmly behind his back, letting Yamcha's strikes whistle past him like a breeze. Hold still, old man, Yamcha snarled, throwing a roundhouse kick. Wham! Chun raised one arm lazily, blocking the kick with a single finger. The crowd gasped. From the sidelines, Krillin muttered, That's insane. Yamcha's going all out." Bulma crossed her arms, unimpressed. "And Rashi isn't even sweating. This is gonna be ugly." Yamcha leapt back, breathing hard. "Fine. You want my best? You'll get it." He dropped low, hands forming into a wolf's paw. His aura flared, sand and dust kicking up around him. Wolf Fong Fist. He blitzed forward, striking like a wild animal, fists and claws tearing through the air. The assault pounded the stage, tiles cracking under the force of Yamcha's strikes. The crowd went wild. But Jackie Chun's sandals barely shifted. His body flowed like water, slipping through every gap, every angle. And when Yamcha's final strike came down, smack! Chun's open palm slapped Yamcha across the face. Not hard, not brutal, just enough. The sound echoed through the arena. Yamcha froze, eyes wide, before tumbling backward like a rag doll. He skidded across the tiles, groaning, a red handprint glowing on his cheek. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted in laughter and cheers. The announcer raised his mic. "Unbelievable. Jackie Chun wins with a single slap." Bulma snorted, barely containing her laughter. "Wow, that's just sad." Krillin winced sympathetically. "Poor guy, he didn't stand a chance." Goku, meanwhile, smirked knowingly. "Told you old man's got skill. But..." He glanced at Bulma, who cracked her knuckles with a dangerous smile. "He's not ready for her." Jackie Chun helped Yamcha to his feet, patting his shoulder kindly. "Not bad, boy. You've got spirit. But spirit alone won't carry you far." Yamcha grumbled something about cheating old men and staggered off. The announcer raised his mic again, his voice booming with excitement. "And now, ladies and gentlemen, the final match of the Tenkaichi Budokai, Jackie Chun versus Bulma Briefs." The crowd roared, already buzzing with anticipation. Rashi, still under his disguise, swallowed hard as Bulma stepped onto the stage, her tail swaying behind her, a sharp grin on her face. "Oh, this is going to be fun," she purred. The arena buzzed with energy, the crowd chanting both names as the announcer hyped the final round. On the sidelines, Goku walked up to Bulma as she stretched, her spandex suit hugging her scion form, tail flicking eagerly behind her. "You've got this," Goku said simply, his black eyes steady. "He's strong, but so are you. Just remember, you're not fighting to prove anything to him. You're proving it to yourself." Bulma smirked, touched by the rare sincerity. She leaned in and pressed a quick kiss against his lips. "Thanks, monkey boy. Now get ready for our date." Goku's face turned bright red, tail stiffening behind him as the crowd roared with cheers at the display. The announcer's voice boomed. "Final match, Bulma Briefs versus Jackie Chun." The gong rang. Rashi didn't waste time. He flared his aura instantly, the sheer pressure shaking the tiles. His old body might have looked frail, but his movements were razor-sharp, his strikes landing with the speed of lightning. Bulma blocked and dodged, her smile sharp. "You're strong, girl," Jackie Chun said, weaving through exchanges. "But don't think I haven't seen all these moves before. Gohan trained under me. I know every stance, every form, every trick you've picked up." Bulma smirked wider, her tail curling like a whip. "Is that so? Then I guess it's time I showed you something new." She clasped her hands together, ki flaring violently around her. Blue sparks crackled across her arms, her hair blowing back in the storm of power. "Try this on, old man, Tyrant Lancer." With a roar, she launched a barrage of energy blasts, one after another, a relentless storm that lit up the arena like fireworks. Rashi's eyes widened as the blast slammed toward him from every angle. He spun, blocked, deflected, but one clipped his shoulder, forcing him back a step. The crowd screamed in awe at the display. From the sidelines, Krillin's jaw dropped. "What the? That wasn't in any training I've ever seen." Goku grinned, proud. "Heh, That's my Bulma. Smoke filled the arena as the last blast detonated. The tiles scorched and cracked. Jackie Chun stumbled out of the haze, his beard singed, his expression grim. You, he muttered, adjusting his stance. You're no ordinary girl. Bulma dusted her hands off, her smile smug and confident. Took you this long to figure that out? The crowd roared again, hungry for more. The final battle was far from over. The smoke cleared, Rashi brushing dust off his shoulders. He cracked his neck. That technique, the Tyrant Lancer. Where'd you learn that? He asked. Bulma smirked, blocking a sudden palm strike and shoving him back. Goku taught me, and he learned it from his father. For a heartbeat, Rashi froze, eyes widening behind his glasses. Then he nodded, voice low. Impressive, truly. You carry not only power, but legacy. The compliment vanished as quickly as it came. Rashi's aura flared bright, shaking the arena. But let's see if you can carry the weight of it, girl. He darted in, faster than before. His strikes rained down like hammers, palm, elbow, knee, kick. Bulma blocked as best she could, but each blow pushed her further back, her boots skidding across cracked tiles. The crowd gasped, the announcer nearly shrieking into his mic. Unbelievable! Jackie Chun is overwhelming the mysterious Bulma briefs. Bulma gritted her teeth, sweat trickling down her brow. This guy may be an old perv, but he's stronger than I thought. Another strike slammed into her guard, forcing her to one knee. She glanced to the sideline, catching Goku's eyes. He wasn't panicking. He just watched, calm, trusting her. Bulma's heart clenched, and she whispered under her breath. No, I won't go beyond 10%. She stood, aura flaring again, her tail whipping like a banner behind her. Her knuckles cracked as she reset her stance. Come on then, old man, let's dance. Rashi's lips tugged into the faintest smile. Good, that's the spirit. The arena shook as the two clashed again, fist meeting fist, sparks of ki exploding across the stage. The battle raged across the arena. Rashi pressed hard, forcing Bulma to block high, then low, his strikes landing with the precision of decades of training. Each blow echoed like a drumbeat, pushing her closer to the edge. The crowd roared with every exchange. Bulma staggered back, panting, then smirked despite her bruises. All right, perv. If pure power won't cut it at 10%, then I'll fight dirty. She straightened, slowly rolling her shoulders. Then, with deliberate slowness, she tugged at the neckline of her spandex suit, arching her back just enough for the crowd and Rashi to notice. Rashi's face instantly turned red beneath his beard. What are you? Bulma tilted her hips, giving him a sly wink before lunging forward with a sudden jab. Rashi barely blocked, sputtering. From the sidelines, Goku's entire face turned crimson. Be Bulma, what are you doing? He muttered, tail bristling in mortified shock. Krillin nearly choked. She's using her curves as a strategy? Bulma's grin widened. What's wrong, master? Can't focus. She twisted mid-strike, her suit stretching dangerously, and Rashi's eyes bulged like saucers. Unfair. That's cheating. Exactly, Bulma purred, and with his guard down for half a heartbeat, she drove her fist into his gut, sending him stumbling back. Before he could recover, she spun, her tail lashing around his ankle. With a sharp tug and a flying kick, she sent the old master soaring out of the ring. Boom! Rashi landed flat on his back outside the stage, beard askew. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. The announcer jumped 3 feet in the air. I don't believe it. Jackie Chun is down. The winner of the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai is Bulma Briefs. Bulma planted her hands on her hips, tail swishing proudly as the audience roared her name. She blew a kiss toward Goku, who was still red as a tomato, burying his face in his hands. I can't believe she just did that, he groaned, tail twitching furiously. Rashi, still on the ground, wheezed, totally unfair, before fainting. Bulma only smirked, basking in her victory. A win's a win. The roar of the crowd still echoed as Bulma stepped down from the stage, prize envelope clutched in her hand. The announcer was still shouting her name as confetti rained over the arena. Goku met her halfway, scratching the back of his head, still red from what she'd pulled in the fight. Bulma, that was, embarrassing. Bulma grinned, tail flicking proudly. Embarrassing for you, maybe. For me, it was a win. She winked. Besides, you're the one who said I only had to use 10%. You didn't say anything about how I use it. Goku groaned, burying his face in his hands. You're impossible. Bulma slid the thick envelope of prize money into his chest. Here, you keep it. Goku blinked, confused. Huh? But you won it. Yeah, but I don't need it. I'm loaded, remember? She said smugly. You'll probably spend it on food anyway, and honestly, that's adorable. Goku hesitated, then tucked the envelope into his belt. Thanks, Bulma. She leaned in close, her lips brushing his ear. Just don't forget our deal. Romantic dinner. You owe me, big time. Goku's face went scarlet again, tail sticking straight out like a board. Our romantic dinner? Bulma chuckled, stepping past him, hips swaying deliberately. Better start saving that prize money, monkey boy. I expect the best. Krillin watched from the sidelines, shaking his head. He's strong enough to fight gods, but when it comes to girls, he doesn't stand a chance. The crowd's cheers still thundered, but for Bulma, the real victory was the look on Goku's face, caught somewhere between awe, confusion, and shy excitement. West City glowed beneath the neon lights. Capsule Corp towers sparkled in the distance, but tonight Bulma wasn't thinking about science or training or Dragon Balls. Tonight was about Goku. The restaurant she'd picked was one of the finest in the city, its crystal chandeliers glittering above silk-draped tables. Waiters in crisp uniforms moved gracefully through the candlelit room. When Goku walked in with her, his tail tucked carefully around his waist and his hair slicked back just enough, Bulma's jaw nearly dropped. He looked respectable, not just her mountain brawler or sparring partner, but someone who could almost pass for a gentleman. You clean up nice, Bulma teased as they sat. Goku shrugged, cheeks faintly red. Grandpa always said if you promise a girl dinner, you do it right. Bulma's chest warmed at that. She reached across the table, brushing his hand with her fingertips. I'm impressed, monkey boy. Didn't think you had it in you. Then the food arrived. A mountain of dishes. Steaks, rice, noodles, dumplings, roasted meats, soups, plate after plate until the table bowed beneath the weight. For a few seconds, Bulma tried to stay dignified, sipping her wine, dabbing her lips with a napkin. But the second Goku tore into a steak with that wild scion appetite, something in her clicked. Within minutes, forks clanged and chopsticks snapped as the two of them devoured dish after dish. The other patrons stared in horror as their romantic dinner turned into an eating competition. By the end, the table was bare. Bulma leaned back in her chair, patting her stomach, sighing in bliss. Okay, fine. That was amazing. Goku grinned, licking sauce from his fingers. Told you, food this good shouldn't be wasted. She chuckled, shaking her head. Romantic dinner, my ass. We're animals. Goku tilted his head, smirking. Well, tonight's supposed to be about us, right? But how about this, before we jump back into chasing Dragon Balls, we do a solid week of gravity training together. Then we start the hunt again. Bulma raised a brow, intrigued. Deal. But in the meantime, I've been building something new. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she pulled a small capsule from her purse. With a pop and a puff of smoke, a sleek handheld device appeared on the table. You remember that old scouter that was inside your ship? She asked. Goku blinked. Yeah? Bulma tapped the screen, where glowing dots pulsed across a map. Well, I reworked it, upgraded the tech into a dragon radar. Now we've got two, one for you, one for me. Goku's grin widened, eyes sparkling with excitement. Bulma, that's brilliant. She smirked, tail curling around her chair leg. Of course it is. You should know by now, I don't do anything halfway. Goku leaned back, folding his arms, a genuine smile on his face. Guess I really do have the best partner. Bulma's cheeks warmed at the words. For once, she didn't have a smug comeback, just a soft smile, her heart beating a little faster. By this point, Goku was practically living at Capsule Corporation. His spare clothes were tucked in Bulma's room, his boots left by the door, his tail hanging lazily over the couch whenever he dozed off after training. The Briefs family had grown so used to him that even Mrs. Briefs had started calling him dear. But the real centerpiece of his stay towered just behind the Capsule Corp gardens, the gravity chamber. Bulma had outdone herself. The steel dome gleamed under the West City sun, its walls lined with reinforced alloys strong enough to withstand even a Scion's fists. The control panel inside was sleek, glowing with a soft blue light. Originally designed to reach 10 times Earth's gravity, Bulma had upgraded it further, capable of hitting a crushing 20. But for now, they were starting at 13. Inside, the air already felt heavy, pressing down on their shoulders. Every breath was thicker, every step dragging. Bulma wiped sweat from her forehead, her Scion body straining against the invisible weight. Her spandex clung to her, muscles burning with every motion. 13 times Earth's gravity, she muttered, panting. It's like carrying a car on my back. Goku grinned, standing steady, sweat beading on his chest but his voice calm. Not bad, huh? It's perfect. He dropped into a stance, tail flicking behind him. Ready. Bulma clenched her fists, forcing her legs to move, pushing through the crushing pressure. Born ready. Their fists met in the center of the chamber with a thunderous crack, the entire dome trembling. Punch after punch, kick after kick, sparks of ki flaring between them as they tested each other under the crushing gravity. Bulma stumbled more than once, her body screaming at her to stop, but each time, Goku's voice cut through the haze. Don't quit. Push harder. Your body will adapt. Her eyes blazed, determination flaring to match his. I'm not quitting. The two clashed again, their strikes growing sharper, stronger, the gravity pressing them deeper into their limits. Outside the chamber, Dr. Brief scribbled furiously into his notepad, muttering about caloric intake efficiency and Scion resilience. Tights just leaned against the doorframe, smirking. Mom, you realize they're probably going to break the building one of these days, right? Mrs. Briefs only giggled, sipping tea. Oh, let them. They're adorable together. Inside, Bulma's knees buckled for a moment. She slammed her fist into the ground, panting heavily. But instead of collapsing, she laughed. This is insane, she gasped, looking up at Goku with sweat dripping down her cheeks. And I love it. Goku offered her his hand, smiling proudly. That's the Scion spirit. Bulma grabbed his hand, forcing herself back up. Together, under 13 times gravity, they pushed harder, fists colliding again and again as their training truly began. Chapter 7. Blood in the Snow. The Red Ribbon Army strikes. The sun dipped low over Mount Paozu, painting the valley in gold and crimson as Goku and Bulma touched down in front of Grandpa Gohan's little house. Bulma landed first, her long black hair whipping in the breeze, her brown tail flicking like it had a mind of its own. Strapped to her face was something new, sleek, compact, and gleaming faintly in the fading light. Grandpa Gohan raised his eyebrows the moment he saw it. Now what sort of contraption have you cooked up this time, Bulma? Bulma's eyes sparkled with pride. Not just a contraption, a revolution. She tapped the side of the device and it flickered to life, a holographic map bursting on her monitor. Dots glowed across the landscape, some green, some red, and one pulsing orange with 3 tiny stars. This, Bulma said smugly, is the upgraded Capsule Scouter. I reverse-engineered it from the one inside Goku's old space pod. Now it does everything. Scans for Dragon Balls, tracks power levels, projects a 3-dimensional map of the area, and, she winked, works as a communicator between me and Monkey Boy here. Goku tilted his head, clearly impressed. His own scouter was on his face, humming softly. Not bad, princess. At least now I don't have to smell my way through the forest to find people. Bulma jabbed him in the ribs with her elbow, tail lashing. TCH, that's all you've got to say? You're supposed to say, wow, Bulma, you're the smartest, most gorgeous genius in the world. How did I ever get so lucky? Goku smirked, leaning closer. If I said that, you'd just call me a sap. Her face turned bright red. Why you? Before she could smack him, Grandpa Gohan chuckled from the porch, stroking his beard. Honestly, you two, bickering all day, teasing each other every minute. You sound more like an old married couple than teenagers. Both Goku and Bulma froze, cheeks blazing. Gee, Grandpa, Goku barked. We do not. Bulma snapped at the same time. Gohan just chuckled, shaking his head. If you say so. Dinner that night was nothing short of a feast. Bulma and Goku devoured plate after plate of roasted fish, rice, dumplings, and fresh greens from Gohan's garden. Their appetites were bottomless, the clink of chopsticks and the roar of laughter filling the little home until the moon hung high over the mountains. Afterward, Bulma yawned loudly, leaning against the wall as her tail swished lazily. I swear, Scion Biology is going to bankrupt Capsule Corp one of these days. Goku grinned, licking sauce from his fingers. Not my fault food tastes better after training. Grandpa Gohan just smiled knowingly as the two retreated to their room, still grumbling and teasing until the house went quiet under the stars. Morning came crisp and clear, sunlight spilling across the valley. Goku and Bulma stood outside the little house, scouters already humming to life. The orange dot on their holographic maps pulsed brighter than the rest. A Dragon Ball out in the northern mountains. Bulma adjusted her armor, her tail swishing behind her. All right, monkey boy, let's go claim our prize. Let's go, Goku said with a grin. His aura flared, and in a heartbeat, they were airborne. Soaring into the clouds, the horizon stretching wide before them. The hunt for the Dragon Balls had begun again. The flight north was brisk, the air growing colder as the mountains rolled into view. Snow-dusted peaks stretched high into the clouds, and the scouter map pulsed brighter with each passing mile. There, Bulma said, tapping the display on her visor. Dragon Balls dead ahead. But, her voice trailed off, frowning. Multiple energy signatures clustered around it. Military strength. Definitely not civilians. Goku's eyes narrowed, tail bristling. Guess word's gotten out. They descended into a wide clearing where the Red Ribbon Army had made camp. Dozens of soldiers in black uniforms patrolled around tanks, jeeps, and watchtowers. Helicopters buzzed above, the whine of engines filling the air. In the center of it all, a heavy steel case sat atop a crate. Bulma's scouter confirmed it. Inside was a Dragon Ball. As the two Scions touched down, soldiers immediately leveled their rifles. Tension snapped across the camp like static. A tall man in a red-trimmed officer's coat stepped forward, smirking. His silver hair gleamed under the sun, his pistol resting casually at his hip. Well, he drawled, eyeing Goku. So you're the brat that's been chasing after our Dragon Balls. His gaze slid over to Bulma, lingering far too long. And this little beauty must be your girlfriend. What a shame. His smirk twisted into something cruel. Such a lovely figure, wasted. The commander will be pleased when we put her corpse on display. Bulma's tail lashed violently, her eyes blazing with fury. You bastard! I'll snap your head off. But she didn't get the chance. The instant Colonel Silver finished his sentence, Goku's aura flared like a thunderclap. His hand rose, ki swirling into a blinding sphere of golden white light. Big mistake, Goku said flatly. Before Silver could even react, the beam lanced forward. It tore through the officer's chest in a flash, the force blasting his body apart in a spray of blood and smoke. When the light faded, all that remained was a smoking crater where the colonel had stood. The soldiers froze. Silence swallowed the camp. Goku lowered his hand, his expression calm, cold. He wasn't worth the breath. Beside him, Bulma's lips curled into a wicked grin. Her tail flicked eagerly. But these ones? Oh, I get to play with these ones. The soldiers hesitated only a moment before panic set in. They opened fire, the rattle of gunfire echoing across the clearing. Bulma didn't even flinch. She blurred forward, a dark streak of motion, her fists smashing through steel rifles like toys. Pathetic, she spat, driving her heel into a soldier's chest so hard his armor caved in. Another tried to swing a combat knife. Bulma caught his wrist, twisted, and snapped it with a crack that made the others scream. The air filled with blasts, shouts, and death. Goku stood back with his arms crossed, watching as Bulma tore through squad after squad with a feral glee. A tank roared, its barrel swiveling toward her. She smirked, leapt high into the air, and unleashed a beam of white-hot ki that split the machine in two. The explosion lit the camp like a miniature sun. When the dust settled, only smoke and silence remained. The ground was littered with broken weapons, shattered tanks, and motionless bodies. Bulma stood in the center, panting lightly, her tail swishing lazily behind her. She turned to Goku, smirking, her eyes still glowing with that wild scion thrill. Told you I could handle it. Goku gave a faint smile. I know. That's why I let you. Bulma's chest swelled, both with pride and a strange, dangerous warmth. This wasn't just science anymore. This was battle, and she was starting to love it. At the edge of the camp, the steel case sat untouched. Bulma popped it open, the gleam of the orange sphere reflecting in her eyes. The 4-star Dragon Ball glittered in the snow. Another one down, she said, slipping it into her capsule bag. Smoke curled upward from the frozen ground, carrying the copper tang of spent gunfire. Bulma crouched among the ruined crates and shattered rifles, prodding a scrap of red cloth with the tip of her boot. She frowned, then snorted with a mix of disgust and triumph. Look at this, she said, holding the flag up so Goku could see. Stenciled in black on the red was the Red Ribbon Army insignia. A simple RR inside a cog. Their red ribbon, figures, organized, armed, and arrogant. Goku stepped closer, curiosity plain on his face. He bent to examine the bit of cloth, then straightened with that lazy smirk that always made Bulma's tail twitch. An army, he said, amusement curling his voice, thought this would be boring. Little men in neat uniforms. Heh. Bulma's grin was all teeth and spark. She let the scrap drop and stood, boots crunching on snow and glass. Her chest rose and fell, still tasting the adrenaline. Well, honey, she said, voice soft and dangerous. Let's show them what it means to mess with us. She flicked her tail once, contemptuous. Let them come to us. They'll end up like this piece of... She cut herself off with a laugh, then shoved a gloved hand into Goku's armor and hauled him forward. Goku laughed too, then leaned in and kissed her. A quick, fierce press of lips that made Bulma's cheeks flare. When they broke apart, he tapped his scouter with a single finger, grinning. I like your style, he murmured. The little HUD on Bulma's device winked. A new blip blinked into being on both their maps. A pulsing orange that wasn't just out in the open. It seemed to be locked inside a structure, buried in metal and concrete. Bulma's eyes went narrow with the familiar engineer's thrill. The Dragon Ball's in something, she said, already thinking. Our scouters are 50 times more powerful than the one I had a year ago. She crouched again, rummaging through the debris near Colonel Silver's ruined command post. Her fingers closed on something cold and smooth, a disc of orange glass set in a crude, military housing. It was a Dragon radar, an early prototype, clumsier than hers but unmistakable. How the Red Ribbon had gotten their hands on one, Bulma couldn't say. She held it up between thumb and forefinger as if it were a trophy. A Navy-grade prototype Dragon radar, she said, voice low and delighted. No idea how they acquired it. Steal, barter, black market, doesn't matter. Now we know they've been tracking the balls too. Goku's grin spread wider. He glanced at the map, then back at Bulma, pride softening the amusement in his eyes. Good, he said. With their toy and our toys, they can't hide from us. Bulma tucked the prototype into her capsule pouch and clipped her scouter into place. She slung a spare Dragon Ball into her bag and glanced up at the ruined camp, at the smoking tower of a tank half buried in the earth. "Let's go, dear," she said, slipping an arm around his neck. "They brought the toys, we brought the hammer." Goku laughed, folding his arm around her. "All right, next stop, wherever they hid the ball. And then we make sure the red ribbon remembers not to play with fire." They rose together into the gray sky, two blots on a vast white map. Hunter and partner, hungry and dangerous. Below them, the military camp lay quiet and defeated, a warning written in twisted metal. Above them, the world was wide and waiting, and somewhere beyond the ridgeline, another Dragon Ball waited, locked inside a fortress that would have to be opened. The northern wind howled as Goku and Bulma descended into a snow-blanketed village. The homes were small, roofs sagging under heavy frost, and the air carried the bitter smell of smoke. A cluster of villagers peered out from doorways, eyes wide with fear as the two strangers touched down. One little girl, red-haired, bundled in furs, rushed forward bravely despite the nervous gasps behind her. "My name's Suno," she said, voice trembling but proud. "You shouldn't be here. The Red Ribbon Army will hurt you too." Bulma crouched down, brushing the snow from the girl's shoulder. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not here to get hurt." Her tail flicked once, sharp as a promise. "We're here to hurt them." Suno's eyes widened, hope flickering. "Why, you mean, you'll fight them?" "Where's their leader?" Goku asked flatly, arms crossed. The girl pointed toward the looming steel fortress that cast its shadow over the village. "Muscle Tower. They took our elder. They said if we resist, they'll kill him. No one can stop them. Their leader's a monster." Bulma's scouter beeped, the Dragon Ball signal pulsing from inside the fortress. She glanced at Goku and smirked. "Well, monkey boy. Looks like dinner and treasure all in one place." Goku smirked back. "Good. I was getting bored." The storm hit like a hammer. Guards barely had time to react before a blur of black hair and blue energy tore through the front gates. Bulma's ki blasts shredded the guard towers like paper, explosions lighting the snowy night. Goku plowed straight through a tank with one punch, the metal shrieking as it split in half like tin foil. Alarm klaxons wailed. Soldiers poured out of every doorway, rifles raised. Goku ignored them, striding toward the tower's main doors with his aura flaring. Bulma danced among them, her tail whipping like a blade, every soldier who crossed her path crumpling in screams and fire. "Pathetic," she muttered, flicking blood from her knuckles. "Red Ribbon really thinks these toys are enough?" Inside, the tower groaned with the sound of heavy gears and echoing boots. The deeper they went, the stronger the resistance grew, but none of it mattered. Saiyan fists shattered steel doors. Saiyan ki burned through entire squads. And then, on the third floor, the doors slammed open. A hulking figure of steel and wires stepped forward, eyes glowing crimson. The floor shook under its massive boots. "Designation: Major Metallotron," the machine rumbled. "Objective: terminate intruders." Bulma tilted her head, unimpressed. "That's your big bad? Looks like a tin can." Goku rolled his shoulders, stepping forward. "I'll handle it." Metallotron's chest panels opened with a whir, missiles firing in a screech of smoke and flame. Goku didn't even blink. He raised a hand, aura flaring, and the missiles detonated harmlessly against his ki barrier. The shockwave rippled outward, blowing soldiers off their feet. Target strength: abnormal. The machine droned, charging forward with fists like pile drivers. Goku met it head-on. One punch. The impact echoed like a thunderclap. Metallotron's massive frame buckled, joints shattering, chest collapsing. Sparks sprayed wildly as the machine staggered back, red eyes flickering. Goku didn't stop. His follow-up kick snapped the android's head clean off. It bounced across the floor with a hollow clang. The body crumpled in a heap of sparking metal, smoke pouring from its ruined torso. Goku exhaled calmly, not a bead of sweat on his brow. Scrap metal. Bulma smirked, sauntering past the wreckage. Well, that was anticlimactic. The surviving soldiers backed away, terrified, dropping their rifles. Bulma raised a brow. Smart move. Because if you didn't, her tail snapped in the air, cracking like a whip. You'd be joining your boss in the junkyard. Goku kicked aside a broken panel, his scouter pinging again. The Dragon Ball was close. Very close. Come on, he said, his black eyes gleaming. Let's finish this. Deeper inside Muscle Tower, the air grew colder. Heavy doors groaned as Goku ripped them open, and on the other side stood something different from the usual red ribbon soldier. A towering figure, stitched together with steel plates and humming with hidden power. His expression, though, was not cruel. It was sad. Bulma's scouter lit up instantly, pulsing orange. The Dragon Ball signal was inside him. Goku narrowed his eyes. He's got it. The android's heavy shoulders slumped. My name is Android 8. They call me Aider. Please, I don't want to fight you. Bulma arched a brow, tail flicking. Then why are you hiding a Dragon Ball in your chest? Aider's voice trembled, surprisingly gentle for his size. General White put it in me. He said if I didn't keep it hidden, he'd kill the entire village. Goku's jaw tightened. He stepped closer, voice dropping low. Dangerous. Really? His aura shimmered faintly, heat rolling off him. So it's not your fault. Aider shook his head quickly. No, I hate fighting. I don't want to hurt anyone. But if you free me from White's orders, I'll gladly give you the Dragon Ball. Before Bulma could answer, a shrill voice echoed through the chamber. You who? Prepare yourselves for the greatest assassin alive, Ninja Murasaki. A man in purple ninja garb leapt dramatically into the room, brandishing a katana. You will never reach the top of Muscle Tower while I still draw breath. Bulma didn't even bother looking impressed. Her tail flicked once, her boot lashed out, and her kick caught the ninja square in the gut. The sound was like a cannon blast. Murasaki's body blasted through the wall, sailed into the icy night, and vanished into the blizzard beyond. Oops, Bulma said flatly. Guess he won't be drawing breath anymore. Aider blinked, torn between horror and awe. You two are monsters. Bulma smirked, leaning against the wall. Took you this long to figure that out? Goku tilted his head toward the ceiling. He was done playing. With one explosive leap, he smashed straight through the upper floors, concrete and steel exploding around him. Bulma followed, her aura blazing like a comet. They burst into the top floor at the same time. General White stood there, pale as chalk, clutching the frail village elder by the collar. His pistol pressed hard against the old man's temple. Stop right there, or the geezer dies. The elder's eyes were wide with fear. Goku's aura dimmed, but his expression turned lethal, black eyes like blades. He stepped forward slowly, voice carrying the promise of death. Let him go, Goku said low and deadly, or I disintegrate you. White laughed nervously, trying to mask the sweat dripping down his neck. You think you're in control, boy? I have the upper hand. One twitch of my finger, and this old fool is dead. He froze. A sharp pain bloomed in his chest. His eyes widened in shock as blood bubbled on his lips. He looked down to see an arm protruding straight through his chest, crimson dripping from its fingertips. Bulma stood behind him, her eyes cold, her scion tail lashing slowly. She had driven her arm clean through his back and out the other side, pinning him like a puppet. I'm tired of your mouth, she whispered in his ear, and nobody threatens my man. With a sharp wrench, she yanked her arm free. White collapsed in a heap, blood pooling on the cold steel floor. The elder stumbled free, gasping in relief. Goku walked over, resting a hand on the old man's shoulder. His voice was calm again, steady. You're safe now. The red ribbon can't hurt you anymore. Bulma shook blood from her hand, flicking it onto the floor with disdain. One less cockroach in the world. The elder bowed deeply, trembling. Thank you. Thank you both. Our village owes you everything. Goku glanced at Bulma, smirking faintly. You didn't even let me finish my threat. She smirked right back. You were taking too long. They both laughed, the tension bleeding away. Aider clambered into the room. holding out the Dragon Ball he'd kept hidden in his chest cavity. Its orange glow reflected in his sad eyes. "Here," he said softly. "This doesn't belong with men like them." Bulma slipped it into her capsule pouch, the second prize of their new hunt secured. She turned to Goku, her smile sharp. "Two down, monkey boy, and the whole damn army to go." Goku's smirk widened. "Good. Let them send everyone. We'll break them all." The snow howled outside as Muscle Tower burned behind them, and for the first time in years, the little village breathed free. That night, the little village was alive with warmth for the first time in years. Bonfires roared in the snow. Long tables were laden with roasted meats, rice, stews, and sweet dumplings. Laughter and music filled the air, and the elder himself presided at the center, his eyes wet with gratitude. Goku and Bulma sat shoulder to shoulder, bowls stacked high in front of them. The two scions tore through plate after plate, their appetite shocking the villagers. Suno giggled from across the table. "I've never seen anyone eat that much. You're both amazing." "Training burns fuel," Bulma said between mouthfuls, cheek stuffed. "Scion metabolism's crazy." Goku grinned, slurping down noodles. "Best part about fighting? The meals afterward." Ader sat a little apart from the chaos, a gentle giant hunched at the edge of the firelight. He didn't eat, but he smiled softly at the villagers' joy. Bulma leaned toward him, curiosity in her eyes. "Hey, Ader, you're not completely machine, are you?" Her scouter had picked up strange readings from him during the fight. "Someone built you different. Who made you into an android?" The fire crackled. Ader's voice was quiet, almost ashamed. "Dr. Gero." Bulma froze mid-bite, nearly choking on her dumpling. She slapped her chest, coughing, eyes wide. "DDR, Gero?" Goku tilted his head, puzzled. "Who's that supposed to be?" Bulma's face darkened, her tail flicking uneasily behind her. "A scientist. Brilliant once, maybe even a pioneer. His cybernetics research was groundbreaking, prosthetics, energy reactors, biomechanical engineering. But," she swallowed hard, her tone dropping low. "4 years ago, everything changed. A string of kidnappings hit the news. People vanishing in West City, Central City, even outlying towns. Families torn apart." The villagers leaned closer, silent now. Bulma continued, her voice sharp with disgust. "The evidence pointed to him. Dr. Gero was experimenting on live humans. He and his wife were blacklisted, shamed, their names erased from the scientific community. They disappeared not long after. But the strange thing is," she glanced into the fire, "some of those kidnappings were never solved, including a pair of twins who vanished one night without a trace. Gero was the prime suspect." Goku's eyes narrowed, his cheerful appetite gone cold. "So he's the one pulling strings behind this army?" Ader nodded, shame in his voice. "I was one of his creations, meant to be a weapon, but I never wanted to fight. I never wanted to kill." Bulma clenched her fists in her lap, her tail curling tight. "That monster, he's still out there. And if he's working with the Red Ribbon Army, this whole thing's about to get much worse." Goku looked at her, then at the elder and villagers gathered around the fire. His voice was quiet but firm. "Then we'll stop him, whatever it takes." The fire snapped loudly, sparks drifting into the night sky. The villagers cheered and sang, but at the edges of the feast, both scions sat in uneasy silence, knowing that the shadow of Dr. Gero had just entered their story. And this time, they weren't just chasing Dragon Balls. They were walking straight into the heart of something far darker. Far away, in the fortified heart of Red Ribbon headquarters, Commander Red slammed his fist on the table. The holographic map flickered, showing the smoldering ruin of Muscle Tower. Colonel Silver dead. General White dead. An entire battalion wiped out. His one good eye bulged with fury. By who? By what? Staff Officer Black stood stiffly at his side, expression cold but measured. Reports say 2 teenagers, a boy and a girl, but both with tails. Unnatural strength. The soldiers who survived spoke of energy blasts and impossible speed. Commander Red sneered, his voice sharp. Teenagers? Don't insult me with fairy tales. Black, two brats with monkey tails don't annihilate entire armies. Black adjusted his glasses calmly. Fairy tales or not, sir, Muscle Tower is gone. We must respond. I recommend dispatching General Blue and his fleet. And perhaps, his voice lowered, cautious, we should consult Dr. Gero. He will want to know his android was compromised. Red scowled, but after a long silence, he nodded once. Fine, tell Gero, and unleash Blue. I want those Dragon Balls found. And whoever these brats are, I want their heads mounted on my wall. The room fell silent, the shadow of something far larger stretching over the Red Ribbon's ambitions. Back in Mount Paozu, the air was calm again, the mountain streams burbling as the sun dipped below the horizon. Goku and Bulma landed outside Grandpa Gohan's cottage, exhaustion finally tugging at their muscles. The smell of simmering broth and fresh rice wafted from the kitchen, and Bulma's stomach growled so loudly that Goku laughed outright. Smells like Grandpa's cooking, Goku said, tail flicking. Best way to end a battle. Inside, the little table was already set. Tights had arrived before them, leaning casually against the wall with a book in one hand and a smirk on her lips. Well, well, she said, eyeing her sister's torn jacket and soot-stained boots. Looks like someone had quite the adventure. Did the Red Ribbon Army give my baby sister a hard time? Bulma dropped heavily onto the cushion, tail curling behind her as she snatched up a bowl of rice. Hard time? Please, we burned through them like tissue paper. But, she glanced at Tights seriously. I found out something important. The one behind their android research is Dr. Gero. Tights' smile faded instantly. Gero? You're serious? Bulma nodded, her voice low. He's alive, and he's working with them. Ater confirmed it. For a moment, Tights' sharp eyes softened. Then Father has to hear about this. If Gero's really resurfaced, it could change everything in the scientific world. Her thought was cut short by the arrival of steaming dishes. Grandpa Gohan set down platters of roasted fish, spice dumplings, and thick soup. The rich aroma filled the little house, and even Tights' serious tone faltered as she glanced at the food. Bulma grinned, stuffing a dumpling into her mouth. I swear, old man, you cook better than half the chefs in West City. Tights sighed, shaking her head, but not before eagerly reaching for her own plate. Fine, Gero talk later. Food first. Goku chuckled, already devouring half the fish in 3 bites. That's what I've been saying. As the family settled into the warmth of food and laughter, the world outside darkened with the promise of war. Neither Goku nor Bulma knew how close the Red Ribbon Army was watching them, or how deep Dr. Gero's shadow truly stretched. Chapter 8. The Assassin and the Tower. Red Ribbon Headquarters. Thunder cracked above the jagged towers of Red Ribbon HQ, lightning flashing across the metallic skyline. Inside the command hall, Commander Red was in full meltdown mode. White dead. Silver dead. 2 entire divisions wiped out. Red's voice echoed through the chamber as he slammed his fists on the holographic table, sending sparks flying. Do I have to do everything myself in this army of imbeciles? Staff Officer Black stood beside him, calm as ever, his hands folded behind his back. Sir, reconnaissance confirms Muscle Tower was completely destroyed. The Northern Unit reports no survivors. Red whirled on him, face crimson. Don't you dare tell me that 2 kids did all that. 2 teenagers with tails? Fairy tales. You think I'm stupid? Black adjusted his glasses. Our remaining scouts described energy discharges far exceeding standard weaponry. Whatever they are, sir, they are not ordinary. Red waved him off, pacing like a caged animal. Bah! Tricks, that's all. Cheap magician stunts. No one wipes out an army base single-handedly. He stopped, slamming a fist on the table again. Send someone competent. Someone useful. Black's eyes glinted faintly behind his lenses. General Blue is currently overseeing operations in the southern seas. He is efficient. Red smirked, regaining his composure. Blue? Fine. Send that prissy bastard my orders. He leaned over the holomap, stabbing a finger at the glowing mark over Mount Paozu. I want those kids eliminated. And I want their Dragon Balls brought to me. Black nodded once. Understood, Commander. The calm line flickered to life, revealing a tall, impeccably groomed man with icy blue eyes and slicked hair. His voice was smooth, calm, and just a bit too confident. Commander Red, to what do I owe the honor? Red growled, Blue, you're being reassigned. 2 punks are making fools of my army. Find them, crush them, bring me their Dragon Balls, or don't come back. Blue smiled faintly, brushing imaginary dust from his immaculate uniform. Consider it done, Commander. And, if I happen to find these punks charming, shall I dispose of them quickly or slowly? Red blinked. What the hell does that mean? But the screen had already gone dark. Black sighed quietly. You may have just unleashed a different kind of chaos, sir. Capsule Corporation, Bulma's room. The sound of furious typing filled the air, punctuated by the soft hum of Bulma's computer. Her eyes flicked across dozens of files, old reports, news clippings, and encrypted research logs. Each one carried the same chilling name, Dr. Gero. On the bed behind her, Goku lay sprawled on his back, tossing a pillow into the air and catching it repeatedly. Bulma, you've been at that for hours. Because I work for a living, she shot back, not looking up. Some of us don't spend all day punching mountains. I only did that once, Goku said defensively. You done yet? No, she said flatly. He sighed dramatically. I'm bored. Without even turning, Bulma snatched a pencil case from her desk and hurled it behind her. Goku caught it effortlessly between 2 fingers. Nice throw, he grinned. Nice catch, she barked back. Now stop bugging me and go train or something until I'm finished. Goku chuckled, hopping off the bed. Fine, fine. But if the house explodes again, it's on you, genius. Out, she shouted, waving him toward the door. As Goku strolled out, tail flicking lazily, Bulma leaned closer to the screen, one article catching her eye. Cybernetics pioneer Dr. Gero declared missing. Last seen near South City Laboratories. The next morning dawned bright and blue over the ocean. Sunlight danced on the waves as Goku and Bulma soared through the clouds, their scouters gleaming in the light. All right, Bulma called over the wind. Scouter says the next Dragon Ball somewhere beneath the ocean floor, close to the southern archipelago. Maybe near Rashi's island. Underwater, huh? Goku said, his tail swaying lazily behind him. Good thing we can hold our breath forever. Bulma groaned. You can. I, on the other hand, happen to like my hair not turning into seaweed. Goku looked back with a teasing grin. Still worrying about your hair? You're a scion now. Shouldn't you be worrying about strength or battle? Or, I dunno, food? Bulma shot him a glare sharp enough to cut steel. Excuse me, Mr. Monkey Warrior, but scion hair is impossible. It doesn't grow, it doesn't flatten, and every strand feels like it's made of wire. You try brushing this mane every morning. Goku sighed, rubbing his temple. You're such a drama queen. What was that? Nothing, he said quickly, but his grin betrayed him. They descended toward a small tropical island, a crescent of white sand surrounded by turquoise sea. Goku landed gently, and Bulma landed as well, brushing imaginary dust from her sleek combat suit. All right, she said, pulling open her capsule case. Let's get the mini-submarine ready. She thumbed through the neatly labeled capsules, muttering under her breath. Training gear, power armor, radar spares. Oh, here, box 4B. Dad's backup capsules. I'll use one of those. Goku raised an eyebrow. You sure that's the right box? Bulma scoffed. Of course I'm sure. What could possibly? She pressed the button and tossed the capsule. Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted, and when it cleared, both scions froze. Stacks, piles, mountains of magazines surrounded them, each cover glistening in the sun with the unmistakable image of smiling, very unclothed women posing for the camera. There was a long, terrible silence. Bulma's left eye twitched. Goku's face turned crimson from ear to ear. Wow, your dad really likes reading. Reading? Bulma shrieked, grabbing one of the glossy covers and waving it furiously. These are girly mags, Goku. My dad's private collection. I must have grabbed the wrong capsule box. Goku coughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. Heh. Reminds me of Rashi. Bulma's voice shot up an octave. Don't you dare compare my father to that wrinkled old perv. Goku laughed nervously. You think he's got every issue? That's dedication. Bulma's tail bristled. I swear, when we get home, I'm burning these and then I'm burning him. As she stomped around in fury, Goku quietly gathered the scattered magazines into a neat pile, trying very hard not to look at any of the covers. He sighed. Great. Now I can't ever look Dr. Briefs in the eye again. Bulma crossed her arms, still fuming. Welcome to my world, monkey boy. Goku blinked, mid-sigh. Wait, Rashi's island is actually close to here. We can stop by first. He sat up on a rock, tail flicking in the breeze. Bulma rolled her eyes as she shoved another glossy magazine back into the wrong capsule and slammed the lid shut. Fine. But if that old perv so much as looks at me wrong, she jabbed a finger in Goku's direction, voice low and dangerous. Or if Chi-Chi tries to pick a fight with me again, I'll toss you into the ocean. For real. How many times do I need to break every bone in her body until she understands you're mine? Goku laughed, completely unruffled. She's just jealous, that's all. Don't be mean to Chi-Chi. She's fierce, but she's nice. Besides, you can't throw me in the ocean. I'd just swim back. Bulma's tail flicked like a metronome. Try me. They launched together, gliding over the turquoise water toward the little speck of land that was Rashi's domain. The salty wind tugged at Bulma's black hair. Despite her threats, she couldn't help the small smile tugging at one corner of her mouth. Training, Dragon Balls, pervy old men, and crashing armies. This was their life now. Somehow it felt right. The island came up fast. A squat house on a tiny beach, waves licking the shore, the familiar coconut trees leaning in like gossipy old men. As they touched down, the front yard erupted into motion. Hey, look who it is, Yamcha called, already waving like a fool. He'd somehow managed to look both smug and relieved at once. Krillin bounded forward, grinning so wide his whole bald head practically shone. And there, strolling across the sand with a casual swagger and a shopping bag, was Lunch, hair blue. Rashi leaned on his cane on the porch, sun hat slightly askew, sunglasses reflecting the glare. He squinted at Bulma with an expression that could have been fondness or scandalized disbelief. Maybe both. Well, if it isn't my old troublemakers, he croaked. Rashi's eyes lit up. He waved a hand, but the moment his gaze flicked to her tail and that smug little flash of superiority on her face, it hardened into that old wounded pride. And you, girl, how dare you beat me fair and square in the tournament? I'll never hear the end of it. Bulma smirked, unbothered. You were distracted, old man. Keep practicing. From a few paces away, Chi-Chi sat with her arms crossed, watching the exchange. Her expression was unreadable. She gave both of them a curt nod, an emblem of grudging respect and domestic approval rolled into one. Enough said. Goku grinned, shrugging. See? No blood. We're all friends. Yamcha jabbed an exaggerated thumb at Goku. You ever gonna give me back my dignity? He teased, only half serious. Lunch winked, producing a fresh tray of steaming buns from her bag. For the brave heroes and the hungry monsters alike. Bulma acceptingly grabbed one, tail curling contentedly. Goku's grin widened. The island smelled of familiar mischief and the small, safe world of friends. For a moment, between the magazines, the red ribbon, and the next Dragon Ball, the chaos paused, and they all simply sat together, eating, laughing, and planning the next move. The sun burned bright over Kame House, glittering across the endless sea. After lunch, Goku leaned against the porch rail, looking out over the waves. So, Rashi, he began casually, we could really use a submarine. There's a Dragon Ball somewhere under the ocean nearby. Rashi, sitting cross-legged with a coconut drink in hand, perked up instantly. A Dragon Ball, eh? And an adventure under the sea with Bulma? My, what a fortunate old man I am. Why? Perhaps I should personally supervise this expedition. For science. Bulma's tail bristled. You even think about volunteering and I'll turn you into fertilizer. Rashi laughed nervously, sweat sliding down his bald head. Ah, of course, just kidding. I would never suggest such a thing to a lady so, strong and terrifying. Goku's eyes narrowed slightly, the faintest flicker of ki rippling in the air. Good call, old man. Rashi gulped. Elder abuse, he muttered under his breath. That's what this is. Pure elder abuse. Krillin snorted behind him, covering his grin. Master, you had that one coming. Silence, cue ball. Rashi barked, pointing his cane at him, only to freeze as Chi-Chi walked over from the shade. I'll go too, she said matter-of-factly, crossing her arms. Someone has to make sure these two don't blow up half the ocean. She glared briefly at Bulma, who arched an eyebrow right back. And someone needs to make sure Goku doesn't get himself drowned. Bulma smirked. Oh please, I'll handle the Dragon Ball. You can handle the whining. Krillin raised his hand quickly. If it's all the same, I'm coming too, for backup. And because I really, really want to see a real underwater cave. Rashi sighed in defeat, waving a hand toward the beach. Fine. My old turtle sub's in the hangar. Sturdy, though the periscope sticks a bit. Just bring it back in one piece, and don't scratch the paint. Thanks, old man. Goku grinned, giving a casual salute. Bulma leaned close and muttered, if there's one swimsuit magazine in that sub, I'm firing a Kamehameha at this island. Rashi chuckled nervously again. Pure elder abuse, he repeated, clutching his cane like a life preserver. 10 minutes later, the turtle sub slipped beneath the waves. The sea around them shimmered, sunlight breaking into shards across the glass canopy. Bulma handled the controls like a pro, her scouter flickering with signals. Goku leaned beside her, fascinated by the view. Whoa! It's like a whole world down here, Krillin said, pressing his face to the glass. Schools of fish darted by, silver flashes against the dark blue. Bulma adjusted a dial, eyes narrowing. According to the scanner, the Dragon Ball's inside a cave system just ahead, and it's deep, real deep. Chi-Chi crossed her arms. Great, I always wanted to risk my life inside an underwater hole. Goku laughed, the sound echoing through the cabin. Come on, it'll be fun. Rashi's voice crackled through the radio back on Kame House, clearly anxious. Remember, if you see anything glowing and alive, don't touch it. Also, if you find any treasure, bring it back for scientific study. Bulma rolled her eyes. You mean your stash? Pure elder abuse, came the last mutter before the signal fizzled. The sub's lights cut through the darkness ahead as the entrance to the cavern loomed. Vast, jagged, and glowing faintly with an eerie blue light. Bulma grinned, excitement and danger mingling in her scion blood. All right, team, let's go get that Dragon Ball. The turtle sub slid silently through the black depths, its floodlights cutting through ancient coral and twisted wreckage. Ahead, the mouth of the legendary pirate cave yawned wide, a jagged stone maw that swallowed the sea around it. Inside, everything shimmered with a strange, ghostly glow. Rusted cannons lined the walls, long since devoured by coral, and skeletal remains floated lazily in the water, clutching blades that hadn't seen sunlight in centuries. Bulma parked the sub on a rocky ledge and popped the hatch. All right, team, she said, fastening her oxygen rig. Scouter says the Dragon Ball's somewhere deeper in, probably in the treasure vault. Goku grinned. Race you. Don't you dare, she said, but he was already gone, a streak of bubbles shooting into the depths. Krillin and Chi-Chi followed cautiously behind. The deeper they went, the more the ocean pressed in, silent, heavy, and alive with danger. The first trap sprang to life almost immediately. A massive iron net snapped down from the ceiling, spiked chains following like serpents. Bulma's eyes flicked once, tail lashing behind her. Cute, she muttered, and casually flicked a key blast upward. Boom! The entire mechanism exploded, scattering molten shards into the water. Krillin and Chi-Chi froze, jaws slack as the two scions swam through the debris like it was confetti. Next came spinning blades hidden in the walls. Goku didn't even slow down. He caught one with a hand, crushed it into scrap, and tossed it aside. Bulma smirked. Told you. Toys. Chi-Chi muttered under her breath. You two are insane. By the time they reached the treasure chamber, the sea floor gleamed with gold. Mountains of coins, chests bursting with gems, ancient skeletons still clutching rusted cutlasses. And right in the center, glowing softly through the gloom, the orange shimmer of a dragon ball. There it is. Bulma kicked off a rock, darting toward it with a grin. 5-star ball. Confirmed. She reached for it, and a slow clap echoed through the chamber. From the far shadows stepped a tall man in a crisp blue uniform, hair slicked, posture immaculate even underwater. His eyes glimmered icy blue behind his mask, and his grin was pure arrogance. Bravo, General Blue said smoothly. Truly impressive. You've saved me the trouble of disarming all those tiresome traps. His gaze lingered on Goku for a moment too long. And you, handsome, are much more impressive than I imagined. Everything stopped. Even the fish. Bulma blinked. Wait, what? Blue's grin widened. Such power, such physique. If only the Red Ribbon Army had more men like you, I might actually enjoy command. Goku turned bright red from head to tail tip. What the hell? Krillin snorted first. Then he completely lost it, laughter. Chi-Chi followed, and Bulma was gone. Clutching her stomach, body shaking with laughter that echoed through all their comms. Oh my Cammy, Bulma howled. He's flirting with him. Blue tilted his head coyly. Flirting? My dear, I'm simply appreciating perfection. Tell me, boy, do you prefer strong men or strong women? Goku's aura flared like a supernova. What? Krillin was gasping now, tears in his eyes. Chi-Chi had to grab onto a coral outcrop to keep from floating away. Bulma was rolling so hard. Goku twitched once, twice. Then his fist blurred forward faster than thought. Crack. The punch connected square with Blue's gut. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the entire cavern, sending coins, bones, and treasure flying in every direction. Blue's body shot backward like a torpedo, smashing through not one, not two, but 7 layers of reinforced stone wall before vanishing into the black. Silence. Bubbles drifted up through the debris. Bulma wiped her eyes, still laughing. Oh my God, 7 walls, he's gone. Goku crossed his arms, face still red. That was self-defense. Krillin wheezed. Sure it was, lover boy. Keep talking, Goku grumbled. And I'll add you to the wall count. They all burst out laughing again as Bulma scooped up the Dragon Ball, shaking her head. Well, that's one way to end a flirt. Goku sighed. Remind me to never go underwater again. Bulma smirked. Come on, tough guy. Admit it, he had good taste. Goku groaned. You're worse than he is. Bulma's tail flicked playfully as she stuffed the Dragon Ball into her capsule case. Maybe, but at least you're my taste. And with that, the 4 of them went back toward the sub, laughter echoing through the sea. The morning sun rose warm and golden over Kame House, the ocean glittering like a sheet of glass. On the beach, the little group gathered to see their friends off. Bulma was checking her Scouter one last time. Krillin and Yamcha stood nearby, already waving like idiots. Be careful out there, Krillin called, grinning. Try not to blow up another island. No promises, Bulma shouted back, smirking as she adjusted her gloves. Rashi leaned on his cane, pretending not to sulk. You know, he began. It's traditional for students to visit their master once in a while, not just barge in, eat all his food, steal his submarine, and leave without. Thanks, old man, Goku interrupted cheerfully, giving him a thumbs up. We'll bring you something cool next time. Rashi sighed. Elder abuse, he muttered for the 5th time that week. Lunch smiled sweetly, switching to her blonde form mid-wave. You kids come back soon. Okay? I'll make something explosive for you. Bulma groaned. Please don't. Even Chi-Chi managed a small smile, though her eyes lingered on Goku. Try not to get yourself killed, alright? And keep her, she jerked a thumb toward Bulma, from blowing up the planet. Bulma smirked. No promises there either. With that, Goku wrapped an arm around her waist, and in a burst of air and light, the two Scions shot into the sky, leaving a roaring wind and a very dizzy turtle behind. The sea gave way to land, rolling plains, winding rivers, and then a dense green forest stretching endlessly to the horizon. Bulma glanced at her scouter, tapping its side. Dragon Ball signal's strong. It's right below us. Looks like it's somewhere in that forest. Goku's eyes lit up suddenly, his grin wide and mischievous. Hey Bulma, look! She followed his gaze and froze. In the middle of the forest rose something extraordinary. A single, impossibly tall stone tower, reaching straight up through the clouds. Its shadow stretched for miles, swallowing the trees below. What in the world? Bulma breathed. It goes on forever. Goku was already grinning ear to ear. Bet I could race you to the top. Bulma's tail flicked, her Scion blood stirring at the challenge. Oh, it's on, monkey boy. But first, she pointed down toward the dense canopy. The scouter says the Dragon Ball's down there somewhere. We get it first, then we race. Goku chuckled. Deal. Loser cooks dinner. Bulma raised an eyebrow. You can't even boil water. Then I guess I better win, Goku said with a grin before diving toward the forest below, the wind tearing past them both. Bulma laughed, her hair whipping behind her as she followed. The two streaked downward like twin comets, the massive tower looming beside them, ancient, mysterious, and waiting. Somewhere far below, the next Dragon Ball pulsed faintly, its glow hidden beneath the trees, and destiny waited at the base of Korin Tower. The forest canopy broke as Goku and Bulma touched down in a wide clearing. The air here was still and clean, filled with the hum of cicadas and the distant whisper of wind brushing against leaves. The shadow of the massive tower stretched endlessly upward, piercing the clouds like a stone spear. At the base stood a tall, broad-shouldered man with dark skin, long hair tied behind him, and tribal markings across his chest. Beside him stood a small boy with bright eyes and a wooden spear almost as tall as he was. The boy gasped, pointing. Father, look, they came from the sky. The man turned, his gaze steady and cautious. I am Bora, he said simply. And this is my son, Upa. You two are strangers here. Bulma shook her head. We're here for something else. She tapped the scouter on her temple. Our radar says one of the Dragon Balls is somewhere near this area. Upa's eyes lit up. The orange stars. You're looking for them too. Bora nodded slowly. If that is true, then you should know. Those who seek the Dragon Balls have brought nothing but danger to this place. The Red Ribbon Army came weeks ago. They tried to take what was not theirs. Many died. Goku crossed his arms, his tone calm but solid. Then they're lucky I wasn't here. Bora looked between them, then pointed upward. That tower is called Korin Tower. It stretches to the heavens. They say those who climb it and reach the top are blessed by the gods themselves. Bulma tilted her head back, shading her eyes. It really doesn't end. How tall is that thing? Bora smiled faintly. No one has ever climbed it completely. Goku cracked his knuckles. Bet I could do it in 30 minutes. Bulma smirked, her tail swishing behind her. 30? Please, I could do it in 20. Wanna bet? Goku grinned, already crouching like a runner. Do I ever? She said with a smirk. But before either could make good on the challenge, the wind shifted, unnaturally cold and sharp. A shadow moved across the clearing. A man landed gracefully nearby, balancing on a single pillar of stone that had fallen from the sky like a thrown spear. He was tall and thin, dressed in a spotless pink Chinese-style outfit with the red ribbon logo embroidered on the chest. His black hair hung straight, his long braids swaying slightly as he looked down at them with disdain. The man's voice was smooth and emotionless. How touching. A family reunion at the base of a holy tower. Shame it's about to end. Bora's stance tightened, his hand moving protectively toward UPA. Who are you? The newcomer smirked faintly. My name is Tao Pai Pai, the world's greatest assassin, and I've been hired by Commander Red to eliminate a pair of troublesome pests who've been dismantling his army. Bulma's eyes went wide. Oh, wonderful. Another red ribbon lunatic in fancy pajamas. Goku stepped forward, aura crackling faintly, the ground beneath his feet trembling ever so slightly. You must be the idiot they sent after me. Tao's smirk didn't falter. I don't kill for insults, boy. I kill for payment. Then you're dumber than I thought, Goku said, voice cool and sharp. Because if you came here thinking you can kill me or Bulma, you've already signed your death warrant. The assassin's eyes glimmered with arrogance. You talk boldly for a child. Goku's grin widened, cold, confident, dangerous. I'm not a child. I'm your executioner. But if you're in a hurry to die, he cracked his neck, aura flaring like a miniature storm. I'll be glad to send a joke like you straight to the afterlife. The air between them shimmered with pressure. Bora and UPA stepped back, shielding their eyes from the rising wind. Tao only smiled faintly. Then, amuse me. And just like that, the forest around Korin Tower became the stage for one of the deadliest battles the Red Ribbon Army would ever regret starting. The clearing fell silent but for the low hum of ki. A soft breeze stirred the leaves, carrying the faint scent of dust and pine sap. Goku stood relaxed, hands at his sides, tail flicking lazily, while Tao Pai Pai crouched low across from him, every line of his body coiled to strike. Tao's smirk returned, though the muscles in his jaw twitched. You're bold, boy. Let's see if your arrogance can survive reality. He blurred forward, faster than a bullet, his braid whipping behind him. His hand speared toward Goku's throat, only to meet empty air. Wham! A moment later, Tao was on his back, a smoking crater forming beneath him. Goku hadn't even moved from his spot. He'd simply appeared in front of Tao mid-strike and flicked him with a single finger. Bulma whistled. One finger. Not bad, monkey boy. Tao growled, scrambling upright, dust and humiliation clinging to his perfect pink GI. You dare mock me? I am Tao Pai Pai, the supreme assassin, the killer of kings. No man alive. Pow! Goku's punch cut him off mid-monologue, launching him into a tree so hard the trunk splintered like glass. Bora and UPA flinched as Tao staggered to his feet, bleeding, pride shattered but not yet gone. Goku tilted his head, almost pitying. If that's the best you've got, you're not even worth my warm-up. Tao's face twisted with rage. You insolent punk! He leapt high into the air, his fingers snapping into a line. Energy crackled between them, bright, deadly, and focused. Dodon Ray. The golden beam lanced through the air and struck Goku square in the face. Smoke exploded outward, trees trembling from the shockwave. For a moment, everyone froze. Tao panting, sweat gleaming on his brow, a victorious sneer spreading across his lips. No one survives that. Then the smoke cleared. Goku stood exactly where he'd been, the beam's mark barely smudging his cheek. He looked down at it, unimpressed, and wiped the soot away with one thumb. Was that it? He asked casually. That tickled. Tao's smirk collapsed. His hands began to shake. Impossible. Goku's eyes hardened. You tried. Now it's my turn. Tao stumbled back. Stay away from me, you freak. Desperation twisted his features. In a blind panic, he turned his hand and fired another Dodon Ray, not at Goku, but straight toward UPA. The child gasped, frozen in terror. Bora shouted, moving too slow. But before the beam could strike, a blur appeared in front of UPA Bulma, her hair whipping in the wind, eyes glowing with fury. The Dodon Ray hit her open palm. There was a flash, a hiss, and then nothing. Bulma casually swiped the attack aside like she was brushing away a fly. The energy bent off course and vanished into the sky with a sharp crack of air. She straightened, tail lashing like an angry whip, her glare enough to make the assassin freeze. You tried to hurt a child. Bulma's voice was calm, too calm, the kind of calm that promised destruction. Tao stepped back, trembling. I didn't. Goku's aura exploded around him like a storm, the earth cracking beneath his feet. His voice cut through the roar like thunder. Bulma, you mind if I finish this one? Bulma's smirk returned, sharp and cold. By all means, darling, just don't leave a mess. Tao's last flicker of courage vanished as Goku vanished from sight, reappearing with his fist already descending. The assassin barely had time to scream. The forest was still again, smoke curling from the shattered earth where Tao had fallen. The assassin's once impeccable pink uniform was torn and scorched, his braid half-burned, his pride obliterated. He struggled onto his knees, shaking, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Please, don't kill me, he gasped, voice cracking under the weight of his fear. I was just following orders. It was Commander Red, he made me. Goku stood silent, his shadow stretching long across the ground. The air around him still shimmered faintly with residual ki, but his expression was unreadable, neither angry nor merciful, just cold. Bulma stepped up beside him, arms crossed. You tried to murder a kid, she said evenly. And now you're begging? Pathetic. Tao's breath came in ragged sobs. He pressed his forehead to the dirt, trembling. Please, I'll disappear. You'll never see me again. Goku's gaze softened, just a flicker. Then disappear, he said quietly, turning away. Before I change my mind. He took 2 steps. There was a faint metallic click. Bulma's eyes widened. Goku! Tao's trembling hand was reaching for a small grenade. His thumb brushing the pin, face twisted with one last desperate snarl. You fool! Never turn your back on an assassin! But he never finished the sentence. Goku didn't even look. His aura surged for a heartbeat, and with a flick of his wrist, a burning sphere of blue-white energy formed in his palm. Tyrant Lancer. The beam erupted like lightning, crossing the distance faster than Tao could blink. It struck him square in the chest, and the world exploded in white light. When the glare faded, nothing remained of Tao Pai Pai but a fading scorch mark on the grass. The grenade fell harmlessly into the dust, its pin still half pulled, sizzling quietly before disintegrating in the afterheat. Silence reclaimed the forest. The only sound was the rustle of leaves and the faint echo of Goku's breath. Bora held UPA close, both staring wide-eyed. Bulma just exhaled slowly, lowering her guard, though her tail still twitched with anger. Goku looked down at the ashes, eyes hard but calm. Good riddance to trash. He turned away fully this time, walking back toward the tower's base. Come on, Bulma. Let's find that Dragon Ball and move on. Bulma nodded once, a sharp smile tugging at her lips. You're getting scary, you know that? Goku shrugged lightly. Only to people who deserve it. The 2 Scions walked off through the smoke, leaving behind nothing but a burned clearing and the whisper of a name already forgotten by the wind. And with that, the legendary assassin Tao Pai Pai meets his end, reduced to nothing more than ash and memory. But for Goku and Bulma, their journey is far from over. Chapter 9. The Tower of the Gods. Smoke curled from the crater where Tao Pai Pai had stood only moments before. The air was still, heavy with the scent of scorched earth. Goku cracked his neck lazily, the faint smirk on his lips betraying no effort at all. Not even a warm-up, he said, brushing a speck of ash from his shoulder. Bora exhaled a long, trembling breath as he stepped forward, his massive frame bowing slightly. You saved my son. I owe you both my life. UPA clung to his father's leg, eyes wide and shining. Mister, that was amazing. He tried to hurt me, and you just made him disappear. Bulma chuckled, lowering her hand. The faint burn mark from Tao's Dodon ray still smoked against her palm, but her expression was cool and proud. He should have known better than to fire at a kid. Guess now he knows what happens when you mess with my family. Goku glanced at her, amused. You didn't even flinch. Bulma winked. Please, compared to your Kamehameha, that was a mosquito bite. The scion grinned, tail flicking lazily behind him. Still, nice block. Bora watched their playful exchange, still shaken by the power they'd unleashed. You two are unlike any warriors I've ever seen. If not for you, my son and I would be dead. Bulma smiled softly. We didn't do it for thanks. We're just chasing something important. She reached into her capsule bag and pulled out a small pouch. When she opened it, the orange glow of 3 Dragon Balls spilled across her palm, their stars gleaming in the sunlight. Speaking of which, you wouldn't happen to have seen one of these, would you? UPA gasped, pointing excitedly. We have one of those. Father keeps it in our tent. We found it in the woods weeks ago. Bulma's eyes lit up. You're kidding. Bora nodded. We didn't know what it was, but we kept it safe. I'll allow my son to fetch it for you. It seems fate has brought you here for a reason. UPA darted off toward a small canvas tent nestled near the base of the tower. A moment later he came running back, clutching a gleaming sphere with stars burning at its center. Here, take it. Bulma accepted it carefully, the glow reflecting in her eyes. Thank you, sweetheart. She placed it with the others in her pouch. That makes 4. Goku crossed his arms, smiling proudly. For down, 3 to go. UPA beamed. Maybe the gods sent you. Bulma smirked, glancing at Goku. Gods, huh? Not sure about that, but I do feel like something's watching us. Goku's smile faded. His eyes turned skyward, scanning the endless height of Korin Tower. Yeah, he murmured. Bora stood with his arms crossed, watching as Goku and Bulma turned their gaze toward the tower that disappeared into the clouds. The massive stone pillar shimmered faintly in the sunlight, ancient carvings spiraling along its sides like veins of light. He exhaled slowly. Tradition says that anyone who wishes to climb Korin Tower must first prove their worth in battle. I am its guardian. He smiled faintly. Normally, I would test your strength myself, but after what I just witnessed, I already know the outcome. Goku chuckled. Guess that means we pass. Bora nodded. You have my blessing. May your heart stay pure on the climb. Bulma cracked her neck and smirked. Well, that's one less fight. Let's go, monkey boy. Before Goku could respond, she kicked off the ground, soaring upward in a burst of energy. Her tail trailed behind her like a ribbon of flame. But just as she cleared the treetops, Goku's hand shot out and caught her tail. Bulma shrieked, twisting midair. What the hell, Goku? That hurt. Goku just grinned up at her, eyes glinting with mischief. How about we make this interesting? First one to the top wins. Loser hunts dinner. Bulma, still rubbing her tail with an angry pout, narrowed her eyes. You're on. She floated back down just close enough to kiss him quickly on the cheek. But just so you know. Her smile turned wicked. I don't lose. Before Goku could react, she drove her boot square into his shin. Ow, Bulma! But she was already gone, rocketing upward along the tower wall, laughing wildly as her aura blazed around her. You cheater! Goku yelled, launching himself after her, the ground exploding beneath his feet. The climb turned into a blur of motion, stone flashing past, wind tearing at their hair. Birds scattered as the 2 scions shot upward, trading insults and laughter as they ascended. Hope you like roasting wild boar, Bulma shouted over the wind. You'll be the one cooking it, Goku fired back, his grin wide despite the burn in his arms. Minutes passed, then half an hour. Clouds swallowed them, the world below reduced to nothing but mist and wind. Bulma looked up and finally saw it. A round platform glimmering above, the peak of the legendary tower. Almost there. She pushed harder, muscles screaming. But Goku was faster. With a sly grin, he reached out, grabbed her ankle, and used her momentum to vault himself higher, flipping over her in a blur. Hey, no fair! She yelled. Goku landed on the platform with a triumphant laugh. Winner! Bulma arrived a heartbeat later, panting and furious. You cheater! Using me as a springboard doesn't count. Goku grinned, hands behind his head. Didn't see any rules against it. She glared daggers at him, tail bristling, then smirked. Fine, but you're washing the dishes. He laughed. Deal. A voice called out from the mist above. Well, well, you two are something else. Goku and Bulma turned toward the sound and froze. Standing a few paces away was a small, white, cat-like creature balanced perfectly on its hind legs. He carried a polished staff almost as tall as himself and twirled his whiskers with an amused grin. Welcome to the top of Korin Tower, the creature said, tail flicking lazily. Name's Korin, and congratulations, you just shattered every record in the book. Most folks take 2 or 3 days to climb this thing. You two? Barely half an hour. Goku tilted his head, eyes narrowing curiously. Bulma blinked twice. Goku? She said slowly. Am I hallucinating? Or are we talking to a cat that walks and talks? Korin's ears flattened. Excuse me? I am not just some cat. I am Master Korin, the great martial arts master and keeper of the sacred tower. Bulma folded her arms, smirking. You look more like a giant plush toy to me. The little master's fur puffed out instantly. Plushie, you insolent brat. I'll have you know I trained warriors stronger than entire armies. Goku chuckled, clearly entertained. Relax, furball. She's just teasing. Furball? Korin sputtered, whiskers quivering. You two have no respect for divine beings anymore, I swear. But as the irritation faded, the old master's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel it now. 2 blazing, storm-like energies radiating from the pair before him. The sheer weight of it made his tail tremble. You're far beyond anyone I've ever trained, Korin admitted quietly. Normally, I'd make visitors prove themselves worthy. But in your case, well, I think I'd be the one getting the lesson. Goku shrugged good-naturedly. Yeah, I can feel that too. He tapped the side of his dragon scouter, letting it hum to life. A flickering red display appeared over his eye, scanning Korin from head to toe. Power level 170, Goku muttered. Then the scouter beeped again, louder this time. The numbers began climbing. Wait, what? Bulma leaned closer. Goku? What's it doing? Not him, Goku said, frowning as he turned his gaze upward. Something else, way above us. The device whined as the signal spiked off the charts. Then he switched it off and closed his eyes, focusing. His aura flickered softly as he reached out with his senses. There are 2 powers up there, he said quietly. One's calm, ancient, feels like it belongs to this planet. His expression darkened. But the other one, it's different, cold, not human, definitely not from Earth. He looked back at Korin, eyes sharp. Who's up there? Korin's tail twitched nervously. Nobody, he blurted, forcing a laugh far too quickly. Just clouds. Lots and lots of clouds. Goku's eyes narrowed. Bulma crossed her arms. And high above them, the sky rumbled faintly, as if something had just noticed their presence. Korin's tail twitched nervously as Goku and Bulma continued to stare him down. The old master cleared his throat, forcing a grin. Well, since there's really no point in me training 2 walking power plants like you, how about a consolation prize? He reached into a small clay jar beside his staff and pulled out a small bag of small green beans. These, he said proudly, are senzu beans. Eat one, and you'll be fully healed. Injuries, fatigue, hunger, all gone in an instant. They're rare and sacred, so don't waste them. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Magic beans? You're serious? Korin puffed up his chest. Very. A single bean can feed you for 10 days. With these, your training will be more efficient, especially for Saya. He froze mid-word. The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut steel. Goku's tail went still. His voice dropped several octaves. What did you just say? Korin tried to laugh it off, ears twitching. I just meant, efficient training. For, anyone, really? Goku stepped closer, his shadow falling over the cat. His tone was low and cold. You said Scion. Who told you what we are? Cat. Corinne swallowed hard, staff trembling slightly. Look, kid. Maybe we got off on the wrong paw. Stop dodging the question, Goku snapped. Who told you? The tower master sighed heavily, shoulders slumping. Fine, the jig's up. Bulma crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. Start talking. Corin rubbed his temple with one paw, tail flicking in defeat. My boss told me, the guardian of this planet, Kami. He's the one above us. And yes, he's been keeping tabs on you ever since you crash-landed here about 11 years ago. Kid. Bulma blinked. Guardian of Earth? You mean there's someone in charge of this planet besides the government? Corin nodded. He's not human, he's something else. Keeps the balance, watches over everything, but never interferes unless he must. Goku frowned, glancing toward the sky. Then why does his energy feel so strange? That aura. It doesn't feel like it belongs here. Corin hesitated. I don't know. He's green, has these long antennae on his head. Maybe he's… Wait. Goku's eyes snapped toward him. Describe him to me in detail. Corin opened his mouth to answer, but before he could speak, his ears twitched sharply. A deep, echoing voice filled the air, resonating through every stone of the tower. Corin, you fool. The cat froze. The voice carried power, wisdom, and irritation all at once. I told you not to tell them about me yet. Corin winced. Sorry, Kami. It just slipped out. There was a pause, then a sigh that seemed to ripple through the clouds. Fine. The damage is done. Send them up here. Corin bowed deeply to the empty air. Why yes, Kami. Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. Looks like we're invited. Bulma smirked. Finally, let's see what this guardian looks like. Corin rubbed the back of his neck, clearly still rattled from Kami's telepathic outburst. All right, but just so you know, his place isn't exactly close. Kami's lookout is about 10,000 meters straight up. Normally, you'd need… Goku cut him off with a grin. We can just fly. Bulma nodded with a smirk, her tail flicking behind her. 10,000 meters? Easy. Corin's jaw dropped. You can fly. What kind of monsters are you two? Goku laughed, stretching his arms. Strong ones. He reached over, snatched the small bag of senzu beans from beside Corin's staff, and tied it to his belt. These'll come in handy. Hey! Corin shouted, hopping up and down. I didn't say you could take those. Bulma and Goku both turned their heads slowly, eyes narrowing in perfect unison. The look they gave him could have frozen fire. Corin froze mid-leap. Never mind. Enjoy the beans. Goku chuckled, floating a few inches off the ground as his aura flickered to life. Ready, Bulma? She smirked. Race you. Before Corin could even blink, Bulma shot upward in a burst of blue light, her laughter echoing through the clouds. See you at the top. Goku grinned wide. She never learns. With a low rumble, he blasted off after her, the wind swirling in their wake and shaking the tower beneath them. Corin watched them vanish into the endless sky, the clouds still spinning from their launch. He sighed, shoulders sagging. Kami, I hope you know what you're doing with those two. High above the world, the sky thinned to a brilliant white. The air was cold and sharp, but neither of them felt it. They were two streaks of light cutting through the heavens, scions ascending like comets toward destiny. The first glimpse of Kami's lookout emerged from the haze. An enormous, circular platform suspended in the sky, ringed with golden tiles and towering white columns that gleamed in the sunlight. Bulma slowed first, panting lightly as she hovered over the platform. I'm gonna need a minute. That was insane. Goku touched down beside her, laughing. Man, that was fun. You really kept up with me this time. She shot him a breathless smirk. Yeah? Well, maybe I'm learning from the best. He grinned back, brushing a few strands of her hair from her face. You're getting better every day. Bulma's cheeks flushed. Keep talking like that and you'll end up sleeping outside the capsule house again. Goku laughed, tail flicking behind him as they turned to face the towering entrance at the center of the lookout. The air here felt heavier, older, charged with a divine stillness. Whatever waited for them inside, it wasn't human. The golden tiles of the lookout gleamed beneath their boots as Goku and Bulma stepped through the massive white archway. The air felt still, too still, like the world itself was holding its breath. At the far end of the platform stood two figures. One was tall, robed in white and purple, his skin the color of jade, his face calm but ancient. Beside him stood a shorter, dark-skinned attendant with wide eyes, crimson lips, and an unreadable expression. The moment Goku saw the green-skinned figure, his expression shifted from curiosity to recognition. His eyes widened, and for once words failed him. Then he stepped forward slowly. "You," he said, voice quiet but firm. "You're a Namekian." The words hit like thunder. Cammy's eyes went wide. Mr. Popo blinked. Even Bulma froze. What now?" Goku turned to her. "A Namekian, an ancient race of, well, kind of like slug people, but they're smart, powerful, peaceful most of the time. They're not from this planet." Bulma frowned. "You're telling me God is an alien snail?" Cammy's brow furrowed. "Namekian, that word." Goku nodded slowly, his voice taking on a thoughtful tone. "Back on planet Vegeta, one of my instructors told us about them. The Namekians were said to possess strange powers, magic that could bend life and death, and they created something called mystical wishing orbs." He paused, glancing at the bag with the Dragon Balls clipped to Bulma's belt. "I thought it was just a myth told to Scion kids during training." For a long moment, silence reigned. Cammy's hand trembled as he touched his chest. A flicker of memory, storms, a crash, endless sky, flashed behind his eyes. "I had forgotten," he whispered, "how I came to this world, why I was alone." Then, slowly, he looked at Goku with something like gratitude. "Thank you, Scion. You've reminded me who I truly am." Bulma exhaled, still stunned. "So you really made the Dragon Balls?" Cammy nodded. "Yes, many years ago. They are fragments of my life force, created so humanity could know hope and consequence." Goku crossed his arms. "Then you already know what we're after." Cammy's face grew grave. "I do. You wish to bring back your family. But that wish may not be possible." Bulma's tail bristled. "What do you mean, not possible?" Cammy raised a hand gently. "The dragon's power is limited to the life energy of this world. What you seek lies beyond it." Goku's eyes narrowed. "Then there's another way, isn't there?" The Guardian smiled faintly. "Perhaps. But before I tell you how, I require something from you." "What's that?" Goku asked. Cammy's voice deepened, solemn and commanding. "A vow. Swear to me, Scion, protect this planet from all who would threaten it. Not as a soldier, but as its guardian." Goku's answer came without hesitation. "Hey, no problem." He smirked. "I was planning to do that anyway." Cammy smiled, the clouds parting slightly above. "Then we may yet make your wish possible." Cammy folded his hands behind his back, his gaze distant as the wind stirred the edges of his robe. "While I created the Dragon Balls, even I have limits," he began. "I am too old now to strengthen them directly. However," he looked toward the great temple doors, the shadows of the columns stretching long across the tiles. "I can redirect my power through Shenron, reshape his potential." Bulma tilted her head. "Redirect? What do you mean?" Cammy nodded slowly. "Normally, the dragon can only resurrect those who perished from unnatural causes. Murders, battles, disasters, but only within a year of their death. However, if I rechannel my life force into him, his strength will expand beyond that." He raised one long green hand, tracing invisible symbols in the air as he spoke. "With this change, Shenron could revive a single person who died long ago, no matter how much time has passed. And he would gain the ability to grant 3 wishes instead of 1. The air grew quiet, the magnitude of his words sinking in. Bulma's eyes widened. 3 wishes? That's incredible. She turned to Goku. excitement flashing across her face. Goku, if Kami really does this, you could bring back your mother, your father, and your brother too. But before she could finish, Kami lifted a hand, cutting her off gently. No, girl, it is not that simple. Bulma blinked. What do you mean? The dragon will resurrect souls in the exact place where they died, Kami explained solemnly. If that place no longer exists or if it lies in the cold void of space, the wish will fail. To return them to Earth safely, one wish must first be used to transport them here. Goku's expression darkened as he pieced it together. Meaning, we can only revive 2 people. Kami nodded once. Correct. For a long moment Goku said nothing. Then he exhaled, shoulders squaring. Fine. I'll bring back my mom and dad first. I can wait another year to revive Raditz. Kami hesitated, then sighed softly. About your brother, you may not need to. Goku looked up sharply. What? I shouldn't tell you this, Kami said, his tone lowering. But Raditz is not dead. I've sensed his life force for years. He is alive, and he is not alone. Bulma's mouth fell open. You mean there are more Scions? Kami nodded. 2 others, a warrior named Nappa, and another, called Vegeta. His voice grew grim. They both serve your former master, Frieza. For a heartbeat, silence hung in the air. Then, unexpectedly, Goku laughed. A low, dangerous sound that echoed through the temple. So the Shrimp Prince and his lapdog are still alive, he said, a grin spreading across his face, and still kissing Frieza's ass. Figures. Kami's gaze darkened. Do not underestimate them, son Goku. Someday they will come here. Goku's eyes gleamed, his Saiyan pride flaring. Good. Then I'll be ready. Bulma stood with her arms folded, tail flicking behind her in that sharp, calculating way that always meant her brain was running faster than most people could speak. Okay, she began, eyes narrowing slightly. Kami, I get that you're some kind of divine caretaker and all, but there's one thing that doesn't add up. Kami blinked. Oh. Bulma tilted her head. You said Raditz and those other Scions are alive, and that they're working for Frieza. But how would you even know that? You're the guardian of… She made air quotes with her fingers. Earth, not space. The statement hung in the air like a thrown knife. Mr. Popo's eyes went wide. Kami coughed once, caught completely off guard. Well, that's complicated. Bulma's smirk deepened. I bet. Kami sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. You're an astute young woman. Very well. Since you've already unraveled the secret, I'll explain. He turned toward the horizon, his voice quiet but steady. My position as guardian grants me access to other realms, not just the earthly plane. I may traverse the paths of the other world when needed. Bulma raised a brow. So, you can just walk into the afterlife? Kami nodded. With permission. The day Goku arrived on this planet, I felt his presence. A power unlike any human soul. My curiosity led me to seek answers. I traveled to the other world and spoke with a being known as King Yema, the overseer of souls who pass beyond life. Bulma's eyes widened slightly. And he told you everything? Yes, Kami confirmed. He spoke of a Scion child named Kakarot, sent to Earth. He told me of planet Vegeta's fall, of Frieza's tyranny, and of the warrior race nearly wiped out by their own greed. Goku listened silently, then chuckled softly. So even the afterlife couldn't stop people from gossiping about me, huh? Kami gave him a tired look. You could put it that way. Goku grinned. All right, old slug, you've got yourself a deal. I'll protect your planet. Kami's eye twitched. Old slug. Hey, don't take it personal, Goku said with a grin. Namekians are part slug, right? Just calling it like it is. Mr. Popo covered his mouth to hide a laugh. Kami muttered something that sounded suspiciously like insolent Scion under his breath, then turned to his attendant. Popo, bring me the statue. Popo nodded and hurried inside, returning moments later carrying a small clay effigy of Shinran, the eternal dragon. He set it reverently before Kami. The guardian raised his hand. A soft golden light formed at his fingertips, then fired forward in a narrow beam. The energy struck the statue, flooding it with divine brilliance. At that same moment, the 4 Dragon Balls in Goku's and Bulma's possession began to glow, pulsing with newfound power. Kami lowered his hand, exhaling slowly. It is done. The light faded, leaving the air thick with energy. Bulma and Goku looked down at the glowing orbs, all written across their faces. Guess that means the dragon's awake, Goku said quietly. Kami nodded. Indeed, Shenron is ready, and so is your destiny. The glow from the Dragon Balls slowly faded, leaving the air warm and heavy with power. Goku tapped the side of his Dragon Scouter, syncing its display with the new energy readings. The 4 orbs he and Bulma carried pulsed brightly on the radar. He frowned. Kami, I'm only picking up 2 more signals. That should make 6. Where's the last one? Kami folded his hands, his tone calm and deliberate. 2 of the Dragon Balls are being held inside the Red Ribbon Army's central base. The last one, he paused, eyes narrowing slightly, is inside a containment box, some kind of alloy that blocks both radar and energy scans. However, I know exactly where it is. Bulma crossed her arms. Let me guess. Someone is hiding it from us. Kami nodded. Precisely. Retrieve the 2 from the main base first. Once you return here, I'll show you where the final one is hidden. Goku smirked, his Saiyan blood already burning with excitement. So basically, smash the Red Ribbon Army, grab their toys, and come back. Easy. Bulma rolled her eyes but smiled, brushing her hair back. You make it sound like a picnic, monkey boy. He grinned, tail swaying lazily. Ready to take down an army? Her smirk turned into a dangerous smile. Can't wait, honey. She leaned up and kissed him on the cheek, then activated her scouter. Let's go show those tin soldiers what real power looks like. Without another word, the 2 Saiyans stepped to the edge of the lookout. Wind whipped around them as the clouds swirled below. Goku looked back at Kami once, nodding. We'll be back soon. Kami inclined his head. Good hunting, son Goku. Then, with a flash of blue and gold light, the pair shot downward, breaking through the clouds like twin meteors. The sky roared behind them, trails of key fire marking their descent. When the thunder faded, silence settled once more over the sacred platform. Mr. Popo stepped forward quietly. Kami, are you sure they can be trusted? Kami's eyes remained fixed on the horizon. Yes, Popo, I'm sure. He clasped his hands behind his back, his expression softening. Goku may act rough, even cold at times, but his heart is pure. I've watched him for years. He protects what he loves, even if he doesn't realize it. Popo tilted his head. And the girl? Kami smiled faintly. Bulma brings out the part of him that still remembers kindness. She tempers his rage with reason. Together, they are stronger than either could ever be alone. Popo nodded slowly, looking toward the streaks of light vanishing into the clouds. Then may the earth protect them as they protect it. Kami closed his eyes, the wind whispering softly through the temple's pillars. It will, Popo, because destiny is already watching. The wind howled as Goku and Bulma descended through the clouds, their energy flaring around them like twin comets. Below, the massive Red Ribbon headquarters came into view, a sprawling fortress of steel, bristling with radar towers, anti-air turrets, and armored patrols. Searchlights cut across the night sky the moment their auras registered on the base's sensors. Sirens wailed, spotlights locked onto them like angry eyes. Goku smirked, folding his arms. Looks like they know we're here. Bulma floated beside him, her long black hair whipping in the wind. Good. Saves us the trouble of knocking. Her scouter beeped rapidly. They've got hundreds of energy signatures. Tanks, mechs, soldiers. Goku's grin widened. Perfect. Bulma gave him a sidelong glance. You're enjoying this way too much. He shrugged. Hey, can you blame me? Been a while since I stretched my tail. She laughed softly, then her expression shifted into that sly, dangerous smile he loved. So what's the plan, Commander? Goku's eyes glinted. "Want to make a grand entrance?" Bulma raised a brow. "What do you mean by?" She stopped mid-sentence when she saw the energy forming in his palm. A swirling sphere of white light pulsed in Goku's hand, growing brighter by the second. Her lips curved into a grin. "Oh, I get it." "Exactly," Goku said with a nod. He raised his arm high, the light expanding into a blazing orb that illuminated the clouds above. The soldiers below shouted, their weapons swiveling upward in confusion. "Let's give them a real show." With a roar, Goku hurled the glowing sphere into the sky. It shot upward like a missile, disappearing for a heartbeat, then exploded outward, flooding the sky with blinding silver light. Goku spoke. "Burst open and mix." Bulma smiled, her heart pounding as the sky transformed. The fake moon hung above them, shimmering with condensed energy, bathing the battlefield in ghostly brilliance. The red ribbon soldiers below froze, staring at the artificial moon in terrified awe. "What the hell is that?" someone screamed. The words echoed like thunder, vibrating through the air. Both Scions turned their gaze skyward, pupils dilating as the light struck them full force. Their bodies trembled, power surging like wildfire through their veins. Bulma's hair whipped around her face, her tail twitching uncontrollably. "Oh, this is gonna be fun," she growled, her voice deepening as her power skyrocketed. Goku's grin stretched wide, fangs glinting in the pale light. Red Ribbon's about to learn what Scions really are. The clouds boiled above them, silver light rippling across their forms as their muscles bulged and bones shifted. And together, under their own artificial moon, Goku and Bulma began to transform, their roars shaking the heavens. Chapter 10. Return of the Lost. The artificial moon burned like a miniature sun in the night sky, its pale light washing over the ruined battlefield. The red ribbon soldiers stared upward in paralyzed horror as the two Scions, Goku and Bulma, stiffened, their eyes widening, pupils shrinking into primal slits. A low rumble vibrated from deep in their chests, a sound older than Earth itself. Then the transformation hit like a tidal wave. Bones cracked, muscles ballooned, their bodies surged upward, growing, stretching, reshaping as power poured through them like molten iron. Tails snapped wildly behind them as fur exploded across their skin. The ground trembled under their expanding weight. The soldiers screamed, "Monsters! Run!" The commanders tried to regain order, but it was far too late. Goku's silhouette lurched forward, his massive Oozuru head rising above the tallest tower, fangs glinting in the moonlight. His roar shattered every window in the base. The shockwave alone sent dozens of soldiers flying like rag dolls. Bulma's roar followed, higher-pitched, savage, terrifying in its own right. Her Oozuru form was slightly leaner but no less monstrous. Searchlights spun frantically, tanks fired, turrets opened up. Nothing stopped them. A barrage of missiles exploded across Goku's chest, barely enough to make him blink. With a guttural snarl, he stomped forward and slammed both fists into the ground. The resulting tremor split the concrete runway in half, swallowing vehicles and soldiers alike. Bulma leapt into the air, her shadow swallowing the courtyard below before she crashed down on a mech bay. Metal shrieked and folded like wet paper under her colossal weight. The pilots inside had exactly 1 second to realize they were doomed. Her tail lashed out, sweeping aside an entire line of missile trucks and flinging them across the battlefield. They detonated midair, lighting the night with fiery blossoms. Red Ribbon HQ dissolved into chaos. "Fire everything! Everything! It's not stopping them. Nothing is stopping them." Goku reared back, inhaling deeply. A boiling sphere of golden ki swelled between his fangs, then launched downward like a miniature sun. The blast vaporized a whole armored battalion, leaving behind nothing but a crater of molten steel. Bulma slammed a foot into the main communications tower. It snapped cleanly in half, collapsing in a shower of sparks and debris. She ripped off the top half, crushed it in her fist, and hurled the remains into a squad of fleeing soldiers. Commander Red tried to escape in a helicopter. Bulma snatched it out of the air like a toy and squeezed. The rotors snapped. The tail burst into flames. The pilot didn't even have time to scream before she tossed the burning wreck aside. Goku tore through the central headquarters building next, smashing through reinforced walls like they were rice paper. Computers, steel beams, ammo crates. Everything exploded in a shower of chaos as he bulldozed a path straight through the heart of the base. Soon, nothing remained but fire, rubble, and twitching scraps of metal. The mighty Red Ribbon Army, once feared across continents, was gone, annihilated in mere minutes. At last, their monstrous roars faded. The Oozuru bodies trembled, shrinking, fur retracting, limbs twisting back to human shape. Two silhouettes collapsed amid the smoking ruins. Goku groaned. Ugh, my head! Goku blinked away the last dizzy traces of Oozuru rage as the sunrise painted the ruins orange. Fire crackled softly in the distance. Smoke drifted lazily upward. Red Ribbon HQ, once the most fortified military complex on Earth, now resembled a continent-sized scrapyard. Bulma pushed herself upright, rubbing her temples. Ugh! What a hangover. Did we blow up a small country or something? Goku looked around innocently. New, just a giant base. Then her eyes snapped downward. Her pupils shrank. Then she screamed. The Dragon Scouters didn't grow with US. The entire device had been pulverized into fine crumbs. Bulma inhaled sharply. Then she exploded. Are you kidding me? They're shattered. Not broken. Not damaged. Shattered. Into powder. Do you know how long it took me to build those? Goku winced. 9 months. 9 months? Bulma shrieked, throwing her arms in the air. 9 months of my life. Reverse engineering a rare alien device. Rebuilding microcircuits. Programming scanners from scratch. And for what? For you to go monkey mode and turn them into tech dust. Hey, Goku said defensively. I went monkey mode because you said, let's do it. Bulma froze. A vein popped on her forehead. I hate you. You said that last week, Goku muttered. And I meant it then too. A long silence followed. Finally, Bulma groaned and kicked a broken turret. Great, perfect, amazing. The 2 Dragon Balls Red Ribbon stole are somewhere buried under 100 tons of twisted metal, melted tanks, and dead robots. No radar, no scouters, fantastic. Goku smiled brightly. So we start digging. Bulma stared at him like he was the dumbest creature in the galaxy. Then she sighed. Fine, let's just get this over with. Hour 1. Goku casually lifted a tank the size of a house and tossed it aside like a milk carton. Bulma used a portable scanner she pulled from her capsule bag, until the scanner exploded in her hands. Goku laughed. Bulma did not. Hour 2. Bulma found 3 unexploded rockets. She used them to blow open a buried hangar. Goku applauded. Bulma flipped him off. Hour 3. Goku found something small and round. Bulma screamed with joy until it turned out to be a melted bowling ball. Hour 4. Bulma discovered a half-burnt red ribbon map. Goku discovered a porn magazine stuck to his foot. You want it? He asked. Bulma hurled a wrench at his forehead. Hour 6. Bulma crawled out from under a collapsed tower, face covered in soot. Goku wandered up, holding 2 giant mech arms like trophies. Look what I found. Goku, please shut up. Hour 7. At long last, under the remains of a massive radar dish, Goku felt something solid and familiar. Bulma, I got one. Bulma sprinted over, nearly slipping on melted steel. There it was, glowing faintly beneath ash and rubble. A Dragon Ball. Bulma exhaled in relief. Okay, one more. Minutes later, Bulma found the second one wedged inside a broken missile silo. She collapsed on her back, exhausted. Kami above, never again. Goku smiled, tail flicking. Hey, that wasn't so bad. Bulma threw a piece of debris at him. I swear I will shove a missile up your… Boom! The missile exploded harmlessly in the distance. Goku swallowed. The real adventure was just beginning. The sky rippled with heat as Goku and Bulma lifted off from the smoldering ruins of Red Ribbon HQ. The morning sun glinted off the 2 Dragon Balls strapped securely to Bulma's belt pouch, their comforting glow a reminder that the nightmare of digging was finally over. Goku flew easily, hands behind his head, tail swaying lazily in the breeze. Bulma flew beside him, arms crossed, her ki aura sharp and steady. Stronger, faster, and far more controlled than when she first learned. Even exhausted, she flew with perfect balance, her blue aura sparking slightly from remaining frustration. 7 hours, Bulma muttered. 7 entire hours. Goku glanced over with a grin. Hey, we made great time. I thought it'd take longer. Bulma shot him a death glare. Say that again and I'll drop kick you into orbit. Goku chose silence. Below them, forests stretched endlessly across the land, birds scattering as the 2 Scions soared overhead. The wind calmed Bulma's nerves just a little, enough for her shoulders to loosen as they rose through a layer of soft white clouds. There it is, Goku said, pointing upward. Above the drifting clouds, floating like a divine island, was the vast circular platform of Kami's lookout. Sunlight reflected off its golden tiles, making it appear as though the heavens had opened for them. Bulma inhaled deeply. No matter how many times we come here, it still doesn't feel real. Goku nodded. Yeah, it's peaceful here. Feels safe. Bulma raised a brow. Says the guy who wanted to punch the Guardian of Earth the first time we met him. I didn't want to punch him, Goku defended. I just thought he might attack us. You literally said, I want to see how strong this green slug god is, Goku. Okay, maybe I did. Bulma rolled her eyes. They slowed as they neared the edge of the lookout. Kami and Mr. Popo were already waiting, silent, calm, silhouettes framed by the rising sun. Bulma landed first, her feet touching the golden tiles with a soft thud. Goku landed beside her, stretching his arms and yawning loudly. Kami stepped forward, his expression unreadable. You have returned. Yep, Goku said cheerfully. Whole army's gone. Bulma folded her arms. As in vaporized, obliterated, reduced to atoms. You can thank my boyfriend's giant monkey fists. Kami's eyes flicked briefly toward the scorched horizon. I felt it. Popo gulped quietly, staring at them as if they'd walked in dripping blood. Kami continued, voice steady. You did not use the Dragon Scouters. How did you locate the Dragon Balls? Bulma's eyebrow twitched. We didn't. We searched through 40 acres of flaming rubble with our bare hands. Goku nodded proudly. We found them. Bulma pinched the bridge of her nose. We found them because I nearly blew myself up for the 10th time. Not because of you. Goku scratched his cheek. You're just mad because your scouter turned into fairy dust. Fairy dust. Kami raised a hand gently. Peace, Bulma. Your sacrifice was necessary. And now, his voice deepened. You are ready for the final Dragon Ball. Bulma perked up. Wait. You know where it is? Kami nodded slowly. Yes, the last Dragon Ball is concealed in a sealed alloy box that blocks all forms of detection. Only a being of greed and foolish ambition could have placed it there. Bulma's eyes widened. Oh no. Goku tilted his head. Who? Kami uttered a single, cursed name. Pilaf. Bulma's scream echoed across all of heaven. Goku groaned. Not this idiot again. Popo whispered. Oh dear. Kami folded his hands. Retrieve the final Dragon Ball from Emperor Pilaf. Then return here. The time for your wish has come. Bulma cracked her knuckles. Goku's aura flared. Let's go get the last one. The wasteland stretched out for miles, but in the middle of all that lonely wilderness sat the saddest thing Bulma had ever seen. A tiny rusty trailer with a crooked satellite dish, a half-crushed lawn chair, and a hand-painted sign that read, Pilaf Castle 2, temporary headquarters. The 2 was written backwards. Bulma sighed. Wow, from AL Fortress to this. Goku grinned. Hey, at least it hasn't exploded yet. Bulma snorted. Give it time. The trailer door creaked open. A small blue head popped out, saw them, and let out a scream so high-pitched it shattered the satellite dish. Ah, they found us again. Pilaf flailed like a drowning toddler, tripping over his own feet and slamming the door shut. The trailer shook violently. From inside, my shoe, defensive position. Arm the missiles. Arm the, no, turn that off, that's the coffee machine. The door finally cracked open again. Pilaf stepped out, smoothing his jacket and clearing his throat, pretending nothing humiliating had happened. Ahem, welcome to my temporary royal estate. Bulma raised an eyebrow. Your trailer. Pilaf forced a smile. It is a tactical stronghold. Thank you very much. Mai and Shu stepped out behind him, saluting nervously. Pilaf inhaled, puffing out his chest. Now then, I know exactly why you're here. You want the Dragon Ball in my possession. Bulma cracked her knuckles. Smart boy. Pilaf held up a finger. Ah, don't get cocky. You see, Mai and Shu have been following you for months. He snapped his fingers dramatically. And they saw everything. Mai gulped. Shu nodded rapidly. Pilaf smirked with villainous triumph. We know what you are, Science, and we know your terrible, humiliating weakness, your tails. He wiggled his fingers ominously, as if he expected thunder to boom. Goku blinked. Bulma stared. Then both of them burst out laughing so hard Bulma had to grab her stomach to breathe. Pilaf's smile twitched. Why? Why are you laughing? This is serious. Goku wiped a tear from his eye. Okay. Bulma, stretch out your tail. Bulma grinned and flicked her tail out behind her. Pilaf, Mai, and Shu leaned forward, eyes wide. Goku grabbed Bulma's tail firmly. Nothing happened. Bulma raised a brow. See? No problems here. Goku shrugged. Sorry, Pilaf. I overcame that weakness when I was 5. Elite Scion stuff. Bulma trained to get over it too. Bulma flicked her tail again proudly. And even if somebody did grab it, here's a simple trick. She wrapped her tail smoothly around her waist in a perfect coil, like a thick brown belt. Pilaf paled. Mai's jaw dropped. Shu whimpered. Goku crossed his arms, tail swaying lazily. Oh, and we knew you were following us the whole time. Bulma nodded. You two idiots are terrible at stealth. Mai and Shu stiffened, shaking violently. Pilaf's voice cracked. We still have our defenses. Goku pointed at the trailer. You mean the broken coffee machine and the bent satellite dish? Bulma leaned forward, smiling dangerously. Pilaf, we're gonna count to 3. Then you're giving us the Dragon Ball. Got it. Pilaf squeaked. What happens if I say no? Goku smiled sweetly. Try it. Mai fainted. Shu dove behind the trailer. Pilaf screamed, ran inside, and came back out with a small metal box. Here, take it. Just don't kill me. Bulma opened it. Inside was the shimmering 7-star Dragon Ball, glowing softly in her hands. Goku patted Pilaf on the head. Good choice. Pilaf whimpered. Bulma smirked, lifting off the ground. Bye, losers. And with that, the two Scions soared into the sky, leaving the trembling Pilaf gang wondering if they should retire from villainy forever. The sky above Kami's lookout was unnaturally still, as if the world itself held its breath. The 7 Dragon Balls rested in a perfect circle across the golden tiles, glowing brighter and brighter until the platform burned with orange light. Bulma stepped back beside Goku, her tail curling around her waist in a mix of nervousness and excitement. Goku stood tall, fists clenched, eyes fixed on the shimmering orbs. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. Kami and Popo watched silently from a few paces away. Whenever you're ready, Kami said quietly. Bulma placed a steadying hand on Goku's arm. This is it. After all this time. Goku nodded once. Yeah, let's bring them home. He raised his voice. Shenron, arise and grant our wish. Lightning exploded downward like divine spears. Clouds twisted violently around the lookout, transforming the bright sky into a swirling black dome. The Dragon Balls burst with light, and an enormous green serpent tore free from them, spiraling upward into the heavens. Shenron's colossal coils wrapped around the lookout, his eyes glowing a brilliant red as he roared. I am the eternal dragon. State your wishes. The entire platform shuddered under the weight of his presence. Goku stepped forward, standing tall despite the dragon's overwhelming aura. First wish, he shouted. Revive the scion known as Bardock, my father. Shenron's eyes flashed. It is done. Bulma gasped softly as a beam of light shot upward into the sky, disappearing into the stars. Somewhere in the void of space, a soul reformed. Okay, Goku breathed. Next. Shenron lowered his head expectantly. Goku raised his voice again. Second wish, revive the scion known as Jine, my mother. The sky flashed again. A second beam tore into the heavens like a celestial spear. Goku's throat tightened. Bulma squeezed his hand, her tail brushing against his leg to comfort him. Two hearts restored. But far away. Not here. Not yet. Shenron's red gaze burned brighter. You may now state your third and final wish. Bulma nodded at Goku. Do it. Goku inhaled deeply, voice strong and clear. For the third wish, bring Bardock and Jine's revived bodies directly to Kami's lookout. Shenron's eyes ignited with blinding scarlet. So be it. The wind exploded outward in a shockwave so powerful Bulma had to shield her face. Kami's robes snapped violently in the gale. Every pillar of the lookout trembled. A pillar of light descended, a gigantic column of pure, divine energy that struck the center of the platform like a meteor. The light split into two. Two silhouettes formed inside. One tall, broad-shouldered, battle-worn. The other smaller, lithe, gentle. Bulma's breath caught. Goku's heart stopped. The light faded. Bardock stood there, armor scorch-marked, hair wild, the old headband tied around his forehead. His eyes, sharp, familiar, fierce, locked onto Goku instantly. Beside him stood Jine, soft-eyed, warm smile trembling with emotion, long black hair shifting in the wind. She looked around in awe, then saw her son. And time froze. Goku took a single shaky step forward. Mom! Dad! Jine burst into tears and rushed into his arms. Kakarot, my baby! Goku wrapped his arms around her tightly, forehead pressed to hers. His voice cracked for the first time in years. Mom! Bardock approached slowly, eyes glistening though he tried to hide it. You turned out strong, Bardock said, voice rough. Damn strong. Goku looked up, eyes burning. I'm glad you're here. Bulma stepped closer, smiling warmly. Welcome home. Jine wiped her tears and hugged Bulma instantly. Oh, you sweet thing. Thank you for taking care of my son. Bulma blushed furiously. Well. Bardock smirked at Goku. You picked a feisty one. Goku laughed. For the first time in his life, his family was whole. The glow of Shenron's departure finally faded, leaving the lookout warm under the rising sun. Jine still held onto Goku's arm, smiling through happy tears. Bardock stood tall, scanning the area with sharp warrior eyes. Every detail, every aura. Then Bardock's gaze shifted to Bulma. Bulma's scouter lens flickered instinctively, her scion senses analyzing Bardock's ki without electronics. Her breath hitched. Goku, she whispered under her breath. Your dad. He's almost 3 times stronger than you. Goku blinked. Really? Bulma nodded, stunned. He's insane. Bardock smirked, having clearly heard that. Humph, of course I am. Jine turned, wiping her tears, and froze when she finally noticed Bulma's tail swaying behind her. Her eyes widened. She gasped, clasping her hands to her cheeks. Oh my goodness, Kakarot, you found another scion. And she's so pretty. This will be so good for our bloodline. Bulma choked on her own spit. What? And no, that's not. Goku scratched his cheek, embarrassed. Mom, Dad, this is Bulma. Bardock narrowed his eyes. Bulma? That's not a scion name. I'm not, Bulma protested, tail bristling. Well, I mean I am, but not ugh. Just let him explain. Jine leaned in close, poking Bulma's tail gently. But you have a tail. Only scions have tails. Bulma threw her hands up. Yes, I have one now, but a year ago I didn't have anything. I was just an Earth girl. Jine and Bardock froze simultaneously. Earth girl? Tail? Scion? The circuits didn't connect. Goku took a breath. Okay, so, here's the story. Both parents leaned in, listening with wide, terrified eyes. So Bulma and I met last year, Goku began. She was looking for these mystical orbs called Dragon Balls. Orange balls that grant any wish. Bardock slowly blinked. Wish? Bulma nodded. Yup. Summon a giant magic dragon and you get one request. Jine gasped, pressing a hand to her mouth. Magic dragon? And Goku continued. When we met, she kinda said something like, I wish I understood you better. Maybe if I was like you. Bulma groaned. I didn't mean literally. Goku shrugged. But Shinron thought she did. So, poof. He gestured at Bulma's hair, tail, and toned scion physique. She became a scion. Full transformation. Tail included. The silence that followed could have shattered mountains. Bardock's jaw actually dropped. Jine stared with her mouth open, eyes trembling. You turned into a scion? From a wish? Jine whispered, absolutely mystified. Bulma nodded awkwardly. Yep, instant tail, instant appetite, instant attitude problem. Goku pinched her side. Hey! Bardock slowly rubbed his temples. A human became a scion. Jine grabbed Bulma's shoulders suddenly, eyes sparkling. Oh, honey, that must have been so painful. Did you eat enough? Did your spine hurt? Oh, you poor thing. Bulma blinked. Well, actually yes, the tail thing felt like someone was drilling into my spine. Jine pulled her into a tight hug. I knew it. My poor new daughter. Bulma's face turned red. New? What? Goku laughed. Bardock stared at Bulma for a long moment, then at Goku. So, she's your mate. Goku's tail wrapped around Bulma's waist affectionately. Yeah. Bulma elbowed him lightly. And he's mine. For the first time, Bardock smiled, proud and sincere. A scion who turns a human into a scion and revives his own parents. Humph. He put a hand on Goku's shoulder. You've done well, son. Goku smiled faintly. Bulma intertwined her hand with his. For the first time ever, Bardock, Jine, and Goku stood together as a family. Bardock's eyes finally drifted away from Goku and Bulma and landed on Kami. The green-skinned guardian stood silently near one of the palace pillars, watching the reunion with calm dignity. Bardock narrowed his eyes. Recognition flickered. A Namekian, he muttered under his breath. So the legends were true. Goku blinked. Huh? You knew about Namekians? Bardock crossed his arms, tail twitching. Not much, just scraps of old war tales. Stories that the Namekian race could create magical orbs that grant wishes. He gave a rough snort. I always thought it was nonsense. Something scion children whispered at night. He turned sharply toward Goku, gaze sharp and calculating. But something doesn't add up. How did you two find these orbs twice in less than a year? His brow furrowed deeper. This planet isn't that big. But still, Hunting 7 mystical orbs scattered across a world should be like finding a needle in a haystack. Bulma lifted her chin proudly, tail flicking in satisfaction. Well, technically I found 2 by accident when I was a kid. Jine gasped. A child found 2 of them? Bulma shrugged. What can I say? I was gifted. Goku added. And then she built a device to track them. Bardock blinked. A device? Bulma grinned. Yup, a dragon radar. Detects the unique electromagnetic pulse the Dragon Balls emit. Bardock opened his mouth, then closed it. You built a tracker for magical alien artifacts? Bulma waved a hand casually. Oh, that's nothing. After I met Goku, I upgraded it using the tech from his old Scion Scouter. Integrated the microprocessor into a new radar system, boosted the range, improved the resolution. Goku chimed in proudly. She even made 2 new Scouters using Scion parts. Bardock stepped forward quickly, suddenly far more interested. Show me. Bulma froze. Her face turned pink. About that. Goku scratched his cheek awkwardly, looking anywhere but Bardock's eyes. They're gone, Bulma admitted. Destroyed. Bardock stared at her. Destroyed? How? Bulma's tail bristled, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Well, Jine tilted her head. Sweetheart, what happened? Bulma opened her mouth. Goku answered first. There was this army on Earth called the Red Ribbon Army. They were looking for the Dragon Balls too. Bardock and Jine frowned instantly at the unfamiliar name. So me and Bulma went to their headquarters, Goku continued, and they had 2 Dragon Balls. Bulma folded her arms. And a lot of soldiers. Goku grinned sheepishly. So I launched a power ball to make a fake moon. Bardock's expression darkened. He didn't need the rest of the explanation. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Let me guess, he said slowly. You forgot to take off your Scouters. Goku coughed. Yeah. Bardock sighed deeply. Rookie mistake. Hey. Goku protested, tail puffing. Bulma jumped in, glaring at him. And whose fault is that? Those 2 Scouters were the only prototypes I managed to build. Scion tech is not easy. Jine's eyes softened. You poor thing. Bulma exhaled dramatically. I still have the schematics on my computer, but replicating them, with Earth technology, that'll take me a year. Bardock slowly ran a hand through his hair. A human turned Scion, built Scouters, destroyed Scouters, and made custom Scion armor. Oh! Bulma perked up proudly, grabbing Goku's shoulder plate. I made this armor too, way lighter and stronger than the stuff Goku wore when he landed on Earth. Bardock examined it and nodded, impressed despite himself. Humph, not bad. Goku wrapped an arm around Bulma's waist. She's amazing. Bulma smirked. Damn right. Bardock shook his head in disbelief. Jine smiled warmly. And Kami, watching quietly, thought to himself. The Scion race is about to become very interesting. Bardock bowed his head respectfully toward Kami, something Goku had never seen his father do before. Thank you, Bardock said, voice firm but sincere, for bringing us back, for giving my son another chance at family. Jine followed with a gentle bow. I am grateful as well. I promise we won't bring trouble to your lookout. Kami smiled faintly. Your son has already brought a lifetime of trouble. I suspect you 2 will fit in perfectly. Bulma stepped between them with a playful smirk. Well, speaking of fitting in, until we figure out where you 2 want to live, you can stay with us. Jine blinked. Stay with you? Honey, is your home even big enough? There are 4 of us now. Bulma paused, then burst out laughing. Oh, that's right. You 2 don't know. She put a hand on her hip proudly. My family is the richest on the entire planet. Jine froze. Bardock's eyes widened. Bulma continued. Our house is massive. We literally get lost in it. Goku still loses track of the kitchen sometimes. Goku crossed his arms defensively. Hey, Those hallways are confusing. Jine turned to her son, eyes wide and sparkling. Kakarot, you found a smart, rich, beautiful girl, who even became a scion for you. Then she clapped her hands together with deadly seriousness. I demand you marry her, now. Goku nearly choked on his own breath. Bulma turned tomato red. Bardock coughed violently. Mom, Goku sputtered. We're not. It's only been a year. Bulma hid her burning face behind one hand. Jine, please, don't give him ideas. Bardock elbowed Goku. Well, you did hit the jackpot. Goku groaned loudly. Please stop talking. Jine wasn't done. She grabbed Bulma's hands warmly. You turned into a scion. You built armor. You revived us. You're basically already family. Bulma squeaked. Let me breathe. Cammy and Popo were both struggling not to laugh. Finally, Bulma managed to compose herself and clear her throat. Anyway, we'll discuss all of that later. There's something else you should see. Bardock tilted his head. What? Bulma beamed proudly. We have a gravity room. Both scion parents stiffened. A what? Bardock asked sharply. A training chamber, Bulma explained, that can replicate up to 30 times Earth's gravity. Jine's jaw dropped. 30? Bulma continued casually, and I'm already working on upgrades. Bardock stepped forward immediately, eyes burning with interest. Upgrades. Bulma smirked. Yep, reinforced plating, new ki-absorbing walls, widened space for aerial combat, improved stabilization systems. The works. Goku nudged his father. See? Told you she was awesome. Bardock looked at Bulma with new respect. A human woman engineered a scion-grade training facility, and then became a scion herself. Humph. Incredible. Bulma brushed her hair back smugly. I do what I can. Jine clasped her hands together. Can we see it? Bulma grinned. Of course. Let's head home. Goku held out his arms to both his parents. Ready? Bardock nodded. Lead the way. Bulma lifted into the air first, aura flaring blue around her. Goku followed, tail swirling behind him. Bardock and Jine hesitated only a moment before lifting as well. Slowly at first, then confidently. The four of them rose as one, soaring into the sky over the clouds, heading east toward the shining city of West Capital. Toward Capsule Corporation. Toward home. The four scions soared over forests, mountains, and winding rivers. But the moment the land gave way to sprawling cities, Bardock and Jine slowed mid-flight, eyes wide, jaws slack. Below them stretched glittering skylines, neon lights, endless highways, towering buildings of glass and steel. Cars zipped across bridges like metallic insects. Giant screens flickered on skyscraper faces. Airships drifted lazily above the streets. Jine pressed close to Goku's side. Kakarot, is this Earth? Bardock hovered, stunned. Impossible. The last recon report said this planet was barely starting to use steam engines. Bulma swooped in closer with a grin. Bardock, how old were those reports? Bardock scratched the back of his head. About 150 years old. Bulma burst out laughing. Well, there's your problem. A lot changes in a century and a half. Jine marveled at the glowing highways. Kakarot, this world is so alive, so advanced. Goku smiled. Yeah, it's weird, but I kinda like it. Then Jine tilted her head. Bulma keeps calling you, Goku. Why? Your name is Kakarot. Bulma froze midair. Oh, sorry, Jine. I didn't mean to offend. It's just, everyone calls him Goku. Jine blinked, confused. But why? Goku chuckled. When I was a boy, an old man named Gohan found me, took me in, raised me. Jine's hand covered her heart. Oh, Kakarot. He must have loved you very much. He did, Goku said quietly. You'll meet him soon. He's been living on a mountain. We visit sometimes. Jine beamed. I would like that. Bardock watched the emotional exchange, but soon his warrior instincts took over. He drifted closer, eyes narrowing at Goku and Bulma. All right, I need to know something. He crossed his arms. How strong are you two? Bulma puffed her chest proudly. I'm at 1,200. Jine nearly fell out of the sky. 1,200. For a girl who was human a year ago. Bulma smirked. I adapt quickly. Goku rubbed the back of his neck. And I'm around 3,000. Bardock stopped dead in the air. That's it. Goku shrugged. Well, yeah, I haven't had many strong people to train with. Most of the time it's just me and Bulma working together. Bardock grunted. Humph. Fair enough. And this planet's gravity? 10 times lighter than planet Vegeta, Goku answered. Makes building real strength kinda annoying. Bardock nodded slowly. That explains the numbers. Suddenly, Goku gave a little grin and pointed at his father. But you, Dad, you're a monster. Bardock blinked. What? I can feel it, Goku said. Your aura's insane. Way bigger than mine. If I had to guess, you're almost 3 times stronger than me. He narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Your power level's at least 9,000. Minimum. Bardock actually choked. 9 what? Bulma laughed. Yup, I sensed it too. You're ridiculous. Jine squealed proudly, hugging Bardock midair. My Bardock is amazing. Bardock coughed, face turning slightly red. Woman, let go. Goku chuckled. Guess I've got a long way to go. Bardock smirked darkly. Don't worry, I'll whip you into shape. Bulma pointed ahead. Well, first you need to see your new home. The massive Capsule Corporation complex rose in the distance. Shining metal domes, sprawling gardens, high-tech labs, towering buildings. Like a futuristic city inside a city. Jine gasped. Bardock stared. Bulma smiled proudly. Welcome, she said, to Capsule Corporation. The 4 Scions touched down smoothly in the courtyard of Capsule Corporation. The domed buildings shimmered in the sunlight, and the smell of flowers and engine oil drifted on the breeze. An odd mix of nature and genius. The instant the doors slid open, a cheerful voice rang out. Welcome home, sweetie. Bulma groaned softly. Oh boy, here we go. Mrs. Briefs practically floated out of the main building, beaming with joy. Her blonde hair bounced, her dress spotless as always. Behind her walked Dr. Briefs, smoking a cigarette with Capsule Corp's cat in his arms. Mrs. Briefs gasped at Jine's tale. Oh my, who are these adorable new friends? Bulma sighed. Mom, Dad, this is Bardock and Jine, Goku's parents. Dr. Briefs raised an eyebrow. Ah, extraterrestrials again. Lovely. Jine bowed politely. It's an honor. Thank you for welcoming us. Mrs. Briefs clasped her hands. Oh, sweetie, you're just precious. And that tail, adorable. Bardock frowned. Is she always like this? Bulma nodded. Unfortunately. A moment later, Tights, Bulma's older sister, walked out, book in hand. When she saw Bardock and Jine, she blinked once, then smirked. Bulma, I thought you were done collecting strays. Bulma flicked her sister's forehead with her tail. Shut up. Bulma led them down a hall to a massive reinforced door. This, she said dramatically, is our training facility, up to 30 times gravity. Bardock's eyes lit up instantly. 30. Bulma smirked. Wanna see it? The door opened with a hiss. The chamber inside was huge. Plated walls, gravity emitters, and a polished floor that vibrated with unreal pressure. Bardock stepped inside. Kakarot. In here. Now. Goku grinned nervously. Sure, Dad. Bulma activated the console. Gravity chamber set to 30 times Earth gravity. Bardock cracked his knuckles. Let's see what you're capable of. The moment Goku entered, the gravity slammed down like a mountain. He staggered, growling as sweat dripped instantly from his forehead. Bardock barely felt it. Come on, Bardock barked. They clashed. Bardock didn't just win. He obliterated Goku. Every punch sent shockwaves. Every kick launched Goku into the wall. Within minutes, Goku was gasping, bruised, bones cracking under the pressure. Finally, Bardock crossed his arms. All right, enough for today. He smirked. You can crawl into a medical capsule now. Bulma coughed. We, don't have those. Bardock stared. What? How do you heal? Bulma shrugged. Doctors, medicine, hospitals. Bardock deadpanned. That sounds horribly inefficient. Goku groaned, curled on the floor. Bulma, get one of the senzu beans Corinne gave us. Bulma blinked. Oh, right. She grabbed the small pouch and placed a bean between Goku's lips. Seconds later, whoosh! Goku sprang to his feet, perfectly healed. Bardock's jaw dropped. What is that? Goku grinned. Senzu bean. Instantly heals you. Makes training way easier. Bardock stared at the pouch like it was sacred treasure. This world is insane. Meanwhile, Jine versus Cake. Jine sat at a garden table with Mrs. Briefs, surrounded by empty plates. Jine moaned happily. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. What do you call it again? Mrs. Briefs giggled. Kayaki, dear. Jine wiped crumbs from her mouth. Cake. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Mrs. Briefs counted the plates. And look at you, already on your 5th whole cake. Jine blushed. It's not my fault Earth food is heavenly. Mrs. Briefs patted her hand. Oh, sweetheart, you just eat as much as you want. Back inside, Bardock approached Goku with a grin that promised chaos. Kakarot with gravity like this, and beans like that. He cracked his knuckles. We're going to train every day until you surpass me. Goku grinned. Bulma sighed. And Capsule Corp prepared for the loudest week of its existence. Later that night, the table at Capsule Corp was massive, big enough to seat 20 people, but now it was almost too small. Plates of steaming food lined the surface. Roasted meats, vegetables, rice, noodles, soups, pastries, and enough dessert to feed a small nation. Jine sat beside Goku, proudly guarding an entire cake like it was a newborn child. Bardock sat across from them, tearing into a roast turkey like it owed him money. Bulma sat next to Goku, making sure he didn't stab himself with a fork by accident. The room buzzed with quiet conversation until Jine set down her fork. Kakarot, she said softly. When will the Dragon Balls be active again? We still have to revive Raditz. Goku swallowed a mouthful of food. Oh right, about that. Bardock looked up sharply. What about Raditz? Goku wiped his mouth. Kami told me something earlier. Raditz is still alive. The silence hit like a bomb. Bardock's chair nearly fell backward. What? He's alive. Bulma jumped slightly. Even Dr. Briefs paused mid-sip of wine. Jine blinked slowly, voice softening. He survived? Oh, thank the stars. Bardock leaned forward, fists tight. Then why hasn't he come looking for you? Why hasn't he contacted us? Jine sighed, as if she'd been expecting this answer for years. Bardock, sweetheart. It's not surprising. Bardock froze. What do you mean? Jine poked her husband's arm. Dear, Raditz was always timid, sensitive, and scared of disappointing you. Goku nodded. Yeah, even though he's 2 years older than me, I used to bully him because his power level was low. Bulma jabbed Goku with her elbow. That's mean. Goku shrugged. Hey, it was character building. Bardock groaned, rubbing his forehead. Jine crossed her arms. Kakarot, that poor boy followed after you everywhere as a child. You were strong, fearless, elite-born. Raditz admired you, even when you tossed him off training cliffs. Bulma gasped. You what? Goku mumbled. He bounced. Jine nodded sadly. He was always behind, always afraid of failing you. The room grew quiet again. Bulma reached over and took Goku's hand, squeezing gently. Finally, Bardock cleared his throat. So Raditz is alive. Good. But who else survived? Goku took a drink of water. Well, according to Kami, Raditz isn't alone. Bardock stiffened. Who else? Goku's tail flicked as he listed the names. Nappa. Bardock grunted. That bald idiot. And Prince Vegeta. Bardock nearly choked on his food. That little brat is still alive? Bulma blinked. Is that bad? Bardock growled. He's a spoiled, arrogant, pride-obsessed maniac. Goku cut in. And they're all still doing Frieza's dirty work. The table fell silent for the third time that night. Finally, Goku brightened. But I've got an idea. Bardock and Jine both raised an eyebrow. When the Dragon Balls reactivate next year, Goku said, we can use a wish to bring Raditz straight here. Teleport him to the Lookout Capsule Corp wherever we want. Jine smiled warmly. Yes, that's perfect. But... She leaned in close. Her eyes narrowed. Her tail stiffened. And she delivered the mother's death stare. You will not bully him. Is that clear, young man? Goku froze, fork halfway to his mouth. Mom, my power is 3,500 now. And yours is only 500, so technically. Jine raised one eyebrow. Just one. Goku's soul left his body for a moment. Yes, ma'am, he said instantly, sitting up straight. Bulma giggled into her hand. Bardock smirked. Heh, good boy. Jine patted Goku's cheek affectionately. That's better. Dinner resumed, but the future was already taking shape. And this time, the Scion family would face it together.